Chapter 1921, Emperor Sakya. Wang Wang Wang. The blood-red spear was unstoppable. It tore through the cosmos. During a bitter battle between peak Empyreans, another peak Empyrean had launched a sneak attack. Ca. The divine dream space was torn open. The blood-red spear pierced in, thrusting straight towards the point between Empyrean Divine Dream's eyebrows. The golden crown Empyrean was crimson with effort. He attacked without holding anything back. Seeing the blood-red spear shoot towards her, Empyrean Divine Dream floated backwards. Her beautiful eyes opened and a light melody began to bloom from between her cherry-red lips. Although the sound was faint, it was enchanting and wondrous. In that moment the surrounding space seemed to have a marvelous reaction to this faint sound. Within the pitch-black space, starlight surged. Immediately, heavenly sounds appeared like sunshine reviving the dark world, all of it flowing out from Empyrean Divine Dream's body. From the emptiness of space sublime luminescence shot out. True phoenixes appeared, dancing in the universe. All sorts of beautiful sights began appearing in the dark universe. Seeing this, Lin Ming's pupils contracted. Dream Soul Immortal Melody. At the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, Lin Ming had personally experienced Frost Dream's immortal melody. It was because of this that he had tied with her. As this mysterious melody appeared, from within the peaceful world, infinite killing intent rose. Underneath the hands of Empyrean Divine Dream, the Dream Soul Immortal Melody was countless times more formidable than Frost Dream's version. In an infinitely fascinating illusion, divine mountains appeared, floating up and down in space. Towering spiritual trees reached into the skies, on equal ground with the heavens. These divine mountains floated atop planets. The planets roared as they crashed into that blood-red lance. As for the true phoenixes, they flapped their wings and flames swept through the world, surrounding the golden crown Empyrean. Raging flames even burnt through the void as if a sheet of black paper had been ignited. The golden crown Empyrean trembled. Beneath the high heat, his flesh and blood seemed to be baking and burning. As the blood-red lance was struck by those planets, it began to crack apart. It wasn't just the primal god Empyreans that were shocked, but even the human Empyreans were left dumbfounded. Divine Dream, she seems to have made a breakthrough. Skyren Godlord and Great Limitless Buddha had only ever heard rumors of Divine Dream's prestige and strength. Neither of them had truly seen her fight. In the Divine Realm, although Empyrean Divine Dream had used her Divine Dream space before, it had always been seen as ethereal and wonderful, filled with a mystical rhythm and an exquisite aesthetic sense. Never before had it been used in such a horrifying manner, ringing with killing intent. The top human powerhouses could feel that from the start, Empyrean Divine Dream had been fighting with everything she had, without holding anything back. With her own power she contended with two peak Saint Empyreans. And it was obvious that she had completely suppressed the both of them. This was a nearly unimaginable strength. Skyren Godlord and Great Limitless Buddha both felt they were far inferior to her. This woman, how could she be so fierce? Amongst the Saint Race Empyreans, another person moved. A great black bow appeared in his hands. He stepped forth into the void. Blood shot out from his hands, forming into a blood arrow. With a deep roar, the bowstring tightened again without end. All light in the surrounding space seemed to gather on the tip of the arrow, causing everything to tremble. Endless strength gathered onto the arrow points, aimed straight towards the distant Empyrean Divine Dream. The arrow point exuded a boundless shaking. Pitch-black ripples appeared, spreading out in all directions. This strength was mighty and forceful, giving off a feeling that it could even pierce through the cosmos, a completely irresistible attack. All starlight for 1,000,000 miles began to sway and distort. The essence of the starlight began to gather towards the arrow point. More and more energy gathered. The arrow began to howl as black light appeared around it. Whoosh! The blood-red divine arrow that gathered the endless starlight pierced through space and vanished without a trace. This all-annihilating arrow shot to the edge of the divine dream space. Once the arrow arrived at its target, it would be 3 against 1. 3 peak Empyreans to fight Divine Dream. And at this time, light bloomed. A golden Buddha diagram spanned through space. It was incomparably large and shined with an eternal light, bathing the surrounding space in a warming glow. In the boundless Buddha light, small Buddhas appeared. These Buddhas sat cross-legged within the endless Buddha light, reciting ancient texts. The broad texts gathered together, shaking the world. The great Buddha diagram collided with the pitch-black arrow. Waves of ringing sounds echoed through the world. A boundless explosive light submerged all. Finally, that black arrow vanished, completely submerged by this Buddhic light. To bully one with so many, do you really think there is no one in my human race? A cold voice resounded in space. The one who had moved was Emperor Sakya. His figure floated in the center of the giant golden Buddha diagram. His handsome face was flooded with a chilling killing intent. It was rumored that even though Emperor Sakya was young, his strength had already surpassed that of great limitless Buddha. He was the #1 master of Mount Padala. In his hand, a wisp of black light glowed before being erased, as if he were extinguishing a candle. His aura was deep and unbreakable like a prison, unfathomably deep. The anger on his face was like a volcano soon to erupt. Emperor Sakya had blocked the cosmos-shaking arrow, his actions shocking the Saint Empyreans. In particular, the peak Empyrean who shot out the arrow had a dignified look in his eyes. That arrow just now had been condensed from that peak Empyrean's blood vitality and energy. He didn't know how much strength Emperor Sakya had used to block it, but he had used at least 80% of his strength. Emperor Sakya's body emitted a blinding radiance, like a great sun rising in space, dazzling to the eyes. His eyes opened and endless Buddhic light swirled in his palms, forming a vast dharmic wheel. In the center of this dharmic wheel, 6 masses of power appeared, each one containing the irresistible strength of a samsara. In the center of each mass of power, the figure of Emperor Sakya appeared. Whirl, whirl, whirl. These figures of Emperor Sakya emitted light that distorted the void. Like a boundless vortex, this light covered the world. Bang! The 6 Emperor Sakyas in the center of these 6 samsaras joined together with Emperor Sakya's true body. They began to drag in the figure of the peak Empyrean with the pitch-black bow. This was a fierce battle. You are courting death. The Saint Empyrean was enraged. He drew his bow and shot again and again. Whoosh! 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 Pitch-black shadows tore through the void, carrying with them a heaven-destroying momentum as millions of beams of black light appeared. These black lights were from the peak Saint Empyrean, shooting arrow after arrow. Each arrow was infused with blood essence, easily able to pierce through a planet. But those seemingly mighty black arrows were useless in front of Emperor Sakya. Each arrow was stopped by the endless light of the golden Buddha diagram, melting away. Emperor Sakya's 6 great avatars formed a Buddha diagram with his main body. Within this Buddha diagram, every Emperor Sakya was covered with a martial intent. With the main body and the avatars added together, there were 7 martial intents. This was the basis of Emperor Sakya's martial arts. In the past, Emperor Sakya divided himself into a billion avatars, each avatar comprehending 7 martial intents on their own and finally fusing them together. In terms of achievements in martial intents, Emperor Sakya had already reached the peak. It was impossible for anyone to surpass him in this aspect. The 7 layers of martial intents suddenly evolved into 6 samsaras. An incomparably powerful true meaning of the great Tao swirled in space. His fists were like planets, his pupils like suns. His vast and boundless aura locked in the surrounding world, suppressing all. Inexhaustible Buddhic light shot out from his body, brutally battling with the Saint Empyrean before him. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions continued without end. That Saint Empyrean with astonishing archery skills was pushed back again and again by Emperor Sakya's tide-like barrage. Explosions blew up in the void behind him. As the peak Saint Empyrean was forced backwards, the pressure on him increased with each step. His face became increasingly grim. This Saint Empyrean was still able to barely defend against Emperor Sakya. Although he wasn't Emperor Sakya's match, the difference wasn't too great, he wouldn't be immediately defeated. But as he turned his head to see Divine Dream fighting the two Saint Empyreans, he discovered that their situation was even worse than his own. There were two of them, and the strength of those two was considered to be at the pinnacle of all Saint Empyreans. Yet they were single-handedly beaten down by Divine Dream alone, with a chance that their lives would be ended. It had to be known that once one reached the level of a peak Empyrean, it was difficult to die unless a true divinity attacked. "We should retreat," the bow-wielding Empyrean told the other peak Empyreans with a sound transmission. It was already impossible for them to win. Staying here would only mean more casualties. "Withdraw." As the red-robed Saint General desperately resisted the Divine Dream Space's symbol attack, he grit his teeth and sent out a sound transmission. The Saint Race Empyreans all felt humiliated by this. For these past years they had domineeringly wandered through the divine realm, and even human Empyreans were afraid to fight them. Yet, today they were the ones being beaten up instead. Chapter 1922, Absolute Victory. Good. Well done. The shames of today will be avenged in the future. Just wait for my Saint Race's good fortune Saint Sovereign to kill his way into the divine realm and exterminate your entire race. Some Saint Race Empyreans boastfully blustered. So what if the human Empyreans were stronger? No matter how fierce Emperor Sakya was, he was only 10 to 20% stronger than a normal peak Empyrean, and no matter how overwhelming Divine Dream was, even if she could suppress several peak Empyreans together, if she were to meet the true divinity level good fortune Saint Sovereign, then she wouldn't be his match at all. Ha! You still want to run? Keep on dreaming. Skyren Godlord immediately saw through the Saint Army's plan of escaping. He roared out loud and waved his sleeves. A clear and holy energy shot out, as if a great universe existed within it. A wave of swallowing power swept towards the group of Saint Empyreans. A world dancing within the palm. Great limitless Buddha spread out his palms and relics shined in his hands, their brilliance spreading through the cosmos. Wherever this Buddhic light covered, loud Buddhist chants resounded like the 8 guardians of Buddhism, Devas and Yakshas, a trillion arhats, all of them appearing together. For a time, the surrounding space for 1,000,000 miles was covered by this seething spiritual light. On this side of the battlefield, the light of blood shined bright and the smell of death filled the air. Arcs of red lightning and strands of Buddhist chants intersected, collided, causing massive tracts of space to collapse and crack apart beneath the savage impact of energy. The heavenly Tao laws collided and distorted, even muddling space. A potent strength destroyed all. However, the Saint Race Empyreans wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. They counterattacked, resisting the human race together. Many Saint Empyreans took out their Empyrean spirit treasures. Divine light flashed and astral essence turbulently flowed out. There were Saint Empyreans whose fists smashed open the void, like meteors passing through space. In terms of quantity, the Saint Empyreans had the advantage. When they combined their strength together, they were able to rival the human Empyreans. But the many world kings and holy lords weren't as lucky. Saint Race spirit ships were swept into energy storms, instantly blowing up. The martial artists on board were ejected into the vacuum of space, half of them immediately killed. Form the array. A Saint Race Empyrean shouted out loud. In a battle between Empyreans, the strength of world kings and holy lords was almost negligible. But if their strength was gathered together through a spirit ship's grand array formation, then their fused strength could not be underestimated. At the very least, escaping wouldn't be a problem. The Saint Race Empyreans were already steadily taking steps to retreat. And once they fled the battlefield, it would be hard for humanity to catch up to them. Focus your efforts and kill their elites. Empyrean Divine Dream said. Her divine dream space covered two Saint Empyreans, they were the Saint General and the Golden Crown Empyrean. Among the Saint army, these were the two strongest individuals. Divine Dream's intentions were clear, she wanted to cut down these two individuals. Emperor Sakya joined in. He gave up his assault on the other Empyreans and hurtled towards these two peak Empyreans. In the 7 universes of the Saint race there were many Empyreans. But peak Empyreans were still extremely rare, and every death of a peak Empyrean was still an enormous loss to the Saints. Moreover, these two people were the main commanders in the Saint race army's invasion of the Divine Realm. Damn it! The Gold Crown Empyrean was incensed as he discovered that Divine Dream had locked onto him. He howled. His skin and flesh cracked open, revealing white tendons. These tendons were extremely tenacious, they were a part of his supernatural bloodline powers. As he attached these tendons to his blood lance, the lance hummed and shivered, causing the surrounding space to vibrate and mystical runes to circle around it. Light gathered, forming an incomparably black divine light. The lance thrust out. The space around the black light cracked planets, able to pierce through the void and twist the laws of the heavens and earth. Whoosh! With this strike, the Saint race Empyrean's body shivered. He had clearly consumed a great deal of energy. The blood lance was like a black hole, swallowing light and energy wherever it went, constantly expanding as it continued forwards with an overwhelming momentum. As the divine dream space was struck by this attack from a peak Empyrean consuming their blood essence, it was nearly punctured. But at the same time, Emperor Sakya's eyes glittered with a cold light. His main body, as well as those 6 martial intent avatars, plunged into the golden Buddha diagram. Like 7 supreme Buddhas, they floated like 7 stars within the Buddha diagram. Endless golden light emitted from their bodies, resonating with the Buddha diagram and evolving into 6 incomparably realistic scenes. In the fathoms of hell, seas of blood boiled over. Mountains of bones piled high into the skies as hungry ghosts scavenged through the ground, howling with deathly hunger. In the heavens, goddesses fluttered about, the sounds of celestial dragons reaching through the horizon. Above these 6 images, a grand golden Buddhist temple stood tall. Countless ancient Buddhas sat atop a mountain of lotus thrones, their ancient mudras flooding this world. Emperor Sakya had evolved a great world of the 6 paths of samsara. Emperor Sakya's strike contained the true meaning of the 6 paths of samsara, the 7 layers of martial intents, as well as the supreme treasure of Buddhism, the wheel of samsara. Together, they formed a strange and singular harmony that emitted a vast might. This was one of Emperor Sakya's manifestations after comprehending the true meaning of Buddhist martial intents to their pinnacle. The true meaning of the 6 paths of samsara were like grinding pans of the great Tao that ruthlessly grinded down upon the black hole blood lance. The Buddhas arrived, their light like a tide, their sound like thunder. The rays of Buddhic light were blinding and thicker than a mountain. As they flowed down from up high, the void tore apart and even planets exploded. This Buddhic light finally fell upon the Gold Crown Empyrean. Bang! The Saint Empyrean violently shook. Wherever his body was covered in this Buddhic light it would explode, causing him to vomit mouthfuls of blood. And at this time, Divine Dream also attacked. Within the Divine Dream space, countless towering trees appeared that blocked out the void for 10,000 miles, bringing with them a premonition of certain death. The Golden Crown Empyrean was pierced through the chest by one of these ancient trees, causing him to spit out even more blood. Ah! The Golden Crown Empyrean cried out in suffering, his face twisted and fierce. Arc light! The death of the rabbit is also the sorrow of the fox. As the red-robed Saint General saw that it was impossible for his companion to escape, he howled in anger and indignation, wildly burning his bloodline. The red-robed Saint General no longer cared about consequences. As a Saint race Empyrean, his bloodline was his foundation. By burning his bloodline in this manner, it was possible he would even drop cultivation boundaries. But at the same time, the strength he gained from burning his blood was terrifying to the extreme. It would be similar to half the strength from an ordinary true divinity. His body turned into a beam of divine light that directly tore open the divine dream space and fled deep into the cosmos. But behind him, with a loud cracking noise, the thunder-like sounds that Emperor Sakya cast out materialized into substantialized sonic waves that rolled out in all directions without end. The golden crown Empyrean, whose body was pierced through by the heaven-towering tree, began to crack apart. He cried out in pain, his entire body dripping with blood. Each drop of blood was amazingly bright. As it splashed out into space, it whistled like meteors, containing a potent power. His body was struck in the thunderous rumble. More and more trees pierced through his body. Finally, his entire body burst apart, turning into a sea of blood fog. The Golden Crown Empyrean was one of the commanders of the Saints' army within the divine realm. But today, he had perished here. As for the other commander, the red-robed Saint General, he didn't hesitate in suffering heavy losses, even possibly dropping cultivation boundaries, to flee the battlefield. In this battle, of the Saint Army's two high commanders, one was heavily wounded and the other had died. This could be called a total victory for humanity. The divine dream space gradually faded away. Empyrean divine dream's sacred and holy figure began to slowly reappear. Her body was bathed in a haze of profound spirit power, without a trace of the mortal world around her. "We're leaving." Empyrean divine dream decisively issued a stern evacuation order. It was unwise to pursue a desperate foe. Moreover, this was the domain of the saints, and the human army shouldn't enter too deeply, otherwise it was possible for them to suffer annihilation. At this time, the Ark of Hope flew forwards with extreme speed. In black clothes, Lin Ming stepped out from the Ark of Hope. Behind him, Daiwahen, Tabague, and the other ancient race Empyreans also emerged. The ancient race Empyreans were overjoyed. They had seen life after death and had also experienced the strength of humanity. They felt as if this trip to the divine realm was worth the difficulties. Junior Lin Ming greets Senior Divine Dream. Lin Ming bowed in the void. At this time he felt extreme gratefulness. In order to rescue him, Divine Dream had accepted the potential risk of utter extermination to arrive here with the elites of humanity. This was a kindness he would mark down in his mind. "It's good that you are safe," Empyrean Divine Dream said with a long breath. It was only now Lin Ming realized that even though Divine Dream seemed light and indifferent all this time, the truth was that she was slightly pale beneath the fog that shrouded her face. "Senior Divine Dream?" Lin Ming asked, concerned. But Empyrean Divine Dream only waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. At this time, Xiao Maxian had rushed forth like a gust of wind to throw herself into Lin Ming's arms. "Big brother Lin." Since Lin Ming's great battle with the good fortune saint's son, over 20 years had passed. Xiao Maxian had been pregnant all this time as she waited for Lin Ming's return, but during this period she never heard any news about him. This distress she felt during this time could be imagined. Lin Ming held on to Xiao Maxian, lightly stroking her luxurious black hair. He softly said in her ear, "I'm fine." The two people supported each other. But at this time, Empyrean Divine Dream waved her hand and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian, and Empyrean Divine Dream immediately arrived in the White Jade Palace. "Mm?" Lin Ming was startled. He thought that Empyrean Divine Dream would first meet with Daiwahen, Tabague, and the others, but she had instead chosen to directly return to the palace instead. As soon as they entered the palace, Divine Dream shuddered and a bright white light began shining from within her body. This white light shined bright, moving outwards until it finally separated from Divine Dream's body. Slowly, the white light condensed into the figure of a person, a young girl. In space, she held onto her knees. Her body was naked, but her thick waterfall of icy blue hair covered her curves. Only her beautiful face and perfect arms and legs showed on the outside. There was not the slightest flaw in her jade-like skin and the tone of her muscles. At this time, the young girl's eyebrows were pressed together, as if she were in pain. TH's sight was enough to rouse the sympathy of anyone. This young girl was none other than Frostdream, the one Lin Ming had fought at the Divine Realm first martial meeting. This is... Lin Ming was shocked. He had already heard that Frostdream was Divine Dream's plan in order to break into the true divinity realm. Divine Dream had severed her primordial spirit, reincarnating that portion of her soul in order to create an avatar. It was said that once Frostdream became a peak Empyrean, Divine Dream would fuse together with her, and together they would break into the realm of true divinity, even becoming an outstanding existence amongst true divinities. But now, there was still a massive disparity between Frostdream and a peak Empyrean, yet Empyrean Divine Dream had fused with her? Was it for that battle just now? Lin Ming suddenly recalled the battle. Although Empyrean Divine Dream seemed light and unperturbed the entire time and her steps were also calm, the truth was that she had consumed a considerable amount of strength. In order to ensure absolute victory, Empyrean Divine Dream had chosen to temporarily fuse with Frostdream in order to be in the strongest state possible for a short period of time. This state was highly taxing on Empyrean Divine Dream. Thus, her face was pale and she instantly separated from Frostdream as soon as the battle finished. Because of many reasons, this sight couldn't be seen by outsiders. So, Empyrean Divine Dream didn't greet the ancient race powerhouses first and had instead immediately brought Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian into Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Treasure of Buddhism, the Wheel of Samsara. Together, they formed a strange and singular harmony that emitted a vast might. This was one of Emperor Sakya's manifestations after comprehending the true meaning of Buddhist martial intents to their pinnacle. The true meaning of the 6 paths of samsara were like grinding pans of the great Tao that ruthlessly grinded down upon the black hole bloodlands. The Buddhas arrived, their light like a tide, their sound like thunder. The rays of Buddhic light were blinding and thicker than a mountain. As they flowed down from up high, the void tore apart and even planets exploded. This Buddhic light finally fell upon the Gold Crown Empyrean. Bang! The Saint Empyrean violently shook. Wherever his body was covered in this Buddhic light it would explode, causing him to vomit mouthfuls of blood. And at this time, Divine Dream also attacked. Within the Divine Dream space, countless towering trees appeared that blocked out the void for 10,000 miles, bringing with them a premonition of certain death. The Golden Crown Empyrean was pierced through the chest by one of these ancient trees, causing him to spit out even more blood. Ah! The Golden Crown Empyrean cried out in suffering, his face twisted and fierce. Arc light! The death of the rabbit is also the sorrow of the fox. As the red-robed Saint General saw that it was impossible for his companion to escape, he howled in anger and indignation, wildly burning his bloodline. The red-robed Saint General no longer cared about consequences. As a Saint Race Empyrean, his bloodline was his foundation. By burning his bloodline in this manner, it was possible he would even drop cultivation boundaries. But at the same time, the strength he gained from burning his blood was terrifying to the extreme. It would be similar to half the strength from an ordinary true divinity. His body turned into a beam of divine light that directly tore open the Divine Dream space and fled deep into the cosmos. But behind him, with a loud cracking noise, the thunder-like sounds that Emperor Sakya cast out materialized into substantialized sonic waves that rolled out in all directions without end. The Golden Crown Empyrean, whose body was pierced through by the heaven-towering tree, began to crack apart. He cried out in pain, his entire body dripping with blood. Each drop of blood was amazingly bright. As it splashed out into space it whistled like meteors, containing a potent power. His body was struck in the thunderous rumble. More and more trees pierced through his body. Finally, his entire body burst apart, turning into a sea of blood fog. The Golden Crown Empyrean was one of the commanders of the Saints' army within the Divine Realm. But today, he had perished here. As for the other commander, the red-robed Saint General, he didn't hesitate in suffering heavy losses, even possibly dropping cultivation boundaries, to flee the battlefield. In this battle, of the Saint Army's 2 high commanders, one was heavily wounded and the other had died. This could be called a total victory for humanity. the Divine Dream space gradually faded away. Empyrean Divine Dream's sacred and holy figure began to slowly reappear. Her body was bathed in a haze of profound spirit power, without a trace of the mortal world around her. "We're leaving." Empyrean Divine Dream decisively issued a stern evacuation order. It was unwise to pursue a desperate foe. Moreover, this was the domain of the saints, and the human army shouldn't enter too deeply, otherwise it was possible for them to suffer annihilation. At this time, the Ark of Hope flew forwards with extreme speed. In black clothes, Lin Ming stepped out from the Ark of Hope. Behind him, Daiwahan, Tobague, and the other ancient race Empyreans also emerged. The ancient race Empyreans were overjoyed. They had seen life after death and had also experienced the strength of humanity. They felt as if this trip to the divine realm was worth the difficulties. Junior Lin Ming greets Senior Divine Dream. Lin Ming bowed in the void. At this time he felt extreme gratefulness. In order to rescue him, Divine Dream had accepted the potential risk of utter extermination to arrive here with the elites of humanity. This was a kindness he would mark down in his mind. "It's good that you are safe," Empyrean Divine Dream said with a long breath. It was only now Lin Ming realized that even though Divine Dream seemed light and indifferent all this time, the truth was that she was slightly pale beneath the fog that shrouded her face. "Senior Divine Dream?" Lin Ming asked, concerned. But Empyrean Divine Dream only waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. At this time, Xiao Maxian had rushed forth like a gust of wind to throw herself into Lin Ming's arms. "Big Brother Lin." Since Lin Ming's great battle with the Good Fortune Saint's son, over 20 years had passed. Xiao Maxian had been pregnant all this time as she waited for Lin Ming's return, but during this period she never heard any news about him. This distress she felt during this time could be imagined. Lin Ming held on to Xiao Maxian, lightly stroking her luxurious black hair. He softly said in her ear, "I'm fine." The two people supported each other. But at this time, Empyrean Divine Dream waved her hand and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian, and Empyrean Divine Dream immediately arrived in the White Jade Palace. Lin Ming was startled. He thought that Empyrean Divine Dream would first meet with Daiwahan, Tobague, and the others, but she had instead chosen to directly return to the palace instead. As soon as they entered the palace, Divine Dream shuddered and a bright white light began shining from within her body. This white light shined bright, moving outwards until it finally separated from Divine Dream's body. Slowly, the white light condensed into the figure of a person, a young girl. In space, she held onto her knees. Her body was naked, but her thick waterfall of icy blue hair covered her curves. Only her beautiful face and perfect arms and legs showed on the outside. There was not the slightest flaw in her jade-like skin and the tone of her muscles. At this time, the young girl's eyebrows were pressed together, as if she were in pain. TH's sight was enough to rouse the sympathy of anyone. This young girl was none other than Frostdream, the one Lin Ming had fought at the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. "This is..." Lin Ming was shocked. He had already heard that Frostdream was Divine Dream's plan in order to break into the true divinity realm. Divine Dream had severed her primordial spirit, reincarnating that portion of her soul in order to create an avatar. It was said that once Frostdream became a peak Empyrean, Divine Dream would fuse together with her, and together they would break into the realm of true divinity, even becoming an outstanding existence amongst true divinities. But now, there was still a massive disparity between Frostdream and a peak Empyrean, yet Empyrean Divine Dream had fused with her? Was it for that battle just now? Lin Ming suddenly recalled the battle. Although Empyrean Divine Dream seemed light and unperturbed the entire time and her steps were also calm, the truth was that she had consumed a considerable amount of strength. In order to ensure absolute victory, Empyrean Divine Dream had chosen to temporarily fuse with Frostdream in order to be in the strongest state possible for a short period of time. This state was highly taxing on Empyrean Divine Dream. Thus, her face was pale and she instantly separated from Frostdream as soon as the battle finished. Because of many reasons, this sight couldn't be seen by outsiders. So, Empyrean Divine Dream didn't greet the ancient race powerhouses first and had instead immediately brought Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian into Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. No one had thought he would succeed. In the eyes of those people, his actions had been nothing more than a joke. Just what cultivation did Lin Ming have? Before he left, he was only able to defeat a great world king. And what humanity faced was a terrifying and massive race that had multiple true divinities and over 1,000 Empyreans. In the impending universal calamity, Lin Ming couldn't even be called a small wave. Even the human Empyreans felt the situation was hopeless and had nearly succumbed to sitting down and waiting for death. In such an atmosphere, Lin Ming had gone to seek out a road for humanity to take. Was that even possible? But the actual result had left them all bewildered. Lin Ming had truly found the method to salvation. It wasn't a way to directly face the saints, but instead an escape route for humanity. Just an escape route was not enough. In the divine realms, 3,000 great worlds and innumerable other worlds, there were countless great human influences. If all of these influences had to be notified and evacuated, that would be a mission of monumental proportions. If the saint race decided to launch their all-out invasion of the divine realm now, then humanity would have no time to flee. But Lin Ming had joined together with the ancient races and had managed to wound the good fortune Saint Sovereign, buying time for humanity in the process. This was just unbelievable. Many human Empyreans looked at Lin Ming with amazement in their eyes. When Lin Ming left the divine realm to go to the soul world and primeval universe, he could be said to have created a miracle. He had done a great service for humanity and could nearly be compared to Empyrean Divine Seal of 3.6 billion years ago. Everyone should be clear on what the method is, that is, before the saints' total invasion begins, we shall evacuate to one of the wild universes within the 33 heavens. The divine realm has over 1 trillion quadrillion people and there are even more people in the lower realms. To evacuate them all is a completely impossible task. But, we can evacuate the elites and preserve our martial arts civilization and inheritances. In other words, for at least the next 100,000 years, the general human population will have to live beneath the oppression of the saints. As for the elites of humanity, they must face the wilderness of the 33 heavens, suffering the difficulties to develop it and survive there. As for the future, whether we are eliminated or find a chance to breathe, all of that will depend on the next 100,000 years. In that group of elites who develop within the wilderness, we shall see whether or not we can raise proud children of heaven who can resist the saints. If we can, then we shall slaughter our way back to the divine realm and destroy the saints. If we cannot, then we can only wait to perish. After all, the God-lamenting wall is not an absolute protection. Empyrean Divine Dream's words caused the human Empyreans to fall silent. Of the 33 heavens, 7 heavens belonged to the Spiritas, 7 heavens belonged to the saints, 1 heaven was the primeval universe, and another heaven was the divine realm. In total this was 16 heavens. Besides these 16 heavens there were also 17 more. These 17 heavens were deathlands or wildernesses. Because of the Great Hundred Race War from 10 billion years ago, these universes had slowly declined. Moreover, the God-lamenting walls dividing these universes were extremely firm, unlike the walls dividing the divine realm and saint universes. The walls between the divine realm and saint universes would weaken in cycles until they finally completely vanished. Thus, for all this time, these 17 heavens had never had intelligent humanoid life forces exist within them. If the human elites were to use the Azura decree to penetrate through the God-lamenting wall and go to these abandoned heavens, it would undoubtedly mean a bitter and grueling journey. Many people would die as they pioneered new lands. Even those that survived would have to face the greedy gazes of the saints, unsure whether they would live to see the next day. Many human martial artists understood this. They knew just what it meant to escape into the wild universes. Moreover, they had heavy hearts upon thinking about abandoning the common people of the divine realm. But there was nothing they could do about this. After all, the elites of humanity were the targets of the saints. If these elites were killed, then that would be the same as wiping out humanity's inheritances. As for the common folk, the truth was that they held no value for the saints. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall became much more gloomy. Lin Ming had indeed discovered a path for humanity. But this path was filled with thorns. Empyrean Divine Dream slowly stood up. I, as well as all disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, have already decided to leave the Divine Realm and develop ourselves in the wild universes. As for the rest of you, you can decide whether you wish to join me or stay in the Divine Realm. I understand that you have feelings for your homeland, and to abandon the home you've known all your life is a difficult choice. But, sometimes, you have to abandon what you know. To leave means facing unknown perils and shouldering the burden of being humanity's hopes and futures. To stay means living underneath the heel and oppression of the saints, struggling in battle. No matter what path you choose, your journey will be incredibly difficult. My only hope is that no matter when in the future, none of you will easily give up. This is because humanity truly stands on the precipice of life or death. 3.6 billion years ago, we were indeed defeated, but even then we still retained the Divine Realm. But if we are to be defeated again now, then we truly will not have any road to escape to. Empyrean Divine Dream's words were heavy and grim. All of the human Empyreans held their breath. For a time, the entire Grand Hall was silent, and even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone faintly realized this was an important meeting that concerned the future of humanity. I represent Mount Padala to say that we will leave the Divine Realm and follow Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. The first to speak was Great Limitless Buddha. The truth was that before this meeting began, he had already known of the situation. He was only making his stance clear here. I will also follow Empyrean Divine Dream. Me too. Empyrean after Empyrean opened their mouth, all of them willing to follow Empyrean Divine Dream. To abandon the Divine Realm was the only choice they could make in such a helpless situation. Good. Divine Dream took a deep breath. If that's the case, then let us not delay. We will disperse now and assemble the various great influences to prepare the evacuation. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign may be heavily wounded, but the most he will need is several years to recover. We must use this period of time to complete the evacuation mission and bring as many people as we can in the time limit. Chapter 1924, Astral Vault God King. Primeval Universe, within the infinite deeps. In the space that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was hidden in, over 20 Saint Empyreans in full battle attire had laid down a Good Fortune Grand Array. In addition, there were many world kings and holy lords. They were distributed at the edges of the Good Fortune Grand Array, supporting it. The Saint Empyreans had grim complexions. This was because the Divine Realm's red-robed Saint General had led the dregs of his defeated forces back here. The Golden Crown Empyrean had perished and the red-robed Saint General had been forced to burn his blood essence, causing his cultivation to drop. To the saints, this was an unprecedented disastrous loss. But as these defeated troops came to the primeval universe, only then did they learn that the Good Fortune Saint's son, before issuing his order, had been severely wounded by the joint efforts of Lin Ming and the ancient races and was now recovering. This left them all dumbstruck. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was an outstanding existence even amongst true divinities. Even with the ancient race Empyreans and Lin Ming added together, how could they possibly have wounded the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign? His Majesty Saint Sovereign, the red-robed Saint General, was embittered. He had originally angrily come back, wanting to report the situation to the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign so that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign would mobilize his full army to trample over the Divine Realm. But what he learned was actually something almost unbelievable. His Majesty has closed up in seclusion, no one may see him. The Empyreans responsible for protecting these grounds said. The red-robed Saint General gulped, feeling his head aching. The Saint race was at least 10 times more powerful than the primal God race, so how did that battle turn out with such a strange result? As the good fortune Saint Sovereign was in seclusion, the red-robed Saint General could only wait. He faintly guessed that this period of seclusion would not be short. It would be at least 2 to 3 years. At this time, a terrifying pressure arrived, like a galactic storm sweeping through the cosmos. Underneath this tremendous pressure, all holy lords and world kings were forced to their knees. Although the Saint Race Empyreans weren't suppressed to such a miserable degree, they still felt their hearts race with fear. Without a doubt, this sort of pressure could only belong to a true divinity. All of the Saint martial artists rapidly bowed towards the void. They felt a vast sea of astral essence swell towards them. This was proof that the one arriving was a Saint Race true divinity. At this time, the void trembled. A massive face appeared in the space 1,000,000 miles away. This face seemed to be carved from metal, solemn and mighty, possessing an astonishing character. As the Saint martial artists saw this giant face, they shivered. Astral Vault God King. In the Saint Race's 7 heavens there was more than one true divinity. Generally speaking, the true divinities of the saints were extremely mysterious. They seldom appeared, and even the common people didn't know how many true divinities were in the Saint Race or what their titles were. Astral Vault God King, one of the hidden God Kings of the Saint world. It is said that he is 100 million years older than His Majesty Saint Sovereign. Astral Vault God King, he shouldn't have come to harm the Saint Sovereign, right? Several peak Empyreans subordinate to the good fortune Saint Sovereign gulped as they thought of this. According to rumors, the good fortune Saint Sovereign was on ill terms with Astral Vault God King. It was said that they might have fought before, and it wouldn't be a surprise if there was some sort of personal grudge between them. Now that Astral Vault God King had arrived, if he really came to take revenge, then the Empyreans stationed here would only be able to stare helplessly on as he attacked the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Your Majesty Astral Vault. Several Empyreans greeted in awe. Out of my way. Astral Vault God King shouted out loud, and these Empyreans were swept away as if they were caught in a storm. They could barely steady themselves as they felt completely helpless in their fear. They were subordinates of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. It wasn't likely that Astral Vault God King had any good impressions of them. Astral Vault God King slowly flew forwards to the space distortion that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had hidden in and sneered. With a mere thought, a massive metal hand stretched out from space. This hand casually moved and easily tore open the space distortion that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had closed up in. Then, Astral Vault God King stepped inside. The many Empyreans could only watch. They were unable to do anything, nor did they dare to do anything. All they could do was fervently hope that there would be no battle. If the good fortune Saint Sovereign was truly pushed to the edge, then he would detonate Famine's body. If so, then all the Empyreans here would perish in the aftermath. Within the endless darkness, 2 shadows faced each other. One was Astral Vault God King and the other was the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Within the void, Astral Vault God King's form was incomparably massive, like a structure formed from metal. He was completely without hair, not even eyelashes. His skull resembled polished crystal, translucent enough that one could faintly see his brain within. His appearance was extremely unique. Good fortune. Astral Vault God King's voice was as cold as metal as it filled the space distortion. How did you end up like this? Weren't you always a skilled one? You called me and Soaring Feather here, is it to beg for help? Astral Vault God King's voice had a mocking tone to it. The reason he came here was unexpectedly at the request of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. The good fortune Saint Sovereign looked at Astral Vault God King, no expression on his face. He only icily said, "And Soaring Feather?" Astral Vault God King raised his right hand and twiddled a feather between his fingers. He lazily said, "She didn't feel the need to come and see you herself, but if we speak she will naturally be able to hear us." Is that so? I see. Soaring Feather didn't accept his invitation, but the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't care. In the 7 heavens of the Saint Race, the truth was that there were 3 true divinities. Soaring Feather God King was the only woman amongst them, and her whereabouts were always a mystery. She had gone into seclusion long ago, and many peak Empyreans didn't even know that there was such a true divinity amongst the saints. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign looked at Astral Vault God King and unhurriedly said, "The reason I called you here today is because I want you, as well as Soaring Feather, to lead the armies to trample over the divine realm and exterminate humanity." Although the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was injured, his voice was filled with energy that shook the void. Astral Vault God King's eyes widened for a moment. Then, he began laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. Did I hear wrongly? You want me and Soaring Feather to exterminate humanity? Why? You don't need to mention something as mundane as the interests of our race to trick me. Although there are advantages to the saints in exterminating humanity, it's nothing at all to me. Did you think I wouldn't know that the reason you want to exterminate humanity is to accomplish your own goals? Why would Soaring Feather and I deign to help you?" Astral Vault God King aggressively said. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign fell silent. Then, he stretched out his hands. Above his palm, a black bead traced with red lines slowly revolved. This was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Seeing the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, Astral Vault God King's eyes began to shine. This spirit bead was inestimably valuable to a body transformation system martial artist. If you and Soaring Feather assist me, then I will lend you this bead for 1,000,000 years. But I have a requirement: when you destroy humanity, you must make sure you kill Lin Ming. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's voice was filled with killing intent. The reason he had hurriedly summoned the other two true divinities of the saint race here to have them attack the divine realm was because he had a deep foreboding feeling in his heart. He felt that Lin Ming had brought something important back to humanity. If he couldn't eliminate humanity here, then the troubles would never end. Once the wildfires burnt down the fields, the new grass would grow once more. In particular, Lin Ming. His continued existence filled the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign with unease. He was an unknown factor. At the mere peak Holy Lord realm, he was able to have such a great impact on the war of the saints against the human race and ancient races. If he was allowed to grow up, then he would certainly become a scourge upon the saints. Before this, he had taken Lin Ming lightly because of his cultivation. Now he was willing to do anything within his power to kill him. Grand Mist Spirit Bead. As the Astral Vault God King looked at this red and black bead, his eyes revealed a deep greed. "What about it? Do you want to take it forever?" The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign coldly sneered, but didn't take away the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. He only glared at Astral Vault God King, saying, "You want to work together with Soaring Feather to take my life while I am injured and steal away the Grand Mist Spirit Bead?" The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign laid bare the thoughts within Astral Vault God King's heart. Astral Vault God King only lightly smiled, not responding. "You can give it a try. But I have ways to make you regret it." As the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign spoke, the massive body of Famine began to wriggle underneath him, causing innumerable fountains of blood to gush out. Astral Vault God King's pupils narrowed. He looked at the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, suspicion growing in his heart. He didn't know what hidden cards the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had, but he was certain that there must be some secret on him. He even suspected that this concerned the Abyssals. In any case, even if he joined together with Soaring Feather to attack the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, he didn't have full confidence that they would win. This was a purely instinctual feeling. To reach the cultivation of the true divinity realm, that meant one's destiny had accumulated to the peak. Like this, a martial artist would be able to develop vague premonitions in their hearts. Although it wasn't accurate every time, it was extremely valuable for reference. 4 months later, Mount Padala. This was the most glorious and oldest Empyrean Holy Land in the current history of humanity. Within Mount Padala, one could deeply feel the inside story of this land. The houses, the winding corridors, the paintings, and even the tiles, everything was deeply marked by history. 3.6 billion years ago, the true divinity leader of humanity, Divine Seal, had died. Most Empyreans had died in the battle, and their Empyrean influences were destroyed with them, forever fading away into the sands of time. However, Mount Potala had remained fully intact. Within their library pavilions, they collected numerous ancient texts on martial arts. All of this played a vital role in the continued development of humanity's martial arts civilization. At this time, when humanity teetered on the edge of extinction, the many rulers and elites of humanity gathered once more at Mount Potala to face the upcoming storm. Within Mount Potala, in a secret chamber of a Buddhist temple. This chamber was extremely peaceful. Wafts of incense smoke curled through the air. The walls were decorated with sculptures of towering golden arhats. Between these arhats, 8 thick columns supported the ceiling. Each column was carved with a golden dragon that emitted a magnificent atmosphere. These were the infamous 8 celestial dragon columns of Mount Potala. This chamber was one of Mount Potala's treasures, where eminent monks would come to calmly meditate. Now, Lin Ming was sitting on a cushion within this chamber. In front of him was an old man in plain and humble clothing. This old man's face was withered and his eye sockets were deeply inset. His skin was dark and gray, and there was only a light smattering of hair atop his head. His hair was not silver or white, but dry and yellow, like dying grass. As he sat in front of Lin Ming, his entire body brimmed with a faint death energy, as if he were already dead. Lin Ming. I've taught you everything I can. This is the entirety of my life's secret techniques. I hope that it will be useful to you. The old man slowly spoke. This old man was Dragon Fong's honorable master, 3 Lives Old Man. Out of all the Empyreans of humanity, 3 Lives Old Man was unique and unconventional. Although he hadn't been able to break into true divinity, he had still managed to use all sorts of arcane techniques to live for 300 million years. He had experienced an incredible span of time and could be called a living history book of the human race. When Lin Ming returned to the Divine Realm, Divine Dream had convened all peak young elites of the Divine Realm, including June Blue Moon, Hang Chi, Dragon Fong, and Xiao Moxian, and began their training. In this training, they were allowed to freely choose from all the secret techniques of human Empyreans, without any hidden at all. Whatever they wanted to learn, they could learn. In particular, Lin Ming was looked after and taken as a priority by all the Empyreans. A revered Empyrean didn't hesitate to consume his own cultivation to help Lin Ming straighten his meridians and eliminate the small problems that had accumulated from Lin Ming developing his foundation so quickly. But as for the Empyrean technique that Lin Ming finally chose, it was 3 Lives Pupils. This was also the only secret technique he chose. The other transcendent divine mites were indeed fierce, but to Lin Ming, who studied the Azura Heavenly Tao, they weren't too valuable. Only the 3 Lives Pupils would be useful to him. It was an auxiliary technique that could be used to directly increase Lin Ming's combat prowess. Lin Ming would be able to fuse it with his own Davic Eye so that they mutually complemented each other. It was as if this secret technique was tailor-made for Lin Ming all along. On the thick cushion, 3 Lives Old Man's eyes were still closed. You have opened the Davic Eye Dao Palace, and that has made you even more suitable to inherit my secret technique than Dragon Fong. I have barely been managing to maintain a sad existence for 300 million years, and for me to have a direct descendant in Dragon Fong and a half-descendant in you, I am glad I can see my own inheritances carried forwards in such a wondrous manner. When I die, I can do so in peace. As 3 Lives Old Man spoke, Lin Ming deeply bowed. He solemnly said, I thank Senior for the kindness of your guidance. 3 Lives Old Man shook his head. He quietly said, I should be the one thanking you, and perhaps all of humanity should thank you. With Lin Ming's return, not only did he bring back the method to salvation for the human race, but he even brought back a jade slip copy of the Holy Scripture's golden pages. These golden page duplicates came from Shang Mei. As a beyond divinity level cultivation method, even a duplicate was able to provide a tremendous inspiration to human Empyreans. This was especially true for Divine Dream, who cultivated energy and divine. The profound comprehensions of the soul contained within the golden pages were perfectly suited to her. So for these past days, Empyrean Divine Dream had gone into seclusion as she studied the golden pages thoroughly. In these short several months, she had obtained incalculable inspirations. This was all in order to establish as solid a foundation as she could so she could step into the realm of true divinity as soon as possible. Gradually, the early steps in the evacuation work for humanity had been completed. The evacuation from the divine realm was occurring a step at a time. Those that could leave were the elites of humanity. "Brother Lin, take this cup of wine." A young man handed him a cup of wine. There was a little bit of emotion on his face as well as a little bit of disappointment in himself. This person was White King, a direct disciple of the vast universe Holy Lands. He didn't have some life and death friendship with Lin Ming, they were only acquaintances that had met at the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting and could be considered ordinary friends. But due to the invasion of the Saints, and in a situation where humanity could perish at any moment, even two strangers of the same race could be like brothers. When parting approaching, the heart was always stirred. Lin Ming drank the wine. "Brother Lin, you aren't going?" Lin Ming shook his head, "I'm not in a hurry." Lin Ming traced his spatial ring. This spatial ring contained the third Emperor Jade of Fate. He wanted to go to the Azura Road and enter the 7th level of the final trial so he could obtain the highest completion percentage possible. Using this, he wanted to struggle for an opportunity to turn the tides of war against the Saints. But currently, the final trial had yet to open. White King walked away, leaving with the other elites of vast universe Heavenly Palace. Elites from other Empyrean influences joined them. What awaited them was a journey into an unknown and wild universe. This would be an adventure filled with hardship and slaughter. Lin Ming knew that White King was only part of the first group of people to leave. There would be a second group, third group, fourth group. This would continue until all the elites had left, until all the Empyrean heavenly palaces became deserted lands. Partings occurred everywhere. Masters sent off their disciples, sect masters sent off their disciples. Some people drank and bid farewell. Some hugged as tightly as they could. For those who were left behind, those that were leaving were family members, friends, comrades in arms. For those that were leaving, they would leave the universe they grew up in, their most beloved homeland, the land of their ancestors, their bloodline, the happiness and laughter, their pain and sorrow. Lin Ming deeply sighed. He turned and left, no longer participating in these sad partings. He had too many matters to attend to. Every breath of time, every hour, was extremely precious to him. Time passed a day at a time. With every period of time, another group of people left. Lin Ming had no idea how many people had departed, but at this time, the situation suddenly changed. A panic-stricken World King rushed into Mount Padala. He brought with him terrible news: the Saints had begun their full invasion of the Divine Realm. Many people were stunned. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had clearly been grievously wounded by Lin Ming and the ancient races, so how could he have recovered so quickly? And if the good fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't leading the troops, then if the Saint armies were to invade the Divine Realm, they were bound to suffer serious casualties. How is this possible? Empyrean Vast Universe was completely shocked. Deep in his heart he didn't want to believe such terrifying news. He hoped there had been some sort of mistake. But following that, the bloodied and almost disabled World King was escorted away and another piece of news was brought in. That was, the human Empyreans guarding the great worlds closest to the Saints had all died in battle. The Saints had truly begun their invasion. Moreover, the scale of this invasion was even greater than the invasion of the primeval universe. After all, the Divine Realm battlefield was far broader and every army could be utilized to their limits. At this time, humanity also learned that there was a true divinity leading the invasion of the Saints. His name was Astral Vault God King. Nobody had heard this name before, but just his status as a true divinity was enough to cause all Empyreans present to feel a heavy pressure. A great saint army led by a true divinity, this was simply impossible to contend with. So it is another true divinity of the saints that is leading their armies. The good fortune saint sovereign is really recovering from his wounds, Empyrean divine dream sighed as she obtained the news. Even though Astral Vault God King was weaker than the good fortune saint sovereign, he still wasn't something they could deal with. Astral Vault God King had assembled the armies of the saint race and then took over military control for the good fortune saint sovereign. All of this had been done in a mere several months, but at this time, only half of humanity's elites had been evacuated. Summon an emergency meeting. This meeting was convened hastily, but all human Empyreans, including some human elites that had yet to evacuate, rapidly arrived. Humanity now ushered in the greatest crisis they had faced in history. Chapter 1926, Feather. From the moment the meeting was convened, the atmosphere was somber and dignified. In the divine realm there were still many human elites who had yet to be gathered. If the Empyreans were to collectively evacuate the divine realm at this time, then those elites remaining as well as their descendants would be slaughtered. We must speed up the evacuation, an Empyrean suggested. In truth, the so-called speeding up of the evacuation was simply raising the threshold. They would only bring the most outstanding inheritances and geniuses. Ordinary geniuses would be left behind to fight for themselves. That doesn't make sense. There are some peak talents in the innermost depths of the divine realm, even in some medium and small worlds. They are too far away for us to reach. Even if we raised the threshold, they still wouldn't be able to catch up in time. Another Empyrean argued. Concerning the invasion of the saints, everyone had their own opinions. But during this time, Divine Dream remained silent. A considerable number of people looked towards Divine Dream, waiting for her to express her intentions. By this time Divine Dream had long become the true and unanimous leader of humanity. It could be said that every decision she made concerned the future of the human race. At this time, Divine Dream's expression was earnest, but her breathing wasn't uneven at all. She was as composed and tranquil as a placid lake. She opened her mouth. Her voice was slow and unhurried, but each syllable she spoke was filled with a potent power. We will meet them head-on. What? Empyrean Divine Dream's words shocked all the Empyreans and young elites present. Meet the saints head-on? The saints had a true divinity powerhouse leading their armies to war. Wasn't fighting them the same as fighting a hopeless battle? How can we possibly do that? A red-robed Empyrean stood up to oppose. I didn't say that we must win. The divine realm is the homeland of humanity and we are the protectors of the human race as well as gods to countless trillions of quadrillions of lives. Just because the saints have invaded doesn't mean we can abandon all our subjects like this. Even if it is for the future of humanity, I cannot accept such an excuse. There must be some people staying behind in order to stand responsible for humanity. Moreover, we have to fight because we must delay for more time to evacuate. Half of the elites still haven't evacuated and we will not discard them. As Divine Dream spoke to her, she stood up. I will remain and meet the saints myself. Among you all, those who voluntarily choose to stay behind may do so. The others will leave the divine realm and go to the wild universe. As Divine Dream spoke, many people were panic-stricken. Divine Dream wanted to stay in the divine realm? No. Absolutely not. This was because to the current human race, Divine Dream's role was even more important than Lin Ming's. Whether it was fighting their way into the wilds of the 33 heavens or returning to the divine realm in the future, none of this could be done without Divine Dream. At this time, 3 Lives Old Man stood up and slowly shook his head. Divine Dream. It's enough that I stay behind. I do not have much time remaining and for me to go to the wild universe is just a waste. I have already decided to stay in the divine realm and leave behind a lasting memory for the saints. Although 3 Lives Old Man seemed on the verge of death, he was still in existence that had lived for 300 million years. No one dared to underestimate him, nor did anyone know what cards he had hidden up his sleeves. In particular, during the war against the Saints, 3 Lives Old Man had long since decided to martyr himself. A desperate and reckless peak Empyrean was a force that even a true divinity couldn't ignore. After 3 Lives Old Man spoke, another Empyrean stood up. Although my human race has declined, our pride hasn't. Even if we are to be defeated, we will be defeated with dignity. I will also stay behind. I will also remain. Another old Empyrean stood up. Without exception, all of these Empyreans were in the waning years of their lives. Their cultivations had already started to drop. The future of humanity belonged to the young. Going to the wild universe was the same as beginning from zero. These old Empyreans didn't have that much time to wait. One after another, elderly Empyreans stood up and decided to stay behind. Even old Empyreans of the ancient races planned to stay in the divine realm. Only Empyreans in their prime like Daiwahan and Tobague would go to the wild universe and help develop the land there. These Empyreans were the hope of the ancient races. At the same time, these old Empyreans also wanted to stop Empyrean Divine Dream. No matter what, she couldn't be allowed to stay in the divine realm to die. That would be far too great a loss. Humanity still needed her leadership. Divine Dream shook her head. I am staying behind, but not to die. I am confident that I can survive and eventually leave. And the other Empyreans that stay behind don't necessarily need to sacrifice themselves. Divine Dream's words left the other Empyreans shocked. She was planning on leading the human Empyreans to resist a true divinity, yet she still had the means to withdraw? If it is the good fortune Saint Sovereign, then my chances are much slimmer. But the other true divinities aren't necessarily invincible. Don't forget, we have the Ark of Hope. Divine Dream added. With the Ark of Hope, escape was indeed a possibility. At this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Just as he was about to speak, Divine Dream looked straight towards him and directly shot down whatever plan he was going to propose. Do not even mention it, you must leave. Moreover, you must leave now. Lin Ming originally wanted to say that the Ark of Hope could display the strongest might in his hands, but Divine Dream was firm in her decision. Lin Ming, as long as you live, then you will be the greatest threat to the saints. In this battle to delay for time, you are not needed. Rather, your appearance will cause the saints to try and kill you no matter what price they have to pay, causing the exact opposite of the effect that we want. Divine Dream's words were approved by the many Empyreans present. Lin Ming had to leave. Staying was not worth the cost. Lin Ming agreed. After Divine Dream made her decision, the meeting ended. The Ark of Hope remained at Mount Padala. Lin Ming and other young elites were led to the back mountains of Mount Padala by some younger Empyreans. Here, there was a crowd of spirit ships, spirit boats, and divine palaces. There were even soaring spirit birds and other mounts. After a short period of time, Lin Ming and the others would board a spirit ship and travel to the wild universe. Many people hugged and gave their farewells. Hey boy, the human race is going to depend on you. When you go to the wild universe, make sure you slaughter your way until you shake up the world. Vast Universe lightly punched Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming was a young elite who had emerged from the first martial meeting that was managed by Vast Universe and Divine Dream. He could be called a part of their lineage. Lin Ming had all sorts of feelings running through his mind. He didn't speak, only nodding and deeply bowing to Empyrean Vast Universe. Empyrean Vast Universe didn't leave, he chose to remain with Divine Dream. He was Divine Dream's old comrade in arms as well as an old friend. He was also in his prime, but he steadfastly chose to remain because he believed in Divine Dream and because he also believed in himself. He didn't intend to die in battle, but he did want to fight for a little bit more time for humanity. Only like this could he give an answer to the countless human lives of the divine realm. This parting could be called a parting of life and death. Lin Ming took a deep breath and stepped onto the spirit ship, not turning back to look. But as Lin Ming stepped onto the spirit ship, there was something that occurred which no one noticed. A spirit bird flying in the skies came to a halt above the spirit ship. It spun around, and then a single feather fell off this bird, slowly fluttering downwards. This feather was common and indistinguishable from an ordinary feather. But as it fell atop the spirit ship, it slowly stuck to the surface and then melted into the hull, vanishing from sight. Chapter 1927, Parting. The Infinite Universe, the Vast and Boundless Space. A massive spirit ship quietly sped through the starry space. This spirit ship was named Epoch. The name signified humanity's wish to usher in a new epoch, one where their people would rise to glory once more. During this trip, Epoch would have to pass through over a dozen great worlds of the divine realm before finally arriving at a small world called the Bluesnow realm. This small world was hidden within a chaotic ocean of stars. Without accurate coordinates and a guide, it was basically impossible to find this land. The end of the Bluesnow realm pushed up against the God-lamenting wall. And behind this God-lamenting wall was another universe of the 33 heavens, a wild universe. Because the God-lamenting wall separating the wild universes had never weakened, this universe hadn't had an intelligent humanoid life form step foot in it for a long time. Several months ago, 20 human Empyreans were sent to the Bluesnow realm in order to join together and form a connection through the God-lamenting wall using the Azura decree and then maintain it. Following that, the elites of humanity passed through this connection and entered the wild universe. They quickly sped towards the nearest lands, establishing their own bases to develop the area. Epoch was an Empyrean-level spirit treasure spirit ship. It was naturally far slower than the Ark of Hope, and from start to finish, it would require 2 months to reach its destination. And during this long travel, many matters occurred. For instance, the Great War between the remaining Empyreans and the Saints. In a grand hall within Epoch, many young elites had gathered. Dragon Fawn, Hang Chi, Xiao Moxian, June Blue Moon, Lin Ming, and even the celestial Smokeless. These young elites had reunited once again. Back during the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, these young elites had been 20 to 40 years of age. They were high-spirited back then, looking to climb to the highest mountaintops. They showed their abilities above the arena stage. They attracted the attention of the cosmos and became renowned to trillions of quadrillions of people. That was an incomparably magnificent time. And after 100 years of life, they reunited once more. Although they each made considerable progress in their strengths, they actually gathered under such circumstances. Facing the great calamity of the divine realm, they had been forced to flee from their homeland and become fugitives. At this time, Xiao Moxian was looking out a porthole, gazing upon the endless starry skies. She rubbed her belly. It was unknown just what she was thinking. To abandon her homeland and go to an unknown world, it was inevitable that she would feel a deep melancholy in her heart. But what she could rejoice in was that Lin Ming would always be there at her side to accompany her. She silently looked at Lin Ming as he meditated in the grand hall. Xiao Moxian pursed her lips. In this great calamity, Lin Ming had become nearly her everything. I wonder how the seniors of my people in Empyrean Divine Dream are doing right now. Smokeless whispered, finding it hard to calm her heart. Beside her, Hang Chi was praying sutras and twisting the Buddha beads in his hands, deep in meditation. Dragon Fawn embraced his black sword. He had a pot of wine in his hand and was quietly drinking from it. At some time, Dragon Fawn filled a cup of wine. Then he silently raised it up in the air and slowly sprinkled it to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Ming sighed. He knew that Dragon Fawn was giving his farewells to his master. In this bitter battle between the humans and saints, Divine Dream, Vast Universe, and some others might be able to return safely. But the older Empyreans had already entered the fray with the determination to die. Lin Ming stood up and walked over to Dragon Fawn. He joined him in drinking a cup of wine. But at this time, his mind shivered and he nearly fell over. Big Brother Lin. What's happening? Xiao Moxian had been looking at Lin Ming, and his sudden reaction had left her startled. With his cultivation, it was impossible that he would nearly tumble over for no reason at all. Lin Ming! The others stood up, all of them looking at Lin Ming with concern. Now was an extremely tense time. Even if they were fleeing to a relatively safe universe, all of them were on guard for any abnormalities. Lin Ming's sudden change left them wary. "I'm fine," Lin Ming waved his hand, his complexion somewhat ill. Just now, he had clearly felt an indescribable divine sense sweep through this hall, nearly causing his mind to fall to illusion. During this time his mind had completely blanked out, and he felt as if a feather had fallen into his spiritual sea, slowly immersing within it. This feather was simple like an ordinary feather, but this ordinariness was what scared Lin Ming. This was the wisp of someone's divine sense mark. He had been locked onto by someone. And what stunned Lin Ming the most was that no one else had detected it. If he was the only one who had sensed it, then that meant this divine sense was most likely aimed at a single person. This thought left Lin Ming's palms cold with sweat. Not to mention the terrifying intensity of that divine sense, there was also the fact that this other party's divine sense had quietly penetrated through the protective wards of Epic without alarming the many peak Empyreans on board. This was not something an Empyrean could accomplish. This other party. True divinity. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he had fallen into a sea of ice. He had been locked onto by a true divinity. This was incomparably horrifying information. Without the peak masters of the divine realm like Divine Dream present, there was no one on this entire spirit ship capable of contending with a true divinity. Moreover, even the Ark of Hope wasn't here. They didn't even have the Azura decrees that could wound a true divinity. In this situation, to be locked onto by a true divinity was the same as being sentenced to death. Is it intentionally targeting me, or was it an unconscious probing? Lin Ming's limbs were icy cold. He didn't believe that there was a true divinity randomly passing by, just happening to use their divine sense to investigate this spirit ship. With a 99% certainty, this other party had come for him. Big Brother Lin, just what is going on? Xiao Moxian anxiously looked at Lin Ming, worry filling her face. Benefactor Lin, what happened just now? At this time there is no need to hide anything from us. We must all be on the same boat. All these difficulties can be solved together. If we cannot solve them, then there are also the Empyreans here that can help. Hang Qi slowly said. Lin Ming bitterly sighed in his heart. This was something that not even an Empyrean could fix. I'm fine. I just felt an intense foreboding premonition, as if something unfortunate is going to occur. Lin Ming eventually didn't speak the truth. This was because he wasn't absolutely sure, and also because there was no meaning in saying it anyways. Instead, it would cause Xiao Moxian and the others to panic for no good reason. At this moment, no one here could stop a true divinity. It would be the same as telling everyone that he was going to die. Moreover, the worst thing was that once this true divinity overtook Epic, everyone in this spirit ship would be buried along with him. Lin Ming's words left everyone half doubting and half believing him. Indeed, once a martial artist's destiny accumulated to a certain level, they could indeed have strange premonitions which could allow them to avoid disasters. Lin Ming's unlucky premonition just now, could there have been some problem at the front lines? Did Empyrean Divine Dream encounter an accident? Gloomy clouds formed over everyone's hearts. Divine Dream was the spiritual pillar of humanity. If she perished, not to mention the loss in strength it would mean for the human race, but the morale of the people would fall through the ground. Finally, the group quieted down. During this time Lin Ming gripped his fists, his heart and mind on pins and needles, filled with unease. That terrifying sense was like the summons of a death god. Would it come again? Lin Ming thought. And indeed, after a quarter hour, that terrifying sense covered Lin Ming. This time, the sense was extremely light, like a feather gently crossing over Lin Ming's mind. But the resulting pressure nearly caused his spiritual sea to fall into chaos. Moreover, this sense brought with it a faint and clear, killing intent. As delicate as a feather, a killing intent that left one drowning in desperation. A true divinity had truly locked onto him. This feather was the mark of a true divinity. Back in the Soul World's Akashic Dream Universe, the great Brahmic God King had used a similar method to mark Lin Ming. This was a transcendent secret technique. When a person left behind blood, skin, hair, or even items they used before, these things would be marked with their vital characteristics. Then, by paying a sufficient price and using a certain amount of soul force, one could search the vast cosmos for these vital characteristics and mark the position of the person. In the past, the great Brahmic God King hadn't searched too large an area. It was normal for Lin Ming to be found by him. But this time, the other party was able to search the entire divine realm with its 3,000 great worlds and countless other smaller worlds to find and lock onto Lin Ming all the same. Such supernatural powers left Lin Ming drowning in despair. Heavens, do you really wish for my end? I have resolved myself to climb to the peak of martial arts, yet I must perish here? Lin Ming mirthlessly smiled. The saints really thought highly of him. If he wasn't wrong, then the saints had especially sent a true divinity to hunt him down and kill him. Currently he didn't even have the strength to fight an Empyrean, but now the enemy had sent a true divinity to kill him. They had truly laid down the capital. They wanted to take advantage of the time before he had grown to erase him from existence, forever severing any future troubles. Lin Ming stood up in an absent-minded daze. From when he had stepped upon his road of martial arts until now, he had faced death numerous times. But, never before had he felt despair like today. Lin Ming, you. Smokeless, Hang Chi, June Blue Moon, and the others all looked at Lin Ming. They felt that something was wrong. What is going on? What are you trying to hide? Nothing. Lin Ming suddenly smiled, his smile somewhat sad. I'm sorry, I don't think I can go to the wild universe with you all and open up a new world. What? Lin Ming's few words left everyone shocked. In particular, Xiao Moxian felt her heart shrink. Why? Tears began to appear at the corners of Xiao Moxian's eyes. She bit her lips and stared at Lin Ming, her voice shaking. Lin Ming looked at Xiao Moxian, his heart mourning. He couldn't remain on this spirit ship because it would only mean everyone here dying in vain. Even humanity's gathering point would be exposed. He wanted to say that he had been locked onto by a true divinity, but as he saw Xiao Moxian's teary eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say the words. He didn't want his last image of Xiao Moxian before he left to be that of her dying inside. Moreover, he knew that if he said such words, if Xiao Moxian knew he would die without a doubt, she would not let him leave alone. She would die with him. Finally, Lin Ming said, "There are some matters I must attend to. I will be leaving first." Hearing Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian's response was to quickly rush over and throw herself into his arms. She tightly grasped him as if letting go would mean losing him forever. Take me with you. Xiao Moxian had already made up her mind to never let go. She had a faint premonition in her mind that after this parting, she would not see Lin Ming again. Lin Ming could feel Xiao Moxian gently trembling in his arms and her vulnerable heart. He didn't know just what taste was in his heart, but eventually he pushed her away. His expression was resolute as he said, "Stop this nonsense. Not only will you not be able to help me, but you will only drag me down. If so, then I will die for sure." Lin Ming's heartless words and his heartless expression left Xiao Moxian stunned. The other young elites were also helpless to do anything, but they knew something had happened with Lin Ming. It was just that he wasn't willing to tell them. If you go like this, the Empyreans on board will not agree. June Blue Moon frowned. Although he didn't know what was happening, he could faintly feel that the reason Lin Ming left was for the lives of everyone on board. At these times, none of us fear death. What happened? Dragon Fong stated in a manner more direct than the others. He pulled out his sword. I will explain myself to the guiding Empyreans. If I leave, there is still a chance to live. If I stay, I will die. Lin Ming turned around after he spoke. To leave the spirit ship, he needed to inform the Empyreans in the main control room so that they could open the doors. At this time, Xiao Moxian held on to Lin Ming once more. Big Brother Lin, Xiao Moxian seemed to exhaust all of her strength as she grabbed Lin Ming's hand. Her tone was nearly that of begging. Do you remember the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast where the good fortune Saint Sun came to propose marriage to me, but you defeated him and married me instead? The you of the Longevity Feast was strong, aggressive, unstoppable. Numerous rulers of the universe were suppressed by you. And that was also the happiest day of my life. I have given up my race, abandoned my grandfather, and chosen to follow you to the wild universe. Even so, I have never regretted my decisions, not once, because no matter what I still have you, but, do you want me to lose even you? Xiao Moxian's words were like a knife that thrust into Lin Ming's heart. Lin Ming's body shook. His heart hurt so much he couldn't even take a breath. He turned to Xiao Moxian to see her crying. Finally, he held on to her. He leaned down to her ears and said in a gentle voice, "Look after our child. It is the continuation of my life." Lin Ming no longer tarried. He stepped away, leaving behind the mourning and shaking Xiao Moxian. She helplessly collapsed against a wall, staring at Lin Ming's back as he vanished into the corridors of the ship. The hatch leading out of Epic opened. A frail figure silently departed from the spirit ship, heading deep into space. Lin Ming didn't conceal anything from the Empyreans leading the ship and explained everything he could. Although everyone was willing to join Lin Ming in blood-filled battle, senselessly sacrificing everyone was meaningless. Moreover, those on board Epic were the future hopes of humanity. Like this, Lin Ming left. In the infinite cosmos, Lin Ming's form appeared more and more lonely. Life really is small. Lin Ming looked at the endless space around him. This world would exist for dozens of billions of years or even trillions of years. Compared to the universe, his life was only a short moment. Even all those once peerless rulers of history had disappeared by now, turned to dust. Years from now, would he also be nothing but a grain of dust? Chapter 1928, Soaring Feather God King. In the boundless starry space, Lin Ming took out Primordius' heavenly palace from his inner world. This was an Empyrean spirit treasure left behind by Empyrean Primordius that had saved his life several times before. And at this moment, when Lin Ming distracted a saint true divinity by himself, all he had accompanying him was Primordius' palace. Lin Ming only had a peak Holy Lord cultivation, but he was actually being chased down by a true divinity. This was the same as being sentenced to death. But Lin Ming hadn't given up the fight just yet. In truth, he had already come up with an escape plan, but the caveat was that the chances of success were so low it was depressing. Lin Ming didn't immediately start his plan. Rather, he controlled Primordius' heavenly palace and began a great void shift. He wanted to go as far away from Epic as possible to avoid drawing them into his disaster. The lives on board that spirit ship were all extremely important to Lin Ming. Not only were they the hopes of humanity, but they were also his friends, his wife, his child. He couldn't allow anything to happen to Epic. He flew deep into the starry space. And at this time, his heart suddenly shook and his complexion changed. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. It was a woman's voice, one that was faint and cold. It seems you left your companions?" This mysterious woman slowly spoke. Lin Ming was startled and he reflexively grit his teeth. He didn't reply. He knew that the one speaking was the true divinity who was hunting him down. This other party was a woman. Lin Ming began to panic. His current position was at most several billion miles away from Epic. If this Grim Reaper woman chose to kill him and then chase after Epic, she could definitely overtake them. The consequences would be inconceivable. "It seems you are worried?" The woman's tone held a hint of curiosity. Are you worried about the lives of your companions? I'm quite surprised. Your own life is in a precarious state and yet you still have the mind to worry about others. You left the spirit ship on your own initiative. Is it because you want to sacrifice yourself to guarantee that your companions will live on? It is difficult for me to understand why you made this decision, but I still admire your courage in making such a choice at this time. In order to show my respect, I will tell you my name. I am called Soaring Feather. Soaring Feather. Soaring Feather God King? Lin Ming had never heard of this name before. There was only a small number of true divinities in the 33 heavens, but few people could state the exact number of them. Most true divinities were in a semi-reclusive state and were all-powerful and mystical existences. You can rest assured that I have no interest in killing the others. The reason I am here today is because I was entrusted with this task by someone else, and that task was only to kill you. Once you die, I will naturally leave. The woman's voice echoed in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Someone entrusted you with this task? Yes. I owe a favor. I just never thought that they would want me to repay it by hunting down and killing a holy lord. Really, this is just unbelievable. I see, Lin Ming sighed. Not every saint true divinity wanted to crush humanity into the ground. At the very least, Epic wouldn't be destroyed. However, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had actually commanded the assistance of two true divinities, one to lead the armies into the divine realm and the other to kill him. To have the good fortune Saint Sovereign consider him such a serious threat, Lin Ming was left speechless. A peak holy lord being hunted down by a true divinity was simply the most ludicrous joke in the world. Lin Ming slowed down and finally came to a stop. Lin Ming flew out from Primordius' heavenly palace and put it away. Then, he took out a token from his spatial ring. This token was extremely ancient and numerous strange lines and runes were carved into its surface. Azura command? This mysterious woman was already near enough to Lin Ming that she could see his every action and movement. Moreover, she also knew of the tokens that the Azura Roadmaster had left behind in the past. Lin Ming's plan was to flee into the Azura Road. Then, he would enter Tragic Death Valley. It was still a long time until the final trial started once more. If Lin Ming wanted to evade this mysterious woman, then there was only a single route open to him: to fly into Tragic Death Valley. Tragic Death Valley was a death zone. Even if a peak Empyrean entered, they would still be trapped inside. But could a true divinity also be trapped? Lin Ming didn't know if Tragic Death Valley could hold a true divinity. After all, 10 billion years had passed and the force field must have weakened. The most glaring example was the Azura decrees that the Azura Road Master left behind. Those treasures hadn't been able to kill the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Moreover, even if Tragic Death Valley could trap this true divinity, it was unknown whether she knew of the situation of Tragic Death Valley. If she were to choose to follow him inside, then it wouldn't matter if he could emerge later, because he would simply be killed by her within the valley itself. Drawing back, even if Soaring Feather didn't chase after him, Lin Ming would become a turtle in a jar after entering Tragic Death Valley. 1 year outside was equivalent to 10 years within. If Tragic Death Valley was blocked off by Soaring Feather, when would Lin Ming be forced to stay within until? In closed-door seclusion in the dark, it would be impossible to cultivate to the realm of a true divinity. Once the good fortune Saint Sovereign's wounds were healed and he slaughtered his way into the Azura Road, would Lin Ming, who would still be stranded in Tragic Death Valley, still have any way to live? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Moreover, it was possible that Lin Ming would be overtaken by Soaring Feather before he entered Tragic Death Valley. Thinking of this, Lin Ming bitterly realized just how slim his hopes of escape were. Soaring Feather God King's voice echoed in Lin Ming's spiritual sea once more. You took out the Azura command. Do you plan on entering the Azura Road? That only means you will die that much faster. The Azura Road was not some forbidden land. As long as there was an Azura command to serve as an entrance, anyone could enter. And for a true divinity that could make a connection through the god-lamenting wall, wanting to enter the Azura Road was far easier. If Lin Ming wished to flee into the Azura Road, then Soaring Feather God King would chase after him. Although the Azura Road was a vast world, it was far smaller than the Divine Realm. Once Soaring Feather God King and Lin Ming entered together, the distance between them would be shortened. Lin Ming couldn't be sure where in the Azura Road he would be transmitted, or how far he would be from Tragic Death Valley. He would have to determine just where he was to know where Tragic Death Valley was. However, things were different for Soaring Feather God King. She had left a true divinity mark on Lin Ming so she could chase straight towards him. Before Lin Ming had figured everything out, Soaring Feather God King might have already reached him. If so, then it was possible Lin Ming didn't even have a chance to escape. However, no matter how uncertain things were, this was the only choice Lin Ming could make. Otherwise, he could only choose to die. With the Azura command in his hands, Lin Ming began to pour his energy into it. However, something was strange. According to Lin Ming's previous experience, he only needed an incense stick of time to enter the Azura Road. But now, a quarter hour had passed, and even though he had poured in a tremendous amount of energy, there was no response in the Azura command. Lin Ming frowned. He wildly poured in more energy, but the Azura command only faintly shimmered, not opening any spatial channel at all. What is happening? Lin Ming muttered, nervous. Was there a problem with the Azura command, or was there a limit to the number of uses? Would the heavens not even grant him this slim chance of survival? Transmit me, transmit me. Lin Ming poured in all of his energy, just like the time he operated the Azura Primal God Cannon. His body, energy, soul, every bit of his strength roared into the Azura command. He grit his teeth as his body was bathed in a brilliant divine light. Just as despair grew in his heart, at this time, the Azura command shook and the void behind Lin Ming began to crack open. Like a pair of large hands constantly pulling apart space fragments collapsed and scattered, revealing a pitch-black space channel. It was unknown just where this space channel went. Terrifying winds from space and time storms blew out from within. Lin Ming didn't doubt that even a planet would be blown to pieces if it were placed within. Lin Ming was immediately suspicious. Had there been some sort of mutation with the Azura command? However, now was not the time to hesitate. No matter what dangers were in the space channel, it wouldn't be worse than falling into the hands of that woman. Lin Ming flew into the space channel. However, just as he approached it, a massive gravitational force like a black hole directly drew him in. For a time, the world turned upside down. Lin Ming felt as if his entire body would be torn apart. Agonizing pain radiated throughout his whole body. This level of pain nearly caused him to faint. He grit his teeth, using his powerful willpower to keep himself awake. He knew that to faint here would mean everything was over. Chapter 1929a, A Beautiful Trap. Within the void, a terrifying storm brewed. Lin Ming felt countless sharp knives cut into his body as a web of pain radiated throughout him. At this time, Lin Ming could already confirm that there was a problem with the Azura command as he used it to transmit him to the Azura Road. Perhaps it was because he had poured too much strength in, or perhaps it was because of some inexplicable relationship with the 3 Emperor Jades he had gathered, but in short, this transmission space channel was completely different from what he had experienced in the past. The last time he had entered the Azura Road, the space storm then wasn't even a tenth as intense as it was now. If a martial artist weaker than himself was sucked into this space storm, they would have already become ground meat. Pang! With a solid thumping sound, Lin Ming felt as if he had struck something hard, nearly fainting in the process. In the next moment, a cool breeze passed over his skin. He opened his eyes and saw that he was in a bleak and desolate gray world. Gloomy clouds floated high in the skies and the light here was dim. Scattered rocks covered the ground. These rocks were all of similar size and shape, and they also looked somewhat familiar. As Lin Ming looked closer, he could see that they weren't rocks but shattered stone tablets. The writings on the stone tablets had long worn away and were incomparably strange. As Lin Ming stepped through this desolate land, he felt as if his entire being was fiercely suppressed. Where was he? Lin Ming had no idea where he could be. He spread out his divine sense but couldn't find the edges of this world. He took out the Azura command and looked at it. Then, he sucked in a light breath of air. That plain-looking Azura command had cracked in half, it was unable to be used again. What had happened? An absurd feeling appeared in Lin Ming's mind, as if the world he was in was the true world and everything he had experienced before had been nothing but an illusion. From the examination of the Seven Profound Martial House, the great tournament of the Seven Profound Valleys, his arrival at the Holy Demon Continent, the Divine Realm first martial meeting, the invasion of the Saints, it was like all of that had been nothing but a dream. These sorts of bewildering thoughts left Lin Ming flustered. But at this time, Lin Ming's mind shook. He felt a weak sense gently and swiftly pass over him before vanishing. This was Soaring Feathered God King's divine sense. Such a real and deadly killing intent caused Lin Ming to calm down. The strange dreamlike feeling of before also disappeared. Composing himself, Lin Ming looked within himself and saw that the true divinity mark that Soaring Feather God King left within him was still there. He could even feel the spiritual connection between him and Soaring Feather God King, with the exception that this connection was much weaker than before. As if he and Soaring Feather God King were in two different worlds. Perhaps after another period of time, she would find him. Thinking of this, Lin Ming wryly smiled. He didn't know how much time he had left to live. If there was some accident with the transmission, then was this still the Azura Road? If so, where was it in the Azura Road? Could it be that this was deep within the Great Desolate? Lin Ming thought of the Great Desolate in the Azura Road. It was said to be a natural wall that existed between the inner Azura Road and outer Azura Road. Rumors said that the Azura Road's Great Desolate was endless and not even a peak Empyrean dared to enter its depths. However, as to what was within those depths, that remained a riddle. Even so, perhaps even the depths of the Great Desolate couldn't stop a true divinity. In this universe there didn't seem to be anything that could block the path of a true divinity. Even the God-lamenting wall could be broken through if a true divinity paid a great price. Soaring Feather God King's mark hadn't weakened at all. In this completely strange and unknown world, Lin Ming had no idea what he could do. He began to aimlessly search through this world, hoping to discover some favorable turn. However, this seemed to be an endlessly barren world. There wasn't even a strand of grass or a little bug. In this boundless world, Lin Ming walked alone. Weak light fell down from above, casting long shadows on the ground. His tiny figure appeared increasingly desolate on this gloomy world. In that moment, Lin Ming truly felt an unprecedented solitude. He suddenly missed Xiao Maxian, missed his own child, missed Mu Qianyu, missed Qin Xingxuan, missed his parents. He walked forwards. The true divinity mark that Soaring Feather God King left on him was like a life-sucking curse. From time to time it was strong, from time to time it weakened, but it never left him. Lin Ming didn't know just what was occurring outside. Did Empyrean Divine Dream manage to escape? Did Xiao Maxian and his child arrive in the wild universe safely? In a different universe, would his wives and his child live well? Humanity, was there still a chance for them to rise from the dirt? Towards all of this, Lin Ming's mind was filled with worries. He had always been strong of will. For the past 150-some years, even in his most difficult times and even when he suffered the most, he had never given up. He deeply loved life. He yearned to reach the peak of martial arts. He blazed a path forwards, without fear. He fought for his family, friends, and for himself. He didn't know how many rivals he had forced down, how many times he had turned the tides. Xian Wuji, Yang Yun, Tian Mingzi, Good Fortune Saint Sun, powerful enemies were outstrategized by Lin Ming or overwhelmed by him. One after another, they suffered defeat beneath Lin Ming's hands. In Lin Ming's life, he had rarely been defeated. He had never been as lost and confused as he was today. Perhaps no matter how strong a person was, they also had their fragile side. No matter how outstanding a person was, there would always be a day when they fell into distress. Lin Ming continued walking, and walking. He discovered that this bleak world had no origin energy, and energy was even being drawn out from his own body. He didn't know how many days he walked for. Because energy was continuously absorbed by the surrounding wilderness, he felt exhausted. This world was extremely strange. He even seemed like a mortal, hunger and thirst pressing him from all sides. He knew that this was the result of his energy being exhausted, otherwise he simply wouldn't need food and water. He sat down on a stone tablet. This stone tablet was cold and pieces of ice covered it. He broke off a piece of ice and placed it in his mouth. The melted ice brought with it the bitter taste of soil. The water moistened Lin Ming's parched throat, causing him to feel something faintly familiar. But at this time, on the far-off horizon, Lin Ming saw someone's shadow. His mind shook as he saw this. He sprung up. This person's figure rapidly vanished. But Lin Ming could confirm that he absolutely hadn't misread. Moreover, it seemed to be that of a woman. Soaring Feather God King? This thought passed through Lin Ming's mind, but he couldn't confirm it. Yet he didn't hesitate. He headed straight towards this person's shadow. He didn't wildly run nor did he fly. He walked forwards one step at a time, slowly drawing out the black dragon spear. No matter who she was, Lin Ming would face her. If it was Soaring Feather God King, then he wouldn't be able to escape anyways. However, when he truly arrived at the horizon and saw what lay before him, he was startled. Before him was a giant mirror that towered into the skies. This mirror resembled the cold ice mirror that Lin Ming had seen in the Azura Forbidden Zone. It seemed to contain an entirely different world. The other world contained fresh flowers and trees, birds and animals. It stood in stark contrast to this bleak land. And the surface of this mirror was the entrance to the other world. How come this is like the cold ice mirror left behind by the Azura Roadmaster? Lin Ming wasn't sure if this was a coincidence. He stepped through the mirror. Lush, fresh grass was thick beneath his feet and all sorts of spirit plants bloomed brightly. A rainbow of spirit birds soared through the blue skies. Immortalates shuttled back and forth in the verdant jungles. Bright sunlight fell from the skies, sparkling across gurgling spirit springs in bursts of auspicious light. Lin Ming was dazed for a long time. Although the difference was only a single step, one side was a dead land and the other side was a paradise. He had walked through the wilderness for far too long. As he stepped into this mirror world and felt the air that was thick with life, he felt as if everything that occurred was a lifetime ago. Heaven and earth origin energy had returned. His body began to spontaneously absorb this rich heaven and earth origin energy, continuously restoring itself. He greedily breathed in the air. He drank from the spirit springs and ate the spirit fruit until his strength was completely restored and slowly returned to its peak state. He walked forwards. He wanted to see who this woman was. He didn't find a woman, but he did see a mountain. From the top of this mountain, infinite origin energy fell down, as if it were the source of origin energy in this mirror world. Lin Ming climbed up, slowly ascending the mountain. At the summit of the mountain, he saw a divine tree. Chapter 1929b, A Beautiful Trap. This divine tree didn't have many leaves. Only a single old branch stretched out, twisting like a powerful dragon. On this branch were two strange fruits. These two fruits had runes of the great Tao condensed on them. They seemed like 100-million-year-old Tao fruits that had gathered the essence of the world, causing a person to drool upon seeing them and immediately want to eat them. Lin Ming was stunned for a long time. This was a heaven and earth divine medicine that had been born from this strange world? He hesitated for a moment and then reached out a hand, wanting to pick the fruits. But the moment he reached out a hand, one of the two fruits spontaneously flew into his hand. As if these fruits were fated to be with Lin Ming. What fruit is this? Lin Ming didn't know what this was, but he was sure that these fruits were no minor matter. They were absolutely pure treasures of the world. If he had to describe their grade, then they were at least at the peak true divinity level, or even higher. Could this be something planted by the Azura Roadmaster in the past? Lin Ming suddenly thought. Since he used the Azura command to come here, it wouldn't be strange if this fruit tree was related to the Azura Roadmaster. But the question was, if this really was a divine tree planted by the Azura Roadmaster, then wouldn't it have been growing here for 10 billion years? Was there a life form that could live longer than 10 billion years? Lin Ming looked at the fruit in his hand. The great Dao runes condensed on the fruits could not be fake. He hesitated and then took a bite. At this time he couldn't bother with considering how to use this fruit for alchemy, nor could he consider his own strength and whether or not his body could withstand eating such a Dao fruit. He was already in a desperate state. He fervently hoped for a favorable turn. He deeply desired to increase his strength. The peel of the fruit was very thin and the flesh was completely transparent, just like jelly. As he took a bite, it melted in his mouth, extremely sweet to the point that it left one intoxicated. Lin Ming vowed that he had never eaten something so delicious before. He had never been a gluttonous person, but as he ate this fruit he wished he could swallow it down. After a dozen breaths of time, Lin Ming finished eating this fruit. He even licked clean his fingers and lips. Afterwards, he waited for the strength of the fruit to erupt within him. Generally speaking, the higher rank a heavenly material was, the more terrifying a strength it would erupt with. If a martial artist couldn't withstand this, then their body would explode and they would die. He planned to digest this fruit and then pick the second fruit. But, after waiting for an incense stick of time, there was no strength erupting within him. Instead, Lin Ming felt an unprecedented level of comfort. Heat flowed through him, spreading to every inch of his body, flooding his meridians, flesh, and blood. It even rose into his spiritual sea, causing him to feel intoxicated and tipsy. His body grew increasingly hot. His mind became dizzy as if he had drunk alcohol. His entire body was comfortable. He wanted to lie down on the ground and sleep. Beneath this divine tree, the thick and fragrant grass formed a natural bed. Just as Lin Ming thought of this, his heart chilled. A creeping feeling came over him. He turned to see that just 3 feet away, at some unknown time, a woman had appeared. It was like she had been standing there for a long time already, and because Lin Ming had eaten the fruit, he simply hadn't been able to detect her. This woman had black hair and her face was wrapped in a dark veil, making one unable to see her appearance. Her eyes were as deep as the night skies, so profound that one could be lost in them with a single glance. You? Lin Ming wanted to focus his gaze on this woman's face, but as he did, he simply wasn't able to maintain the brief moment of soberness he just gained. A burning rush of heat and dizziness blazed up his body once more, slowing his reactions and even limiting his divine sense to within 3 feet of his body, making it impossible to discern who this woman was. Soaring Feather God King? Lin Ming immediately thought. He wanted to trace his spatial ring, but he found that his arms didn't obey him. What was going on? Lin Ming had a deep foreboding feeling. This woman seemed to be the woman he just saw. Had she purposefully lured him here to eat that fruit? From what Lin Ming had seen, this fruit should have been a Dao fruit that gathered 100 million years of the world's essence. It shouldn't be a poison. Moreover, looking at it broadly, even if this Dao fruit was a poison, it was inevitably an extremely precious poison. Just why waste it on him? This black-clothed woman was obviously much stronger than he was, so if she was able to easily kill him, why use poison? All sorts of mysteries crossed through Lin Ming's mind. He felt his consciousness become increasingly blurry, circling all around him. He staggered around, and because he was unable to stand, he slumped towards the black-clothed woman. Complex emotions revealed themselves in her eyes. She stood there like a fairy lost in the world, but she didn't avoid Lin Ming. Just as Lin Ming was about to fall into her arms, at the final moment he held onto her shoulders, using her to support himself. For a time, Lin Ming's face was mere inches away from hers. At such a close distance Lin Ming could smell the fragrance wafting off her body and see her two pupils that were like spring lakes. Lin Ming's heart shook. "You are Xiang Mei?" Lin Ming was stunned. At such a close distance, he recognized that this woman was actually Xiang Mei. This familiar aura and these familiar eyes, he could not be mistaken. And Soaring Feather God King shouldn't be so bored as to try and trick him by changing her appearance into that of Xiang Mei. The black-clothed woman lightly sighed. She took off her veil, revealing her peerless looks, a face that could shame the moon and dim the world. Lin Ming had never seen Xiang Mei at such a close distance before. Her skin was flawless perfection and seemed to faintly radiate the brilliance of the moon. Her eyes were bright and deep, as if they contained undying stars. She was the goddess of the Spiritas, a woman unparalleled in the world. Her body was covered in mysteries, making one forever unable to see her goals. But in the next moment, something incredibly surprising occurred. Xiang Mei stepped forwards and her arms twined beneath Lin Ming's arms, tightly holding onto him. For a time, a warm jade-like touch caressed his chest. The scent of a woman left the mind mesmerized. Never before had such a touch electrified Lin Ming so. But Lin Ming hadn't lost his mind. He instinctively wanted to push away Xiang Mei. Although he didn't know what the Spiritas were planning, he knew that Xiang Mei wasn't an ally of humanity. You arranged for me to come here?" Lin Ming suddenly realized this possibility. When there had been an accident with the Azura command, the reason was not because of the Emperor Jades or because he had poured in too much energy, but because someone had deliberately manipulated it. Xiang Mei didn't speak. She held on to Lin Ming and looked at the mysterious fruit tree behind him. She reached out a hand and the remaining fruit flew into her grasp. Seeing this, Lin Ming's thoughts turned cold. "What fruit is this?" "It comes from the primeval realm ruins, a strange fruit of the dark abyss. In this world it is unique. The great Tao of the world is condensed within it, and eating it has a great advantage to one's cultivation and foundation. But, it possesses a devilish lure that no one can resist." "What?" Lin Ming trembled. The dark abyss. He had this name before. The body of the abyssal that Empyrean Primordius seized as well as famine both came from the dark abyss. From such an evil and horrifying place, there was such a mysterious Tao fruit. This so-called devilish lure was. Lin Ming suddenly discovered it was becoming increasingly difficult to control his body. An inexplicable desire rose from his loins, racing through him. In his chest, Xiang Mei's body seemed to contain an infinite charm that caused him to slowly lose all reason. "You made me eat an aphrodisiac?" Lin Ming didn't dare to believe this. Just what was Xiang Mei planning? He could confirm that Xiang Mei possessed an unimaginably powerful purine strength. Through her 7 reincarnations her purine had never been taken. Instead, it had gathered and gathered, reaching an inconceivable level. If someone could take Xiang Mei's purine, then that would be an unimaginable advantage. But Lin Ming didn't believe that Xiang Mei would willingly offer him her purine. Then just what was happening? "Lin Ming, I'm sorry," Xiang Mei whispered into his ears. "You are too stubborn, too tenacious. If you chose to willingly leave with me for 100 million years, then you wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. I've already told you, you cannot win against them." Xiang Mei's voice was filled with regret. The scene she once portrayed had been the longing in her heart. However, because of Lin Ming's refusal, all those hopes had faded away. "If you are destined to be destroyed, then you might as well be destroyed by my hands." As Xiang Mei spoke to her, her eyes began glistening with tears. She parted her red lips and sucked in a light breath. The mystical Tao fruit in her hand broke apart, melting away into the sweetest juice that flowed into her mouth. As she swallowed down this fruit, a burning heat also rose within her. Lin Ming was no longer able to control his body. He tried everything he could to suppress the flames of desire within him, but he lacked any ability to do so. This devilish enticement was too strong. Moreover, there was another point, and that was that the Shang Mei in his chest was a perfect woman, an unrivaled beauty within the universe. Countless men had gone crazy for her. It's useless. This fruit has condensed the great Tao of the world and also contains a devilish lure. No one can resist it, whether that is you or me. The fruit's potency had yet to fully stir within Shang Mei. She was still awake as she and Lin Ming fell over onto the soft grass. Then, she slowly removed her clothing. The black clothes starkly contrasted against her flawless body that was as pale as white jade. Her long and slender legs, her impeccable figure, her full curves, her proud and arrogant charisma, her gentle fingers, every part of her was like a perfect piece of artwork. The naked Shang Mei blended into the surrounding scenery, creating one of the most beautiful images in the world. Warm and dappled sunlight sprinkled onto Shang Mei's figure. With the demonic rhythm, her body blurred within this light, making her an immortal goddess. She had never appeared naked in front of a man before, but at this moment she wasn't shy at all. She gently knelt down beside Lin Ming and poured herself atop his body. She held onto him and slowly kissed him. In that moment, an indescribable feeling passed through Lin Ming. He desperately tried to shove her away, but his body wouldn't listen to him. His arms crossed beneath her and gently held onto her. His burning hot body revealed a fierce response. What you want is, my eternal soul? Lin Ming struggled to speak. The last bit of brightness in his mind was soon about to flicker out. If you already planned this then, why wait until today? You clearly could have taken away my eternal soul at the soul world. Lin Ming panted. Because Shang Mei was kissing him, his words were slurred. Shang Mei nibbled on Lin Ming's ears. Her hot breath blew against his skin, containing a hot enticement. She gently said, I don't want to explain myself right now. After today, you and I will part forever, and this will be the last time we ever see each other. This will also be my life's most intimate and unforgettable time. I don't want to answer your question because doing so will disturb us. I hope that our union can be perfect. As Shang Mei spoke, she placed her pale hands against his chest. Lin Ming's clothing completely vanishing, revealing his solid and muscular body. Her eyes were wet with tears, and she quietly said, Lin Ming, between you and me, there shouldn't have been such a result. Although nothing can reverse what is done, in the future when I am alone, suffering the long days as I walk to the ends of the universe, I will remember you, and I will remember the youth that walked into my heart. I will cherish this memory for all of time. Chapter 1930, Soul Source. Shang Mei slowly melted into Lin Ming. He drowned in her incomparably warm and soft touch. Lin Ming gradually lost himself. This demonic fruit from the dark abyss contained an irresistible power. Whether it was Lin Ming or Shang Mei, neither of them could resist it. Soon, they each forgot their hostilities. Like lovers who had been long separated and met once again, they were inseparable once more. Shang Mei's voice began to soften. Her breathing also quickened. She was like a cat as she bit on Lin Ming's shoulder. Her noble and indifferent persona was completely discarded at this moment. She recklessly grasped around, tangling herself with Lin Ming. But before this all began, she had already revolved a secret technique of the Holy Scripture to absorb Lin Ming's eternal soul. The soul was the foundation of a person. The characteristics of the eternal soul were completely condensed into Lin Ming's own soul and were closely integrated with his very being. Once it was taken away, the consequences would be unimaginable. His life would wither and his strength would drop. Like this, let alone rising in cultivation, he simply wouldn't have much longer to live. But all of this didn't occur as Shang Mei envisioned. As Shang Mei lost her consciousness and was under the complete control of her instincts, as she was tangled with Lin Ming, for some reason, a little bit of Lin Ming's soul force remained within him. Time slowly passed. The two were utterly intoxicated in each other. Beneath the overbearing potency of that dark abyss fruit, not even a true divinity could maintain their reasoning. With Lin Ming's cultivation, he completely lost all brightness in his mind. He greedily stroked Shang Mei's soft body, his happiness reaching the peak. Their souls blended together and even their inner worlds seemed to become one. Between the two of them, they took from each other and gained from each other countless times. Until they were both utterly exhausted. A heavy sleepiness hit them. Like this, the two fell into a deep slumber. At some unknown time, Lin Ming felt drops of water falling on his face. The cold feeling caused him to slowly regain consciousness. His body felt utterly weak and a splitting headache tore through him. Even taking a simple breath was incredibly difficult. A terrifying emptiness rushed through Lin Ming. His eyes popped open, as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. Eternal soul. He panicked. He quickly inspected his spiritual world and nearly suffocated on himself. In the throes of passion, his source soul force had been greedily taken by Shang Mei. There wasn't much left. Even his fires of life had become extremely weak. For a time, Lin Ming was filled with utter disconsolateness. Because he had eaten that abyssal fruit, his mind had been blurry and he hadn't been able to clearly feel what was happening. But now that he was fully awake, he could feel the pinnacle of pain. The soul was the most basic foundation of a martial artist. Even for martial artists that practiced the essence gathering system and body transformation system, although they didn't cultivate the soul, their soul source was still extremely powerful. This was because an essence gathering system martial artist had to control the energy of the world and a body transformation system martial artist had to control their formidable god beast-like body, and to do this they needed the soul. In other words, the support of a martial artist's will. In addition, if a martial artist wanted to resist a spiritual attack, they also needed their soul. A martial artist's source soul force was similar to their fires of life, it was the basis of a martial artist's life. Once they lost it, that meant their life was reaching its end. Lin Ming humorlessly smiled. He turned to see Shang Mei standing not too far away. At this time, Shang Mei had already dressed herself and had even wrapped her face in a veil. Her proud calmness and indifference had returned, as if she was completely unrelated to the passionate woman from before. Lin Ming wanted to stand up, but because of his extreme weakness he wasn't able to move. Lin Ming looked at Shang Mei and Shang Mei looked at Lin Ming. The two stared at each other, neither speaking for a long time. The grass was cold and a mountain breeze blew past them. In this paradise surrounded by celestial mountains, Lin Ming and Shang Mei were like a fated pair, destined to love each other and kill each other. At the summit of this mountain, gazing at one another, this scene seemed to freeze into an eternal image. Finally, Shang Mei spoke. She no longer looked at Lin Ming but at the world beneath the mountain. She whispered, "Hate me." Lin Ming bitterly smiled. "What reason do I have to hate you? If it wasn't for you then I would have already been killed by Soaring Feather and would be nothing but an icy cold corpse. In fact, I could even say that without you I would never have left the soul world and would already have died to the great Brahmic God King. I only hate myself. I hate how useless I am. In this great calamity, I cannot even become a small wave. Let alone the destiny of humanity, I cannot even control my own destiny. Really, how laughable I am." Lin Ming's voice was deeply miserable and helpless. He was well aware that when Soaring Feather God King chased after him, the reason he had come to this strange world was because of Shang Mei. However, Shang Mei didn't have this ability. Although she was powerful, she could not conceal the truth from Soaring Feather. This was likely the work of the Soul Emperor manipulating things behind the scenes. The Soul Emperor, just what was he planning? Lin Ming didn't know, or perhaps it could be said that he didn't need to know. With the loss of his source soul force, his fires of life would begin to weaken. With his current condition, Lin Ming had no idea how he could stop any of this. Lin Ming struggled to sit up. He leaned against the abyssal tree behind him and looked at Xiang Mei. A sad smile crossed his lips. I thought I wanted to go to the primeval universe, but were you the one purposefully leading me in that direction? Xiang Mei sighed, shaking her head. I really did wish to persuade you, but you did not listen. I had no other choice. The reason I led you to the primeval universe was because I wanted you to leave that place, but he already discovered you, and he already desired to obtain your eternal soul. Lin Ming naturally knew that this so-called he was the Soul Emperor. Why didn't he do so at the start? Why did he wait until I went to the primeval universe, struggle with everything I had, wait until the moment I exhausted myself, nearly losing all hope, before he then moved against me? Lin Ming angrily said. His eyes were also beginning to turn red. He loathed his own incompetence. Everything had been controlled by the Soul Emperor all along. He was too weak. This is because, when you were at the Soul World, your eternal soul was not perfect. Xiang Mei's voice was plaintive, a hint of sorrow and frustration in her eyes. Do you not remember? He said to you that your life had been far too smooth. Although you experienced trials and tribulations, it was still insufficient. You had yet to experience true defeat, and your spiritual journey was incomplete, thus your eternal soul was also unstable. He couldn't do anything to you just yet. So, when you left the soul world, he plotted to use the hand of the saints to force you to the edge. Your soul, in your despair, in your helplessness, began to slowly transform as you endured these hardships. It became more and more stable, and this was something not even you discovered. If it wasn't for this day where I ruined you, then after experiencing all this you would definitely have made more terrifying progress, perhaps even stepping beyond divinity, becoming an unprecedented existence in this universe. But no one will give you this chance. The good fortune Saint Sovereign won't, and neither will the Soul Emperor. If you want to blame something, then blame this era in which you were born. Chapter 1931a, Love and Hate. Listening to Xiang Mei's words, Lin Ming bitterly smiled. He was finally aware of the reason why the Soul Emperor had met with him after he left the ancient galactic battlefield at the Soul World, and why he had guided him. At that time, Lin Ming had thought the Soul Emperor's words were reasonable and true. He even thought that perhaps the Soul Emperor wanted to cultivate him to fight the saints. Now it seemed his thoughts were far too naive. It was only afterwards, when Xiang Mei handed him the copies of the golden pages and gave him some words of warning, did he become a bit more wary. But by then it was already too late. Afterwards, Lin Ming went to the primeval universe and joined together with the ancient races to contend with the saints. All of this was within the schemes of the Soul Emperor. And the reason that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had caught up to him and learned of his whereabouts was likely also the Soul Emperor. Finally, the Soul Emperor chose the time when Soaring Feather God King was hunting him down. He chose the moment when Lin Ming's life had fallen to its lowest point, when his will was at its weakest, and then caused an accident to occur. In a state where he couldn't distinguish reality from illusion, Xiang Mei had appeared. Through the desires of men and women, he had coupled with Xiang Mei, melding together in body and spirit, joining in perfect harmony, and finally having his source soul force drawn out. Lin Ming looked at Xiang Mei and his eyes were much gloomier than before, as if at this moment, he felt utterly disappointed in her. He laughed at himself. He looked at the skies, his voice turning hollow. You really are willing to resort to any means possible. In order to cultivate the art of eternal life, you are even willing to use your body as a tool. In the mortal world there are women that can sell their bodies for money. And you, just what distinguishes you from them? After you return to the Soul Emperor's side, will you dual cultivate with him and offer up half of the eternal soul? This is where your pride and cold arrogance comes from? Although you and I may be enemies, I could not help but acknowledge you and admire you. In my life, I admire two women above all, and you were one of them. Once, you were like a goddess in my eyes, however, in order to chase after the peak of martial arts and the art of eternal life, it seems you are actually this cheap. Lin Ming rarely spoke such sarcastic and vicious words. Today, his body and soul were pained to the peak. This was because he knew he had utterly lost. How could he not hate? How could he not loathe? Not only did he hate himself, but he also hated Shang Mei. It wasn't that he hated Shang Mei harming him, but because she had left him thoroughly disappointed. Lin Ming's words were like a blade that stabbed into Shang Mei's heart. Her body shook and her face froze. She had never been insulted like this by someone before, and the words left her completely shocked. All sorts of complex emotions immediately flitted through her eyes. There was extreme anger, but also grief. She bit her teeth, almost to the point that she bled. As she looked at Lin Ming, her eyes had become sharp and edged. Her chest heaved up and down, but almost immediately, her complexion paled and the light in her eyes darkened. Her voice became indifferent once more. You aren't wrong, there is no difference. The eternal soul originally needs you to voluntarily offer it in order to be effective, it cannot be taken. Since it is impossible to have you voluntarily offer your source soul force, I used this demonic fruit to cause you to lose your sanity and have your mind fall into my illusion. I coupled with you in body and soul so that I could draw out your eternal soul. Even the copy of the golden pages I gave to you was done so on purpose. The Holy Scripture is divided into the pages of life and the pages of death. The golden pages are the pages of life and the black book comprises the pages of death. My focus are the pages of life and I gather vitality within my body. I also had you cultivate the pages of life so that your aura would be more compatible with my own. From the start until the end, you were nothing but a chess piece in my game, a paving stone on my road to eternal life. Shang Mei's words were icy cold and heartless. But Lin Ming heard something strange within them. Even so, he didn't care. What meaning was there in investigating such a thing now? Lin Ming mirthlessly smiled. He shook his head. Understood. I remember what you told me before, that a worm living in the dead leaves and branches will never know the beauty and majesty of the world. You said the road of martial arts is to struggle with the heavens and trample the heavens beneath your feet. For a mortal to fight the heavens, just how difficult is that? The heavens have existed for hundreds of billions of years, and just how many years can a genius live? No matter how great the destiny upon your body, even being an extreme talent is far from enough, thus, you resorted to any means possible. I apologize, I will never be able to be like you. Although I have resolved myself to chase after the peak of martial arts, I still have my own bottom line. I cannot discard my race, my family, my friends, my wives, my child, and thus I was destined to be defeated. It's over. There's no need for you to speak so much to a loser and a dead man like me. As Lin Ming spoke these words, he seemed to become much older. Shang Mei fell silent. Her expression was as still as a placid lake, but her eyes were terrifyingly cold. As she looked at Lin Ming, her eyes no longer contained an unbearable sadness, but a suffocating calmness. Her body slowly floated upwards. Her dress fluttered about. She turned around, as if she were about to leave, but she eventually turned around and looked at Lin Ming once more. Her eyes seemed to contain the infinite indifference of the past. She said, "This is the Skyspill planet. You can stay here and calmly live out the remaining years of your life." As Shang Mei spoke, she stepped on the void and vanished into the skies. Black flower petals fell down and brushed against Lin Ming's face before fading away. Lin Ming was stunned. He looked up at the sky, dazed. Skyspill planet? So, this was the Skyspill planet. After he used the Azura command to open a space channel, the Soul Emperor should have used his own transcendent methods to forcefully divert the space channel, making it so that he arrived here. Shang Mei wanted him to die in his own homeland? Truly, what a kind and thoughtful charity. After learning this was the Skyspill planet, Lin Ming didn't feel much. Rather, the expression Xiang Mei had when she left lingered in his mind, causing his heart to ache. This feeling was like his heart being cut apart. Besides a severe pain, it felt as if he had lost something important. He couldn't even breathe. However, no matter what Xiang Mei's last thoughts were, Lin Ming no longer cared. Did a dying ant need to know the thoughts of a god? Xiang Mei had said that the Holy Scripture was divided into the pages of life and the pages of death. It was likely the Soul Emperor focused on the pages of death. No wonder his eyes were filthy and ragged, his entire body emitting a faint death energy. How laughable. Just what point was there in thinking of this? Lin Ming lay down on the grass. He had already lost his drive and his will. As for the spirit mark left in him by Soaring Feather God King, Lin Ming no longer cared about that either. Despair, desolation, loneliness, the loss of his strength, the arriving end of his life, all of this caused him to lose his fighting spirit, to lose the courage to continue living on. He no longer deeply loved life, he no longer yearned to reach the peak of martial arts. He was nothing but a loser. He had ascended from the Sky Spill planet. From a youth that knew nothing and had nothing, step by step, he eventually became the #1 genius of the divine realm. His glory was endless, and even the good fortune Saint Sovereign couldn't abide his continued existence and was forced to expend a favor to have Soaring Feather God King hunt him down. All of this was enough for him to leave behind a legend, his own fables. But afterwards, he returned to the Sky Spill planet as before, still possessing nothing. The only difference was that his source soul force was stolen away and his fires of life had begun to weaken. Everything was like a dream. A person chasing after their dream, from the start, then ran back to the starting point once more. But, the difference was that this dreamer was already far too old and could no longer run. What a joke! The sun fell and the moon rose. Starlight sprinkled down from the skies, but all Lin Ming felt was a desolate cold. He lay motionless, as if he had died, not even moving an inch. To him, the passing of time no longer held any meaning. There was no greater sorrow than a withered heart that had lost hope. Chapter 1931b, Love and Hate. In the universe, in the boundless darkness, two figures stood high in space. These two people were wrapped in black robes. But, one was a beautiful woman and the other was an old youth. They were Xiang Mei and the Soul Emperor. Are you satisfied? The old youth had a taunting smile. Xiang Mei's expression was cold. She didn't respond. I agreed with your final condition. I did not use a Dreamland soul refining technique but instead allowed you to conjure up all of this. You gave the primordialine of your 7 reincarnations as well as your body and mind to him, freely offering it all to obtain his eternal soul. You gave Lin Ming your most precious treasures, but in the end, his judgment of you came down to nothing but a single word, whore. The Soul Emperor's tone was thoughtful. Indeed, the eternal soul had to be voluntarily offered by Lin Ming, but in this universe, the Soul Emperor was the one with the highest attainments in the complexities of the soul and the spiritual sea. He had his own methods he could use, such as creating a dreamland and using illusions to easily deceive Lin Ming. To trick Lin Ming into offering up everything of his own wouldn't have been difficult at all. You understood all that has happened and all that you have done, but yet you still chose to pour your emotions into him and offer the primordialine of your 7 reincarnations to him. Just what use is that? His soul force has been sucked dry by you. Oh, there seems to be a little left, enough for him to live for another short span of time, but in the end he will die no matter what. This is just like taking your most precious treasure and tossing it into the trash. Did you do all this just to satisfy your own obsessions? The Soul Emperor slowly said. But at this time, Xiang Mei's complexion had become colder than ice. She clearly and unhurriedly said, "You, shut up." The Soul Emperor was stunned for a brief moment, but he still coldly sneered as before. Xiang Mei coldly said, "Do not forget that we have an agreement. Do not force me, otherwise, I will die against you. And if I die, all your plans will come to nothing." A thick killing intent and hate flashed in Xiang Mei's eyes. This killing intent left the Soul Emperor frowning, but he immediately chuckled. It's these eyes again. That is, I am the most hated person in your life, a person that you want to slice into a million pieces. However, you may hate me, but doesn't Lin Ming also hate you? You took away his everything and left him nothing but a cheap life. Oh, that's right, you did offer your sincere feelings to him, but what significance is there in that? It is worthless. I never imagined that even after 7 reincarnations, you would still be so mesmerized by that word love. You are just like a little girl with your naive little expectations of others. Since you want to maintain that fragile and ridiculous bubble in your heart, then I won't pop it for you. I want something else, bring it here. The Soul Emperor put out a hand. Xiang Mei grit her teeth, her eyes thick with murderous thoughts. But in the end, she composed herself and completely opened her spiritual sea. Slowly, from between her eyebrows, countless motes of light condensed, finally forming into a bean-sized deep red and purple sphere of light. This sphere of light slowly floated away. In the void of space, a constant flow of energy came from this small sphere of light, as if it contained an infinite universe within. This was Lin Ming's eternal soul. Unless it was offered voluntarily, it could not be taken. When Lin Ming and Xiang Mei had made love, his mind had completely fallen into her hands. At the pinnacle of joy and passion, he had voluntarily handed it over. And now, Xiang Mei was giving this eternal soul to the Soul Emperor on her own volition. It was different than what Lin Ming had thought. Xiang Mei didn't retain half of the eternal soul but gave it all to the Soul Emperor. In the boundless starry skies, it was like a mystical seed. As if it could form a world just by being planted. The eternal soul, it's finally mine. Looking at this eternal soul, the Soul Emperor's eyes shined with incomparable excitement. I did everything in my power in order to nourish it. And now, I have obtained it. The Soul Emperor licked his lips. He waved his hands and the eternal soul fell into his grasp. He smiled, revealing brutally white teeth. Combined with his horrifying face, his smile left one shuddering with fear. The Soul Emperor excitedly looked at the soul seed in his hands. He first investigated it with his sense. Once he was sure that it hadn't been tampered with, he slowly pressed the soul seed into the point between his eyebrows. He was always careful in order to not give anyone a chance to harm him. As the eternal soul entered his body, the Soul Emperor seemed to have obtained the most wonderful thing in the world. He was like an opium addict that had been denied his drugs, finally obtaining a box of the most precious drugs. He was like a sexual deviant who had been deprived of the joys of the flesh for years, finally obtaining the most beautiful woman in the world. Because of the Soul Emperor's extreme excitement, his face turned fierce. His filthy old eyes slowly changed, filling with a profoundly pure brightness. This process continued for 2 hours. The Soul Emperor looked more and more like a youth. The depressing atmosphere around him had also dissipated by a great deal. It was just that his face was still pale white without a trace of blood, so drained that it left one's heart chilled. Good, very good. The Soul Emperor stretched out his right hand, cracking his knuckles. I will agree to your request. As for Soaring Feather God King, I will deal with her myself. Of course, this is also for myself. Right now, I don't want the saints to notice anything out of the ordinary. The eternal soul couldn't be directly absorbed by the Soul Emperor. Rather, it had been sealed into his spiritual sea and wrapped in layers of bindings. Absorbing a soul was easier said than done. The complex spirit marks would cause the person absorbing it to lose themselves and form split personalities. Empyrean Primordius was an extremely good example. Even though the Soul Emperor had profound understandings of the soul, he still couldn't accomplish this. In fact, it would be an extremely long process for the Soul Emperor to refine the eternal soul. He would need at least 100,000 years. Beside the Soul Emperor, Xiang Mei formed seals with her hands, creating layers of illusion space that completely sealed away the Skyspill planet. This enchantment she casually created could last for tens of thousands of years. The Soul Emperor disdainfully smiled. You want to protect this planet? The saints may have invaded the divine realm, but they are only interested in the divine realm itself, not the mortal realms. At least, this will be true for the next several tens of thousands of years. Shang Mei didn't speak. She quietly turned around, tore open the void and departed. Chapter 1932, Sword Mountain. The sun and moon passed by, spring left and fall came. In this wilderness, Lin Ming seemed to have fallen into an eternal sleep. His body was covered with fallen leaves and then dust. Layer after layer, he was covered. This immortal fairyland was originally nothing but an illusion. Now that Shang Mei left, the illusion also vanished. Not too far away from Lin Ming, wild animals frequently emerged from the untamed forests. There were starving corrupt wolves that wanted to eat Lin Ming as their meal, but as they approached they were actually frightened by the aura of the demonic tree beside him, and scurried away with their tails between their legs. Year after year, Lin Ming lay here, an empty shell. He could feel his fires of life dimming and his cultivation slowly falling. With the disappearance of his source soul force, his life force collapsed. He felt that he couldn't live for much longer. The Skyspill planet was the world that gave birth to him, and now this world would also become his grave. He didn't know how humanity was doing. Had they founded their own base in the wildlands and begun developing the new generations? Empyrean Divine Dream, did she manage to escape being hunted by the saints? 3 lives old man, did he live his life without regrets? There was also Empyrean Vast Universe, relatively speaking, he wasn't too strong and he wasn't too old. Still, he stubbornly followed Empyrean Divine Dream to venture into that battle with 9 chances of death and 1 chance of survival. Was he fortunate enough to escape alive? Lin Ming lightly sighed. At this time he no longer possessed the qualifications to care about these things. He was an infinitely gifted talent of the heavens, and was even recognized as someone who was destined to become an extreme true divinity, perhaps even reaching the boundary of the Azura Roadmaster. But in the end, his cultivation had only reached the peak Holy Lord realm, he hadn't even managed to step into the World King realm. For all the praise and admiration he received, he was nothing but a joke. On this day, Lin Ming struggled to slowly stand up. A thick crust of soil and green grass had grown over his body. He felt that he didn't have much life force remaining, but he didn't want to return to dirt here. In the final moments of his life, he wanted to visit some places of the Skyspill planet and see some sights. Then, he could tranquilly wait for death to arrive. He walked away. He departed this wild land. He didn't fly and he didn't tear through space, even though he could easily accomplish this with his current remaining cultivation. He only used his own feet. 1 footprint at a time, he measured this land with each step he took. His pace was slow but persistent. He spread out his sense and found the direction he wished to go in. He climbed over mountains, waded through rivers, swam across seas. The seas of the Skyspill continent were vast. He broke into the rough waves, swimming along with whales as large as mountains. He saw thick bolts of lightning cut through the sky, shattering open the waters. He saw rainbows appear after the rain, stretching through the horizon. All of these scenes he saw in the deep sea would have left mortals sighing in praise, their minds opened and expanded. However, Lin Ming was quiet as he saw all of this. Finally, he crossed the sea. He had already used his sense to investigate his surroundings and knew that this sea was called the South Sea. The Shenwuji that he fought in the past had come from the South Sea Demon region. He crossed the South Sea and drew closer to his destination. He wanted to go to Green Mulberry City, return to the place where he lived in his youth and see his past there. This was his life's final wish. He took out a wood spirit jade mask from his spatial ring. The one he chose was the mask he once wore in the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom. He knew that in the South Horizon region and Sky Fortune Kingdom, there were many people who had seen his portrait. He didn't want to be recognized by anyone, because he could guess that by this time, the divine realm would have fallen into the hands of the enemy. Although the flames of war had yet to reach the Skyspill planet, this was only temporary. If the Saints learned that he was at the Skyspill planet, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Ming might not care about his own life, but this would bring a grave catastrophe upon the Skyspill planet. All the people on this planet would die along with him. He wore the mask and continued forwards, one step at a time. Then, in front of him, a mountain appeared. This mountain was majestically high and its sides were steep and dangerous. It was like a divine sword that had been stabbed into the ground. Lin Ming looked at this mountain. He was silent for a moment before he started to climb up. "Hey, brother, do not crawl up this mountain, you cannot climb it." As Lin Ming began ascending the mountain, he suddenly heard people speak up behind him. He turned and saw a young man and woman. They held swords in their hands and were clearly mortal martial artists. The man was in his 20s and the young woman seemed around 18 to 19 years old. Their cultivations were respectively at the Hotian realm and pulse condensation realm. According to the standards of the mortal world, for two youths to have such a cultivation absolutely meant they were elites. They were stunned upon seeing Lin Ming's mask, as if they didn't expect such a strange person to appear. This person seemed eccentric and yet wore such a cold and heartless mask. It seemed that they had met a weirdo. However, they still spoke politely to him. "I can see that you aren't young, but your physical strength is quite good and you also cultivate the martial path. If you want to climb up Sword Mountain, could it be because you wish to seek out the Sword Immortal on this mountain and request to be his apprentice? If so, then I urge you to give up. I don't mean to be rude, but with your cultivation it is impossible for you to climb this mountain, and even if you can, you will not succeed in becoming an apprentice. I heard that after a little more time, Sword Mountain's Sword Immortal will be holding a gathering of swordsmen, and at that time all sorts of masters from across the South Horizon region will be arriving here. But even so, there are many people that cannot ascend the mountain. Because of our masters, we can go up once ourselves." As the young pair spoke, the young woman had a somewhat satisfied expression. It was clear they were fellow disciples and their master was also extremely famous in the South Horizon region. Lin Ming quietly turned back round. He continued to climb upwards. From start to finish, he didn't say a single word. His heart had already been burned to ash. The final wish of his life was to see places he had once lived at on the Skyspill planet. He didn't want to come into contact with the people here. To this world, he was only a traveler, a single stroke of the pen. Seeing Lin Ming's reaction, the youth's mouth fell open. He was left dumbstruck. But, the youth's junior apprentice sister stamped her feet and angrily said, "He really thinks our good intentions have evil meanings behind them. A person like this should get what they deserve." The senior apprentice brother sighed. He spread his arms wide and said, "Looking at the strange mask he's wearing and his character, he should be some bizarre character. Let's wait another couple hours for Master to return. I wonder what gift he brought for the Sword Immortal." The young pair spoke, no longer bothering with Lin Ming. They thought that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to last much longer and would descend the mountain in distress, and then they would be at the base of the mountain where they could help him. But, what left them surprised was that Lin Ming climbed up the mountain and vanished without any news, as if he had truly succeeded in ascending to the top. At this time, Lin Ming was indeed halfway up the mountainside. He could leap over such a mountain with a single step, but today he climbed up, and very slowly at that. He could feel a rich sword energy coming from this mountain. In Lin Ming's eyes, this sword energy wasn't strong at all. But in the mortal world, in particular the South Horizon region, this sword energy was considerably powerful. Even Lin Ming could feel a mighty and endless force from this sword energy, like surging seas in mountains. This was a type of concept, a concept of the sword. The reason the young pair had said that the martial artists of the South Horizon region couldn't climb up this mountain was likely because of the sword intent here. In the South Horizon region, it was extremely rare for there to be such a sword-wielding talent. However, Lin Ming didn't have a single ounce of interest in this. He only passed by, his face still indifferent as he climbed this mountain. But at this time, he heard a clear laugh. A blue beam of light tore through the blue skies and ripped apart the clouds. High in the sky, the vague figure of a blue-clothed man appeared. This man seemed to be around 30 years old. The man held dual swords and his eyebrows were straight and slanted. He was a dashing and heroic man. Although this was only a glance, just what sort of eyesight did Lin Ming have? He could clearly see who this man was. So it was him. Lin Ming's complexion faintly changed. After more than 130 years, even though this other person's appearance had changed from the past, Lin Ming could still recognize him. This person was the man he fought in the finals of the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. His surname was Jiang Baoyun. Jiang Baoyun. So the Sword Immortal of Sword Mountain was actually him. Lin Ming was surprised for a brief moment. That's right, in the entire South Horizon region, Jiang Baoyun could have been considered an extraordinary young elite. At his age, being considered a sword immortal and possessing such a sword intent was also reasonable. Chapter 1933, How Can I Defy the Heavens? Sword Mountain was extremely high. The skies above Sword Mountain were awash with light blue and clouds were scattered across. It resembled a beautiful watercolor painting. Sword Mountain was also extremely cold. On the summit, snow fell year-round. But strangely, there was a clear unfrozen spring that flowed out from Sword Mountain. Because of how steep Sword Mountain was, the spring eventually became a waterfall, falling down the skies like a dazzling white dragon that left one sighing in praise. Lin Ming had ascended Sword Mountain. With his cultivation he could absolutely cross over without alarming anyone. However, he chose to stop here. Stepping through the pure white snow, he could feel a lonely and cold sword intent. An inexplicable feeling crossed through his body. After more than 100 years, when old friends met once more, although things may have remained the same, people will always have changed. On Lin Ming's road of martial arts, Jiang Baoyun couldn't be considered an amazing rival. Compared to those favored children of heaven like the good fortune Saint Sun and Shang Mei, he was not worthy of mention at all. But Lin Ming had a very deep impression of Jiang Baoyun. This was because of his daring pride and his ambition that seemed to reach into the clouds. But what a pity, the limit of his birth had become Jiang Baoyun's shackles. No matter how high his heart was, he would never be able to break free. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt pity for Jiang Baoyun. If he came from some respected great family from the divine realm, then the result would have been utterly different. However, fate was unfair like this. Lin Ming paced back and forth across the summit. Over the next several days, more and more people gathered on Sword Mountain. Those that came were all outstanding elites from across the South Horizon region. They came on jade spirit boats, rode on rainbow-hued birds, or even flew themselves. Lin Ming quietly watched as this all happened. After being accustomed to seeing top god beasts of the divine realm, after being accustomed to seeing Empyrean spirit treasure-level spirit ships, he knew that these spirit boats and spirit birds may seem beautiful, but the truth was that they weren't much at all. Martial artists of the mortal world also had the joys of a mortal. Recalling the past, during the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting when Mu Qinghong had arrived on a vermilion bird, she had shocked and awed innumerable people. At the summit of Sword Mountain, there was a pool. A thin layer of hazy mist floated above this pool. The spring that flowed down the mountain originated from it, and this pool was unfrozen all year round. Atop this pool, ice lotuses were in full bloom. There were also dozens of waterside pavilions spread out. The festive party of swordsmen was being held on these pavilions. As for Lin Ming, as an uninvited guest, he stood in one of the largest pavilions, but also a pavilion that was located on the edge. He stood together with the disciples of these great figures of the South Horizon region. It's you? Not too far away from Lin Ming, a 18 to 19-year-old looking girl was stunned. She was the girl from the young duo that Lin Ming had seen just several days ago. Her senior apprentice brother was on this pavilion, and he was also surprised at seeing Lin Ming. Sword Mountain didn't have any guards. This was because it was covered in sword intent, and the average person wouldn't be able to climb up. "This friend, how did you get up here?" The young man looked at Lin Ming's icy cold mask and was left a bit dumbfounded. When he saw Lin Ming at the foot of the mountain, he had thought Lin Ming was some sort of weird person or even a fool. But he never thought that this fool would arrive at the summit before they did. However, Lin Ming didn't seem to hear this question at all. He looked towards the center of the cold pond, waiting for the tea party of sword arts to begin. The young man and woman felt as if they had stepped onto a nail, as if they were somehow inviting contempt on themselves. "This person must be deaf." The young woman huffed in anger, her small chest heaving up and down. In truth, she knew that Lin Ming wasn't deaf, because when she had called out to him at the mountain he had turned his head to look at her. She had purely been trying to help him, but she hadn't expected that he would turn such a deaf ear to everything they said. As if he was indifferent to all that surrounded him. "It's fine, junior apprentice sister, you can do with saying a few words less. You seem to have forgotten master's teachings," the young man whispered in rebuke. The young woman pursed her lips and no longer spoke. At this time, the tea party of sword arts finally began. This sword arts tea part was not some martial arts tournament to see who was stronger, but was for the various sword masters of the South Horizon region to come together to compare skills and learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. All of this was to become more aware of what the sword arts truly meant. Thus, when people attacked, it wasn't to decide victory or defeat, but was to display their extraordinary techniques and heartily and happily demonstrate their sword art cultivations. In Lin Ming's eyes, the swordsmanship of these people wasn't worth much. That was until Zhang Baoyun took the stage. On this day, Zhang Baoyun wore blue clothes. His eyebrows were like two swords flying at an angle towards his temples. His eyes were deep and profound, like glittering gems. And behind Zhang Baoyun was a sword case. The sword case was forged from metal and seemed simple and plain. Two sword handles stuck out from the top of this sword case, one sword was blue, the other was black. Everything was the same as that time at the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. Zhang Baoyun wielded dual swords. It wasn't that both swords were used at the same time, but that the two different swords corresponded to different moves. Now, he was still the same as before. And Zhang Baoyun's match was Lin Ming's old friend, Zhang Lanjian. At the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting, Zhang Lanjian had left an incredibly deep impression on Lin Ming. In fact, there was a period of time where Lin Ming needed to hide his true name and had called himself Lin Lanjian instead. So, after so many years, Zhang Baoyun and Zhang Lanjian considered each other rivals. With brothers and rivals that understood each other on the most basic level, it was natural they would progress quickly. The Zhang Lanjian that appeared after over 100 years shared a greater likeliness to Zhang Baoyun than he did in the past. Zhang Lanjian looked around 30 years of age, and he also wore blue clothes. Although his face wasn't as sharp and swift as the face of Zhang Baoyun, the important point here was that the sharpness lurked in his heart instead. Just by looking at him, one would think he was some treasure sword hidden in a box. Zhang Lanjian had a bright smile on his face as he said to Zhang Baoyun, "Brother Baoyun, it's been over 3 years since we last fought. How many moves did we exchange last time?" 83 moves. Zhang Baoyun replied. "Good. Then today, my goal is to break past 100. Zhang Lanjian was weaker than Zhang Baoyun. But, in the South Horizon region, it could already be considered a miracle for anyone to withstand 100 moves against Zhang Baoyun. Master, you can do it." Beside Lin Ming, the 18-year-old girl that had come into conflict with him before began to excitedly clap, a beautiful light blooming in her eyes. She was clearly enthusiastic to see her master fight. Apparently, the young duo that Lin Ming encountered were Zhang Lanjian's disciples. Lin Ming didn't care much about this. Instead, he calmly looked at Zhang Baoyun and Zhang Lanjian's match. Zhang Baoyun and Zhang Lanjian had both cultivated their own sword intents. For a time, sword beams crossed through space, incomparably brilliant. Their sword intents even caused the swords of some weaker martial artists to ring out loud. As these rings gathered together, it was like the cry of a dragon, shocking to the mind. These low-level disciples had never seen such a grand scene before. All of them began bubbling over with excitement. Fierce. They are truly worthy of being called the Cloudsword Immortal and Bluesword Immortal. Just now I thought my sword was going to go flying out of its scabbard. They are the two greatest and most extraordinary sword immortals of the South Horizon region. Generally speaking, there is no swordsman that can contend with them. Before the battle begins, their enemies' swords are already drawn to them. Moreover, I heard that Cloudsword Immortal and Bluesword Immortal were once fellow disciples of the same sect. That's right. They did come from the same sect. It was only a small and common sect called the Seven Profound Valleys, but it actually produced so many extraordinary individuals. It's simply unbelievable. The Seven Profound Valleys was only a single third-grade sect. Even if placed in a tiny land like the South Horizon region, it wasn't enough to be glanced at twice. It had to be known that the South Horizon region's South Sea Demon region had been a fifth-grade sect. Even Divine Phoenix Island had been countless times stronger than the Seven Profound Valleys. For Zhang Lanjian and Zhang Baoyun to arrive at this step hadn't been easy for either of them. Hey! Don't try and look down on the Seven Profound Valleys. You might not know this, but the Seven Profound Valleys once produced a legendary character. He is someone that comes from the same sect as Cloudsword Immortal and Bluesword Immortal. In the past, during the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting, this person ranked even above Cloudsword Immortal and Bluesword Immortal, and he became the champion of the Total Faction Martial Meeting. After that, he entered the Four Divine Kingdoms and stirred up a giant storm. Then his martial arts shattered the void and he ascended to the stars. It's said that his achievements surpass even those of Emperor Sakya from 3,000 years ago. You are speaking of Lin Ming, Sage Lin. How can anyone of the South Horizon region not know of his legend? But he is far too strong, and many people consider him far too remote in existence. His is too mythical in existence, so it's hard for people to believe that such a person came from the South Horizon region. The Seven Profound Valleys must have a raging fire when they pray at their ancestral tablets. But then again, during a period when an extreme talent appears, they can often drive the overall strength of a sect to new, never-before-seen heights. When such a person appears, all other geniuses chase after them together, and only then can there be an era where heroes are pouring forth from the ranks. All things considered, perhaps it could be said that Cloudsword Immortal and Bluesword Immortal's current achievements are due to Lin Ming's influence. Lin Ming, whether it was the South Horizon region or the Central Four Divine Kingdoms, was a myth-like name. However, as these discussions fell into Lin Ming's ears, he appeared indifferent throughout. Beneath his icy mask, his pupils were like fathomless wells, as if he didn't hear anything at all. Hey! Speaking of Sage Lin, I am most clear about him. My master once personally told me of Sage Lin's matters. As everyone began speaking of Lin Ming, the 18-year-old girl who encountered Lin Ming at the base of the mountain also impatiently joined the talks. Her master was her pride. Her master's experiences were also her pride. With such an excellent time to show off, how could she possibly miss out? That's right, Fairy Jiang, aren't you Bluesword Immortal's direct disciple? Hurry and tell us what you know. Someone impatiently said. And this question caused Fairy Jiang to be increasingly playful and exaggerated in her movements. At her side, her senior apprentice brother shook his head, thinking all of this a little funny and a little embarrassing. He thought to himself, "You're 18 years old already and yet still have the disposition of a child." The young girl beamed with joy. She had successfully caught the gazes of all the young disciples. For most of the people here, when Lin Ming was wildly wandering the South Horizon region, their grandfathers hadn't yet been born. The stories they heard afterwards all came in different versions, so they were unable to come to a consensus. Now, with someone closely related to someone who was directly present and involved in the past, they certainly listened with relish. Towards this, Lin Ming had no interest. His heart was a still and dead pond. He felt that in this world, there might not be anything that was able to move him. But, as Lin Ming's heart was dead, the girl's unintentional words caused his heart that had remained silent for so many years to feel a faint hint of movement. You might not know, but in the past, my master admired Sage Lin the most. And what he admired was not his talent, but his fighting spirit. You might have heard rumors that Sage Lin was a prince of the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom who entered the South Horizon region to gain experience and go adventuring. But that is actually nonsense. My master knows that Sage Lin was actually the child of a mortal family, an extremely common and humble mortal family at that. During his youth, Sage Lin simply wasn't able to practice martial arts, and he even experienced a massive setback. The road of martial arts is bumpy and filled with holes, but Sage Lin continued walking, one step at a time. What my master most admired of Sage Lin was his undying spirit and perseverance. Sage Lin's goal in life was to chase after the peak of martial arts, and my master said that perhaps Sage Lin is the person closest to the peak of martial arts. The girl's words caused the young disciples to cry out in praise. To chase after the peak of martial arts? That's so amazing. I wonder what the peak of martial arts is like. I also want to immediately chase after it. Everyone enthusiastically discussed. And as these words fell into Lin Ming's ears, his heart began to fill with emotion. The peak of martial arts? Such words were easily spoken. But only those who stepped onto this road themselves knew how ephemeral a goal it was, just how many terrifying ordeals and trials one had to experience in order to run towards it. There were so many peerless individuals in this world. How many things had they betrayed, how great of a price had they paid? A newborn calf didn't fear the tiger. However, the more experiences one gained, the less they had the blazing fighting spirit of their youth, that unfearing and unwavering heart that dared to defy the heavens. Really, was he old? Lin Ming recalled the time when he had tried to break into life destruction in the past. He had told himself, "If the heavens wish to destroy me, then I will destroy the heavens. If the death god wants to take me, then I will cut down the death god." The him of that time, just how heroic and daring had he been? But now, he deeply sighed. An endless sorrow mixed together with the vicissitudes of time in his eyes. On the cold pond, Jiang Lanjian and Zhang Baoyan's fight was reaching its most brilliant zenith. They danced through the air, their feet leaving only light ripples as they touched upon the lotuses of the pond, not even causing a single splash of water. Sword energy pierced through the air, yet not a single ice lotus was damaged. They weren't strong, but from their sword intent, Lin Ming could profoundly feel something he once chased, an unyielding fighting spirit. An inexplicable unwillingness suddenly stirred in his heart. He grit his teeth and tried to stimulate the weak fires of his soul once again. He wanted to use the energy from his own inner world, he wanted to impact the limits of his cultivation, he wanted to open the magic cube. However, the fires of his soul and the fires of his life were far too weak. Such a massive amount of energy needed soul force to manipulate. His inner world remained quiet like before. And the magic cube didn't respond at all. When Lin Ming was at the Divine Lord realm, only then was he able to slowly grasp the ability to use the magic cube. Moreover, he hadn't been able to do so whenever he pleased. But now, compared to when he was a Divine Lord, his soul force was nothing at all. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree, completely meaningless. Moreover, what caused Lin Ming to feel the most despair was that even if he could stimulate the magic cube, he wouldn't be able to rely on it to restore his source soul force. Although the magic cube was a divine tool of the soul, its abilities lay more in extinguishing a soul and erasing spirit marks. But to restore a soul, that was unlikely to be possible. Losing his source soul force, losing the fires of his life, that was the same as losing the source of his life. For instance, no matter how heaven-defying a divine tool, it still couldn't restore the aged and declining 3 lives old man to the peak of his youth. That would violate the most fundamental rules of the world. Disappointment once again crashed into Lin Ming. To struggle, to overcome loss with but a single thought. Although this was a simple thought, how many people could cross this bridge? Often in this world, there were many matters that could not be done. This wasn't because one did not want to, but because one simply could not. He heaved a deep sigh. I don't want to lose my fighting spirit. But if I have fighting spirit, so what? I have lost everything. Just how can I defy the heavens? Chapter 1934, Old Friends Meet Once More. Atop the cold pond, Zhang Baoyun and Zhang Lanjian's match was reaching its superheated phase. Each move condensed the essence of their swordsmanship. The surrounding martial artists cheered out loud, their voices reaching into the heavens. But at this moment, the surrounding noise served to sharply contrast Lin Ming's deepest feelings. Pang! Metal rang against metal. Zhang Lanjian's sword was knocked out of his hand. A blue sword spun out. Sword energy wildly surged, reaching 1,000 feet high. 99 moves, just one away from my goal. Zhang Lanjian looked at Zhang Baoyun with suspicion. You shouldn't have been intentionally doing that, right? Zhang Baoyun shook his head. 9 through 9, all returns to 1. My dance of 99 sword moves just then was a single samsara. The sword moves also contain samsara? Before the surrounding martial artists could think of what happened, at this time, Zhang Lanjian's sword came crashing down from the air. Although its accompanying sword energy had weakened a great deal, it still rang out sharply. This long sword fell onto one of the pavilions. Be careful! Many young disciples cried out in alarm, retreating as fast as they could. Ding! The long sword thrust into the ground, burying itself straight to the sword hilt. And what a coincidence, the sword had nailed itself to the pavilion stage that Lin Ming was standing on. The truth was that the sword's landing point was quite far from Lin Ming. But the surrounding disciples had fled like a pack of surprised birds, leaving only Lin Ming behind, standing motionlessly where he was. He was like a stone sculpture, extremely glaring for some time. Many people looked towards Lin Ming. This mysterious person was special enough, he actually wore a Wood Spirit Jade mask. In the South Horizon region, Wood Spirit Jade was a precious treasure. Not many people knew of it, but there were some knowledgeable individuals who recognized it. The icy cold Wood Spirit Jade mask seemed slightly distorted, giving off a strange feeling. However, what was weird was that this youth wearing the mask had a restrained cultivation and it was impossible to see what boundary he was at. This sort of person was either a peerless master or someone proficient in concealing their cultivation, or even a truly ordinary commoner. But presently, the last possibility didn't seem too likely. Zhang Lanjian and Zhang Baoyun both noticed Lin Ming. Zhang Baoyun nodded. Friend, may I know your name? Zhang Baoyun could feel a familiar aura from this youth's body, but he wasn't sure just where he had sensed it before. Lin Ming remained silent. How rude! Cloudsword Immortal asked you a question. The sovereign of a third-grade sect scolded Lin Ming. This sovereign wanted to maintain Zhang Baoyun's authority and enhance his own impression to everyone present. But Lin Ming remained motionless like before, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. You? In the South Horizon region, a third-grade sect sovereign could be considered a top character in their own right, so when had they ever been ignored like this? The sovereign became enraged and began preparing to teach Lin Ming a lesson. But then, Zhang Baoyun said, Sovereign Lu, please be patient. His words were light but carried a strange tone to them, a calm affinity that caused anyone who heard him to immediately subside their anger. Zhang Baoyun turned to Lin Ming. Friend, my name is Zhang Baoyun, an ascetic swordsman of the South Horizon region. If you have nothing to do right now, then how about coming to my humble abode for a drink? I happen to have a pot of 1,000-year fog flower wine and I would like to invite a few friends to come drink with me. Zhang Baoyun's polite words left everyone shocked. 1,000-year fog flower wine. That was made from the spring water of Sword Mountain combined with innumerable rare treasures. It was incredibly advantageous to a martial artist. Countless people would have fought each other to drink a single cup, yet Zhang Baoyun was actually asking this unknown and seemingly mentally disturbed person to drink to his heart's content? Zhang Lanjian's two apprentices, the young man and woman, were left staring with wide eyes. This was 1,000-year fog flower wine. And the two of them knew that whether it was their honorable master Zhang Lanjian or senior master Zhang Baoyun, both were addicted to alcohol as if it was their life. Sword and alcohol, those were the two things most essential to their lives. Zhang Baoyun only had half a jar of this 1,000-year fog flower wine. Each time he invited his friends to drink he would only have a mere few cups, and yet he was asking this unknown person to drink with him? Who was he? Wasn't this the same as a meat pie falling down from the heavens? Zhang Baoyun's invitation caused Lin Ming to sigh with emotion. After a period of silence, he finally nodded. This left many people so depressed they nearly spat out blood. This idiot simply didn't know what 1,000-year fog flower wine was, right? To be so reluctant to drink it, he could anger people to death and not know of it. Please. Zhang Baoyun straightforwardly said. The place Zhang Baoyun lived was very simple. A bamboo house, a few huts, that was all. The arrangement of the house was also simple. An old and plain wooden table. Several chairs. A bottle of bamboo. A written poem portrait filled with overbearing sword intent. And rows of wine jars. Zhang Baoyun leisurely took out the 1,000-year fog flower wine and heated it with warm water. Then, he washed a few cups and filled them. There were 3 people in the house. Zhang Baoyun, Zhang Lanjian, as well as Lin Ming. After 130 years, these 3 old friends had unexpectedly reunited. Brother, may I know your honored name? This question was not asked by Zhang Baoyun but by Zhang Lanjian. He was also curious as to who Lin Ming was. This individual was a complete enigma, but he could feel that he was somewhat familiar. But just based on this familiarity alone, Zhang Lanjian would never have thought, would never have dared to imagine it was that person. Very well, if this brother doesn't wish to speak his name, then there is no need to ask. When sharing a drink, all we need to do is raise our cups. Why must we know each other? Let's drink. The 3 people raised their cups and drank the wine. Good wine. Zhang Lanjian praised. Zhang Baoyun also savored the aftertaste for a long time. He praised, the charm of wine comes from the mood of drinking wine. Those that understand wine taste not just the wine but also the mood. From the spiciness when it first enters the throat, to the fresh heat once it is swallowed, to the lasting fragrance that one can mull over. It's just like life. In the world, countless people struggle. They experience hardship, they experience tribulations, and if they can survive all of that then they can return to their true state and release the mellow fragrance of life. For me, whether it is 1,000-year fog flower wine or some coarse distilled grain wine, the truth is that there is no essential difference, because what I am drinking is not wine, but life. Zhang Baoyun's words caused Zhang Lanjian to laugh and cheer. As for Lin Ming, his mind shook. He quietly thought about these words. In a man's life there was rise and fall, hardship and suffering. Just how many people experience this? To overcome this and return to one's true self, achieving supreme enlightenment and becoming a legend. The Soul Emperor was right. What he lacked in his life was tribulations. He had come from nothing and had indeed experienced countless life and death slaughters, walking on the precipice of death innumerable times. Lan Yunyue's betrayal, Xian Wuji's hunting, Yang Yun's plotting, Tian Ningxi's calculations, and then the step-by-step pressure of the good fortune saint's son. All of these were considered setbacks. But they weren't too remarkable. Because when many martial artists grew up, they all experienced such things. Lin Ming remembered Dragon Fong, he remembered June Blue Moon. They were people who had their own stories, and their experiences, their tribulations, were not necessarily any less than his own. However, a true great tribulation, a true great setback. When they encountered it, they simply didn't know what path to take out. Chapter 1935A, Revisiting Familiar Lands. Brother? Seeing Lin Ming quietly looking at his wine cup, Zhang Baoyun couldn't help but ask. Lin Ming looked up. Thank you. Zhang Baoyun was startled. He didn't know what Lin Ming was thanking him for, but this was unimportant. He openly smiled and said, "It seems that I have hit it off with a new friend. Today, none of us will rest without being drunk." Zhang Lanjian also echoed this sentiment. He laughed, no drunk no sleep. Zhang Baoyun looked at Lin Ming and suddenly said, "Truthfully speaking, you look like someone I knew once, so that was why I invited you here to drink wine." Oh. Lin Ming fell silent, not speaking too much. "Friend, you're quite the special one." Zhang Baoyun was stunned. Normally, one would ask just which person they reminded him of, but this masked man only uttered a single "oh." Zhang Baoyun finished off his cup of wine. He recalled that time 130 years ago at the Seven Profound Valleys when he had fought Lin Ming in that unrivaled battle. In his life, that was his most unforgettable fight. He sighed, saying, "You are indeed somewhat similar to my old friend, but you are actually different. You don't seem as persevering as he was, but instead like an old man in the twilight of his life. But that makes the weight on your back seem that much heavier." That old friend. I once tried to chase after his footsteps, but he kept running further and further away until I could no longer see him. Now, he should have already stepped onto the road towards the peak of martial arts. After all, that was his dream. The peak of martial arts, Lin Ming quietly said, somewhat at a loss. What is the peak of martial arts? He asked Zhang Baoyun this question, but he also asked himself. The truth was that in these past years, Lin Ming already had his doubts as to what the peak of martial arts was. Countless peerless masters had searched for the peak of martial arts since ancient times. For the peak of martial arts, Shang Mei had done everything in her power, even giving up her body. For the peak of martial arts, Divine Dream diligently strived and struggled. For the peak of martial arts, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was willing to fuse with an abyssal without any hesitation. But just how far did they manage to go? Not mentioning them, even the Azura Roadmaster or the creator of the Holy Scripture, the two of them, did they ever reach the peak of martial arts? Zhang Baoyun said, "As to what that peak is, I don't know. But I believe that when people see a group of mountains together, they call the top of the highest mountain the peak. If so, then my Sword Mountain is also the peak." Lin Ming shook his head. "Sword Mountain is not enough." "Yes, it is not enough. When I mount the summit of Sword Mountain, I can overlook a country, but overlooking a country is far from enough. In this world there are endless mountain peaks. But there must be a single mountain that is the highest. The higher a mountain peak, the more difficult it is for me. And to me, the most terrifying, the most horrifying thing is that I simply don't know where this mountain is." Lin Ming calmly stared at this wine cup. Perhaps he already knew where this mountain was. Between the three great universal divine tools, the roads of essence, energy, and divine, the Holy Scripture that cultivated the inner universe and the Heavenly Sutra that cultivated the outer universe. To fuse them together. This was the highest peak? Lin Ming wasn't sure. But what he knew was that when Zhang Baoyun displayed his samsara sword arts, his dual swords weren't anything at all when compared to the cultivation of essence, energy, divine, or the outer and inner universes. Even if Zhang Baoyun had reached the limit of his road, that was only the heights of Sword Mountain. "And will you keep searching?" Lin Ming suddenly asked Zhang Baoyun. "Why wouldn't I?" Zhang Baoyun laughed and filled his wine cup once more. "I will never stop searching. I know that my vision is limited and I might never be able to find it, but I will climb up as I did before, unendingly. I do not need to truly reach the highest peak in the world, but as I climb, I will be more than happy to simply see that peak above me. This is because when I climb to a new peak, my vision will expand further and I will be able to see where a higher peak lies. And when I climb up that new peak, I will find yet another higher one, and I will keep repeating this. Is there any meaning to it? Lin Ming asked. He knew how short a martial artist's life was. If they took detour after detour, that would only make them waste away their youth. There is. Jiang Baoyun solemnly nodded. He tossed back the wine in his cup. Even if I have to climb without end in my life, even if I forever remain small and never see where the highest peak is, then, at the very least, I will keep surpassing myself, I will keep defeating myself. Defeating myself? At that moment, Lin Ming's heart shook, as if something touched it. Defeating himself, in life, a person's greatest enemy was themselves. Jiang Baoyun was doomed to never be able to step onto the peak of martial arts in his life, but he still continued to seek it out, because every time he climbed a new mountain peak it would mean he had defeated his old self. Sometimes, even if a person knew that what they were trying to do was impossible, they would still rush in without hesitation. A moth to a flame, wasn't this what it was? Lin Ming was silent. He mulled over these new sentiments in his heart, not speaking. He had once said that he was a moth willing to fly into the fire. However, a human was not a moth. For those who were willing to be moths that flew into the flames, the truth was that when they really did rush into that blazing inferno, they would still see a glimmer of hope within. In the past, Lin Ming was also like this. He said he would be a moth that flew into the flames, and he did do that. Moreover, he even succeeded. However, a real moth would not succeed. For them to fly into a flame, what they faced was certain death. When one truly saw no hope, when the flames burned brightly before them, how many people would still be willing to rush in? Let's have another drink. Jiang Baoyun's words broke Lin Ming's reverie. Lin Ming drank another cup of wine. Cup after cup, the 1,000-year fogflower wine was finished. They changed to a new wine. Jar after jar, it was unknown how many jars they drank. These three normally wouldn't become drunk. But today, they did. When a person was drunk, their thoughts would become muddled. The lives of the people. The common folk worked for their livelihoods, bustling about. Nobles and officials engaged in intrigue and plotting for their countries and people. Common martial artists fought in life and death slaughters to struggle for a higher boundary. Empyreans and true divinities schemed for their races and for the survival of their people. Life was a battle, all muddled up together. To savor the mellowness and spiciness of life, when the thoughts were truly muddled, perhaps that was when one could truly understand the mysteries. This was the mood of wine, as well as the abstraction of life. Lin Ming didn't know how many jars of wine he drank. He only stopped when all three people were lying in a drunken daze on the ground, drifting off to sleep. With this thought in mind, Lin Ming slept deeply. It had been many years since he had rested like this. He didn't worry about humanity's great calamity, he didn't worry about being hunted by a true divinity, and he didn't worry about his fading fires of the soul. A rare indulgence, a rare moment of muddled-mindedness. The awakening of a dream. The night was deep. Jiang Baoyun and Zhang Lanjian were still sleeping. The table was covered with messy bottles and cups of wine, and beside it were several empty wine jars. Lin Ming looked at them for a while and then stood up. And at this time, Jiang Baoyun also awoke. Leaving? Jiang Baoyun looked towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. Where to? Lin Ming was silent for a moment before saying, to another place. He had a premonition that this would be the last time he ever saw Jiang Baoyun. Lin Ming continued, and you? Jiang Baoyun smiled. Me? I will be searching for a higher mountain peak. Chapter 1935b, Revisiting Familiar Lands. Lin Ming departed. His visit to Sword Mountain had left him with an inexplicable feeling. Although during this period he did not perceive cultivation methods, enlighten himself on the heavenly Tao, or even sit in meditation, Lin Ming knew that in truth, his heart had gone through an unprecedented baptism. If the fires of his soul were still vibrant, then these feelings and sentiments would bring him unimaginable accomplishments in the future. However, he still hadn't found a way to restore his source soul force. He crossed Sword Mountain, passing through a vast wilderness and then arriving at the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The Sky Fortune Kingdom, the land where he was born and raised. This land carried far too many memories for him. Lin Ming stood on a mountain, looking down over the country. In the infinite vastness of the cosmos, this tiny nation was far too small. It wouldn't even be able to be described as a grain of sand in the desert. But even so, this tiny land was burdened with Lin Ming's memories. He spread out his sense, easily covering the entire nation. He found Green Mulberry City. This was the city he grew up in as a child. In the past, Green Mulberry City was a small town. Its walls were 200 feet high and it had less than 100,000 citizens living within. But in the current era, Green Mulberry City had already surpassed the capital, Sky Fortune City, and had become the #1 city of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. This city was extremely lively and bustling. The streets were wide and spacious and filled with crowds of boisterous people. This world-overturning change was naturally because of Lin Ming. Lin Ming had come from this city and was the legendary hero of Green Mulberry City. Because of this, innumerable martial artists came to visit, and these martial artists possessed a massive amount of wealth that boosted Green Mulberry's rapid growth. At the city entrance there were 3 30-foot-high rock sculptures. The sculpture in the city was that of Lin Ming. Lin Ming's statue grasped a long spear that pointed straight into the bright blue skies. Behind Lin Ming, there were 2 sculptures of peerless women. They were as beautiful as ephemeral fairies. They were Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. These 3 statues were worshipped by countless people every year. Lin Ming stood at the entrance of the city for a long time, looking around. Finally, he stepped into the city. In the busy crowds there was everyone one could think of: students, martial artists, actors, maids, chairbearers, stall owners selling sesame cakes. Come on, take a look. Take a look. Don't miss out on this. I can crack a stone on my chest and a jar on my head. Those with money come and try, those without money, come and look. A man with a bare upper body excitedly shouted out to the crowd, his fists cupped together. Feng Shui can tell your fortune. If you believe, then come and try it, and if you don't, a fortune teller had set up a stall to divine the futures of gullible customers. Lin Ming listened to the sounds all around him. Slowly, he blended into the crowd, become a common and inconspicuous individual. Only the mask covering his face caused people to notice him. Luxurious carriages could be seen everywhere. Exquisite sedan chairs came one after another. Some people rode towering horses into the city. Some people walked in with their heads held high, and some people sat at the city entrance in rags, begging atop their straw mats. Buy a sesame cake. These are fresh sesame cakes that just came out of the oven. 2 pennies for one. Fresh and fragrant, these are made with the secret recipe of my ancestors. Little brother, how about trying one? As Lin Ming passed over a stone bridge, an auntie selling sesame cakes shouted out to him. Lin Ming turned to see an auntie. Her face was wrapped in a scarf. Her exposed skin was reddened from years of sun exposure and harsh winds. She wore simple and coarse clothes, and a pair of worn-out shoes. At this time, she had wrapped a sesame cake with a piece of paper. The hands that held the sesame cake were gnarled with age. Lin Ming looked at this auntie and felt a burning feeling in his nose. He felt over his body, but he knew he didn't have any copper coins or even gold or silver. He couldn't take out anything from his spatial ring. Any single item taken out and placed in the mortal world would cause a catastrophe. Thus, he shook his head. The auntie looked at Lin Ming's clothes. He didn't seem like a poor person, but he didn't have a single penny on him. perhaps he had forgotten to bring money. She smiled. "Little brother, did you forget to bring money? It's already noon, you might not have eaten yet. Here, take a sesame cake, it's free of charge." The auntie took the paper-wrapped sesame cake and stuffed it into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming took the sesame cake. He stood there, not knowing what feeling was in his heart. In the past, when Lin Ming was still a child, his family circumstances hadn't been bad or good. His parents managed a restaurant for their clan and would receive money every year. When his mother gave him pocket money, Lin Ming would frequently stroll through the streets, buying sesame cakes and candied fruits. Lin Ming held the sesame cake in his hands and slowly brought it up to his mouth. He took a small bite. The mild taste melted in his mouth, bringing with it a unique fragrance. The flavor hadn't changed, even after over 100 years. The only change was those who ate the sesame cake. Lin Ming cautiously ate. This was a food unique to mortals. For many years, Lin Ming had eaten innumerable heavenly materials. Just a tiny bit of what he ate for a single meal couldn't even be afforded by the entire wealth of a nation. But he couldn't remember any heavenly materials that tasted as good as this sesame cake did today. Lin Ming ate it up. "Little brother, how is it?" The auntie saw tears form at the corners of Lin Ming's eyes as he ate the sesame cake, and she was flustered a little. "Does the cake not taste good? Or did you have some troubles with your family and run away?" "No, I'm fine, thank you, auntie." Lin Ming shook his head. He respectfully bowed and then turned to leave. Lin Ming walked forward step by step. Along the way, he saw many dignitaries and nobles. He saw young masters riding atop horses and spoiled misses in their sedans. He saw even more poor people. He saw prostitutes displaying their bodies in front of brothels, and he saw beggars begging on the streets. The life of a mortal was less than a mere 100 years. From young to old, who knew how many peoples had been born and died, living through happiness and suffering. Lin Ming had seen these sights in his youth. But he had never truly experienced it. When martial artists cultivated the heavenly Tao, that was a type of enlightenment. And returning to the mortal world and feeling the soil, that was also another type of enlightenment. Yet, there were far too many people who perceived the heavenly Tao and far too few people who understood the toils of mortals. A martial artist stood at too high a height. Compared to an ordinary person, there was a natural moat as great as the skies that separated them. They were naturally unable to feel the sweet, sour, spicy, and all the other tastes of a mortal's life. Imperceptibly, Lin Ming arrived at the center of Green Mulberry City. Here was where the Lin family was located. For the past 100-some years, because of Lin Ming, they had become the #1 mortal family clan of the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom and even the entire South Horizon region. Even the royal families of great nations weren't as prominent or prestigious as the Lin family. No matter who it was or what influence they came from, no one dared to provoke the Lin family. In the past, Lin Ming had taken his parents away from the Lin family and had ended his karma with them. Today, Lin Ming returned to the Lin family, but only quietly stood at the front gates. For 2 hours, Lin Ming watched as all sorts of famed and powerful individuals walked in and out of the Lin family. Each one was respectful as they walked in, and didn't dare to hurry their steps. He also saw some disciples of the Lin family practice their martial arts on the military field, their movements intense and vigorous. The current head of the Lin family was an intelligent individual. He understood that one's own strength was the most important thing. Lin Ming silently looked at all of this and then silently departed. From start to finish, he never passed through the gates of the Lin family. Life and death was fated, wealth and honor came and went. The Lin family should be able to live prosperously for thousands of years, but in this world, there was no such thing as eternal wealth and glory. Perhaps in the future, this respected family would be ruined, one day reverting to an ordinary family. In Lin Ming's eyes, this was a natural samsara. There was no need to change it. Chapter 1936A, A Snowy Night. Lin Ming's last stop in Green Mulberry City was the restaurant that his parents had managed for the Lin family in the past. However, the restaurant was no longer a restaurant. It was no longer open for business, but closed up against outsiders. This restaurant was a treasure land of the Lin family. Let alone eating a meal, one couldn't even visit. Even every new generation of the Sky Fortune Kingdom's emperor would only be able to distantly pay their respects when they came to visit Green Mulberry City. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the truth was that the Lin family represented something similar to divine right. They were a force that stood above imperial authority and were insurmountable. Seeing this restaurant that no one could even enter, Lin Ming seemed to lose interest in revisiting the familiar places. In revisiting familiar places, he didn't come to see the sights, but to recall memories. When the Lin family restaurant was no longer the same and instead had taken on a completely different significance, Lin Ming no longer wished to go in. Because, from there, in the end these memories could not be found. Lin Ming left. He left Green Mulberry City and left the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Thinking about it, ever since Shang Mei drew out Lin Ming's Source Soul Force, around 7 or 8 years had passed. Lin Ming could feel his cultivation fall every day. Although the tiny amount of Source Soul Force left in his body made it so that he didn't age and turn senile, his weak fires of life weren't able to be summoned. He also couldn't withstand the burden of the massive energy and cultivation contained within his body. Slowly, these strengths dissipated. He began to weaken. He traveled to the north. He passed through villages and eventually arrived at a northern grassland. This land was not as peaceful as the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Soldiers and cavalry chaotically wandered about. War happened year-round. Lin Ming walked through the streets and could feel the worry and panic in the hearts of the walking pedestrians. They often had scarves wrapped around their heads, their footsteps hurried and their expressions tense. War, famine, plagues, to mortals these were three of the most terrifying events. And once war, famine, and plagues erupted it would likely spread. On this day, there was heavy snow. Lin Ming went to a remote mountain. The day was late and the path of the road couldn't be seen. The snow was knee-deep. If this was a valley, an entire person could be swallowed up. Lin Ming looked at the vast white mountain ridge that was illuminated in a pall of night. He wanted to climb the mountain, but at this time, he suddenly felt inexplicably cold. He couldn't help but shiver. Although Lin Ming's cultivation had fallen, he still wasn't so weak that he couldn't withstand the cold on this snowy mountain. In fact, even if the most powerful ice attribute martial artist of the Skyspill planet were to freely attack Lin Ming, he wouldn't feel anything at all. But on this day, he felt an inexplicable chill. This was a coldness that came from the soul, making it nearly impossible for Lin Ming to withstand. He knew that the wounds Shang Mei left in him couldn't be cured. Moreover, they would become increasingly heavy until finally, they took his life. He used his sense to cover this mountain. He wanted to look for a place to rest. But as he searched, his mind suddenly shook. He saw a person he recognized. Although this person's appearance had greatly changed, Lin Ming was still able to recognize him. There were far too many shadows of the past on his appearance. And his saber hadn't changed for over 130 years. This damnable weather, what hellish luck! To hurry on the road on such a snowy night can take a man's life. I wonder if the cold weather will sicken His Highness the Crown Prince. Two youths complained in low voices. They spoke in whispers. On such a snowy and windy night, their voices couldn't travel too far. Just forget it. We have to find the little princess within 3 days, evacuate from this area and return to our base. If we stay too long then the White Guard will definitely find us. An old man spoke. He wore a bamboo hat and carried a child in his arms. He wore a long coat and tried to cover the shivering child in his arms as much as possible. He kept his head lowered as he hurried along. What if we can't find her? a youth anxiously asked. If we can't find her, then that is the will of heaven, the old man deeply sighed and shook his head. If I remember correctly, then the cave we stopped by last year is just in front of us. There should still be some hay and firewood left inside, so let's rest in there tonight. As the old man spoke, he searched out the snow road before him. He had a sharp memory, and after a quarter hour he found the cave he remembered from the past. Everyone let out a long breath of relief. To cross a mountain on a snowy night, that was something they could withstand, but the child with them wouldn't be able to bear it. The group quickly ran into the cave. They brushed the snow off their bodies and took off their bamboo hats. Although the cave was still cold, the air inside was dry. And as the old man remembered, there really was hay and firewood within. They planned to use the firewood to light a fire. But when they lit the flames, at the moment the cave was illuminated in light, they were all startled and quickly drew backwards. With sharp ringing sounds, everyone drew out their weapons. This was because there was someone sitting in the cave. He wore a jade-green mask that had an extremely cold and indifferent expression carved into it. Moreover, this person hadn't made a single sound, nor did he release any aura. This was why when the group entered the cave, no one had noticed him. Who are you? Everyone had their guards raised. This was because they were all being hunted down by the White Guard. In this remote part of a snowy mountain, a mysterious person had suddenly appeared, making them all feel as if they were in a perilous situation. Just a passerby, Lin Ming quietly said. His eyes were focused on the old man in the group. This old man appeared to be around 60 years of age. His face was engraved with the years of wind and frost. From the outline of his face, one could vaguely sense that in his youth, this old man had also once been a considerably dashing individual. This old man only had a single arm. His hair was white and a full white mustache fell down like whiskers. There was a deep scar on his face. It starting from his eyebrows and extended down to his neck, nearly splitting through his entire face. Although this old man was extremely vigilant, there was a deep weariness emanating from him. His old and dirty eyes were bloodshot, and one could see that he hadn't slept well for several days. At this time, the old man held out his sword to confront Lin Ming and simultaneously pushed the child to his back to protect him. This child was also sensible and aware of the situation. He didn't cry nor make noise, but instead quietly stood behind the old man and peeked out at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was slightly moved. The image of this exhausted old man in front of him began to slowly overlap with another image in his mind. This image wore embroidered robes and a golden crown tied up his hair. He had an elegant sword strapped onto his waist and his appearance was bold and heroic. Moreover, the corners of his lips had a slight touch of taunting contempt to them, as if to show off his disdain for all others. If it weren't for the deep red sword wrapped in snakeskin that was in the old man's hand, if it weren't for the familiar fire attribute true essence emanating from this old man, then Lin Ming would never have believed that this old man was an old enemy from his past, Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan. In Green Mulberry City, Zhu Yan had stolen away his first love, Lan Yunue. Afterwards, Lin Ming had firmed his determination to enter the Seven Profound Martial House. He took his small amount of money and traveled to the Sky Fortune Kingdom to partake in the examinations there. Because he just happened to encounter Zhu Yan by chance when he was registering, one of Zhu Yan's friends had Lin Ming secretly expelled from his living quarters in order to curry favor. Because of that, Lin Ming went to Great Clarity Pavilion where he worked as a debonair, and it was there that Lin Ming obtained the magic cube. Afterwards, Lin Ming's cultivation rapidly rose. When his true ability was revealed to the world, this caused Sky Fortune City's royal family to take notice of him and do everything in their power to win him over. As for Zhu Yan, because there was a grudge between him and Lin Ming, he was forced to endure great pressure and isolation. Even his lord, the 10th Prince Yang Zhen, had started to force Zhu Yan's hand in his quest for the throne. Yang Zhen had forced Zhu Yan to break his engagement with Lan Yunue. Finally, Zhu Yan was defeated by Lin Ming. Then, whether it was the Zhu family or the 10th prince, Zhu Yan had lost all value to them. Instead, he had become a burden. Thus, Zhu Yan had been expelled. From that point on, Lin Ming no longer saw Zhu Yan again. It had been over 130 years since they last saw each other. Lin Ming never thought that after the day he last saw Zhu Yan, the next time they met, Zhu Yan would already be like this. The scar on his face. His single arm. His old and exhausted face. Lin Ming could even see the internal injuries left in his body. These hidden wounds had likely even affected Zhu Yan's road of martial arts. Because of all of this, Lin Ming could imagine just how much change and hardship Zhu Yan had experienced over the years. You know me? Zhu Yan noticed Lin Ming's gaze and was startled. Lin Ming didn't reply. He leaned against the rock behind him. A little hay covered the ground he sat on. At this time, he still felt that biting cold from within. This pain that came from the soul was nearly unbearable. He looks like he's shivering. Someone said in a whisper as they looked at Lin Ming. Is he too cold? Everyone thought the situation a little absurd. With the sudden appearance of a masked individual, they thought this might be some peerless master sent to assassinate them. But now, this person was violently shivering as if they couldn't stand this cold mountain wind. That scared me. I thought it was some master. Don't lower your guard. The group chose the corner furthest from Lin Ming and carefully sat down, keeping an eye on him the entire time. Old Flame, should we do something about him? A person said with a true essence sound transmission. I don't know whether he heard our conversation from before. The snow is heavy and the winds are great. He shouldn't have heard us. And if he did, that proves his cultivation is far above ours. If we fight him, we might be the ones killed instead. So, just don't try to stir up any unnecessary trouble with someone, especially when you don't know what their origin is. Although he looks sick, for some reason I feel strange when I see him. Zhu Yan slowly said. He no longer went by his old name, but instead called himself by a single character, Flame. Chapter 1936b, A Snowy Night. The group set up a bonfire. They sat around the warm edges eating dried meats and drinking water. The entire time, they remained vigilant against Lin Ming. The little boy in Zhu Yan's arms was quiet from beginning to end. His large eyes blinked as he stared at Lin Ming. Lin Ming noticed that this little boy had a thread of red silk hanging around his neck and adorned with a common-looking bronze medal. This bronze medal had a unique flower petal design on it. Zhu Yan seemed to realize something. Unhurriedly, he slipped the bronze medal into the boy's collar. After eating, Zhu Yan sat in rest with his eyes closed. But his attention was focused on Lin Ming the entire time. He didn't know why, but the more he looked at this person, the stranger the feeling that tickled his mind. He just couldn't identify what it was. Lin Ming was also looking at Zhu Yan. Over 130 years had passed and the endless changes of mortal life had been and gone. Recalling the proud and arrogant youth of the past, Lin Ming found it hard to imagine that such a person had undergone such a dramatic transformation. Lin Ming had heard their words when they were outside the cave just then. It was clear that they were searching for children from the royal family. As Lin Ming crossed through the northern deserts and grasslands, he had seen the turmoil of war and the chaos of battle. He was able to guess just what was occurring. This was a war of a mortal nation. When a nation was destroyed by another nation, the royal family fled the capital and the prince and princess were separated. As for Zhu Yan, he and his subordinates were assigned to seek out the lost children of the royal family. It was clear that this was a dangerous mission. If they weren't careful, then they would all be killed. Lin Ming could feel that Zhu Yan didn't do all of this for glory and riches. This was because Zhu Yan didn't have much life left to live. At his current cultivation boundary, 100-some years was his limit. He likely wouldn't be able to wait for the revival of the nation. Moreover, such a defeated dynasty usually found it impossibly difficult to stage a comeback. Then for what reason did he support all of these meaningless actions that were also extremely dangerous? As this thought was crossing through Lin Ming's mind, a sheepskin bag of water was tossed towards him. Lin Ming reached out a hand and grabbed the water bag. The bag was hot in his hands. The water had been heated over the bonfire and then poured into the bag. This water bag was thrown over by Zhu Yan. "Aren't you cold? Drink some hot water." Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming, his eyes wary. Lin Ming took off the lid and drank a mouthful before tossing the water bag back. He didn't speak to Zhu Yan. The several people in his group rested in the cave and took turns on watch, but Lin Ming didn't sleep a single moment throughout the night. Early in the morning, Zhu Yan and the others donned their bamboo hats and left. Their group trudged through the boundless heavy snow, quickly vanishing from sight. Lin Ming quietly watched Zhu Yan's fading back and also stepped into the snow. He arrived at a small town. There weren't many people here. Without anyone to sweep away the snow, the ground was a blank white canvas. Walking through the streets, Lin Ming could feel the coldness within his body becoming increasingly heavy and thick. Suddenly, his body shook and his face paled. In that moment, an indescribably agonizing pain swelled up from his spiritual sea. Puff! Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The bright red blood splashed onto the front of his clothes. This was a grisly and shocking sight. Lin Ming trembled. He somehow couldn't support himself and slowly slumped to the ground. Many people saw him. A woman cried out in alarm and several people began hurrying far away. As war echoed through the land, everyone remained vigilant of others. They thought that someone had been killed on the streets. But upon further inspection, they discovered that Lin Ming seemed to have randomly spat out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with him? Who knows? Perhaps he has some hidden wounds that were suddenly stirred up. Look at that mask on his face. He definitely isn't an ordinary person. He might be someone from the organization, or even an assassin. He definitely knows martial arts, and if so, then he was wounded by someone even stronger. As people said this, they began to draw further and further away. A kind and soft-hearted woman couldn't help what she was seeing and wanted to aid Lin Ming, but she was stopped by her husband. War is everywhere now. Don't stir up needless troubles. If he is someone from the old dynasty and we rescue him, then that will be the death penalty for us. People fled far away, as if they were hiding from a god of plagues. Lin Ming's body shivered as he withstood this scorching pain. This sort of pain originated from his soul and came from its depletion. It was unbearable. He felt his strength rapidly drain away. His meridians and blood vessels were crudely and savagely torn open. The pain continued for a full 2 hours. The white snowy canvas beneath him was already dyed red with blood. White and red, these two bright contrasting colors formed a fierce and chilling image. "Big brother, are you all right?" As Lin Ming nearly fainted from the pain, he heard a shy voice echo out from nearby. He opened his eyes to see a dirty little girl with big and bright eyes looking at him. She wore a tattered cloth bag over her body and a broken piece of pottery hung across her neck. It was unknown just where she had picked it up from. From the looks of it, she was a young beggar. "Big brother, if you drink some water you might feel better." The little girl timidly held out a canteen of water. "I haven't eaten and I don't have any food, so I can only give you some water." The little girl was extremely pitiable. With the cold weather and her ragged clothing, her small face and hands almost seemed frozen. Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corners of his lips and shook his head. "There's no need." In this era when war ravaged the lands, this little girl was likely an orphan. Her parents had probably died in the chaos of war. Without her parents, she could only beg for food. But in this tumultuous times when the common people didn't even have enough food to fill their own stomachs, how could they have anything to give to a small child? Her destiny was likely to die alone, drowning in fear, cold, and hunger. As Lin Ming thought of this, he felt his heart tighten. The hardships of a mortal were everywhere. To a martial artist, these hardships might not even seem worthy of mentioning. But when these hardships befell these mortal commoners, it was actually a monumental matter. Lin Ming wanted to help this little girl, but unfortunately he didn't have anything to give her. He wasn't even able to give her a steamed bun or a few copper coins. As he was saddened, he suddenly noticed a thin red thread around the little girl's neck. Lin Ming had seen this red silk thread before. It was exactly the same as the one that the little boy in the mountain cave had been wearing. Sweeping out his sense, Lin Ming discovered that beneath this little girl's tattered clothing, there was a bronze medal. This bronze medal had a unique flower design, also similar to the boy's bronze medal. Lin Ming suddenly recalled the conversation Zhu Yan had with his subordinate. Zhu Yan had said, "Just forget it. We have to find the little princess within 3 days, evacuate from this area and return to our base. If we stay too long, then the White Guard will definitely find us." Little princess. Was this little girl in front of him the little princess that Zhu Yan was searching for? An orphan from the old dynasty. She once lived an extravagant and sumptuous lifestyle every day, but now she suffered the distresses and miseries of the mortal world. It was likely because she experienced such drastic changes that she was able to sympathize with others at such a young age. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. He held on to the little girl's hand. The little girl didn't resist and allowed Lin Ming to pull her along. Lin Ming spread out his sense, covering an area of several hundred miles. Then, Lin Ming easily found Zhu Yan and the others. They were stationed in a humble little restaurant, eating a meal as they spoke with the restaurant owner. Lin Ming turned to the little girl. He said, "Would you like to come with me? I'll bring you to look for your big brother." Lin Ming's words left the little girl startled. She took a step back, her eyes somewhat wary. However, Lin Ming's eyes seemed to contain an indescribable feeling, one that seemed filled with kindness and understanding. Slowly, she nodded. Lin Ming hugged the little girl and packed her in his coat. Then, he moved towards that common-looking restaurant. The restaurant was only 70 to 80 miles away from Lin Ming, in another small town. Lin Ming didn't walk quickly. But for some reason, that distance only took an incense stick of time beneath his feet. Lin Ming held the little girl and walked into the restaurant. Zhu Yan and the others were immediately on guard. They all drew their weapons. As for the restaurant owner, he reflexively acted and closed the restaurant doors. "It's you, just how?" Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming and was surprised to see him. They had crossed paths twice now. The first time could be called a coincidence, but the second time could not. This common restaurant was in truth one of their secret hideouts. The restaurant owner was actually vice commander of the Royal Guard and was a loyal and devoted servant of the emperor. It was at this time that Lin Ming and the others also noticed the child held tightly to his chest. Facing so many drawn weapons, the little girl was scared. Her hold on Lin Ming tightened and her small and dirty face paled. Zhu Yan didn't know who this little girl was, but the boy behind him did. The boy was stunned for a moment and then finally called out, "Pinger, is that you?" The little girl looked at the boy and was dumbfounded. After a long time, tears began to fall down her cheeks. "Big brother. It really is you." This little girl remembered that Lin Ming had told her he would lead her to her big brother, but she didn't think they would really find him. Half a year ago, when their nation perished, that could have been called a parting of life and death. She never imagined that they would see each other once more. Lin Ming set down the little girl, who ran forward and hugged her big brother. Seeing this, Zhu Yan was bewildered. Everyone was also left in a stunned daze. This was no different from a dream. What was going on? Why was this masked man holding the little princess? It was impossible that this was a coincidence. This masked man before them had clearly brought the little princess over to look for them. How did the masked man know they were searching for the little princess, and how did they know she was this little girl? Even if he did find the little princess, how did he know this was their secret hideout? Everything was simply far too unbelievable. Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming, his sword held the entire time. He noticed the chin that was revealed outside of Lin Ming's mask as well as Lin Ming's two hands. From the looks of it, Lin Ming didn't seem too old, he seemed like someone in his 20s. At this age, he couldn't be some peerless master, right? Then, at this time, Lin Ming suddenly began to hack and cough. He used his hands to support the lower corner of his mask. He couldn't stop the violent coughs from continuing, and it seemed as if he would cough out his lungs. Slowly, from between the seams of Lin Ming's fingers, blood flowed out. Stream after stream, this was an alarming sight. The people around Zhu Yan gulped as they saw this sight. This person was coughing so badly that he was vomiting blood. No matter how they saw it, this person had reached the terminal stages of an illness and didn't have much longer to live. But at this time, Lin Ming was startled. In that instant he felt a change. There was killing intent that had locked onto this location. He spread out his sense and discovered that outside the restaurant was a crowd of white-clothed swordsmen approaching at rapid speed. Wherever they went, citizens would flee in all directions as if they were running from snakes. The goal of these white-clothed swordsmen was the little restaurant where Lin Ming was. Chapter 1937, The Passing of Life. Hey, you, are you okay? Zhu Yan and his group of 7 or 8 people were scared and a little apprehensive as they saw all the blood flowing out from between Lin Ming's fingers. This man had already bled so much, could he even remain alive for much longer? Big brother. The little girl looked up at Lin Ming, her eyes filling with tears. Lin Ming had led her here and yet he was injured so heavily. White Wing, Lotus Thorn, you two heat some hot water and prepare some towels. Let this brother rest for a while. Zhu Yan said to a man and woman behind him. He could faintly feel that Lin Ming's wounds were far too deep and incurable. That's right. Old Flame, since the little princess has been found, when should we depart? As White Wing went to fetch some heated water, someone else suddenly asked this question. To remain in the territory of their enemies was far too dangerous a prospect. Yes, we should set off tonight. Then this man. Thorn Lotus looked at Lin Ming, feeling the situation a bit tricky. Lin Ming's identity was unknown and he also had such heavy wounds. Looking at the present situation, this man wouldn't be able to properly stand for some time. However, if they were fleeing these lands and had to take on the burden of Lin Ming, then the chances of successful escape would be much lower. Look for a horse and carriage and bring him with us. As for whether or not he can last, that will depend on his good fortune. Zhu Yan sighed. Although Lin Ming seemed a bit uncommon, if he was wounded to such a degree then Zhu Yan feared that he wouldn't be able to withstand the rocky journey of over 2,000 miles. However, no matter what was said, Lin Ming was still the benefactor who had found the little princess. They couldn't just abandon him here. Furthermore, he also wanted to ask Lin Ming some questions. Zhu Yan wanted to ask who had entrusted him with his mission, why he had helped them, and how he had done all that he did. The hot water arrived. Lin Ming didn't pick up the towel but instead grabbed onto the water basin. He spat out blood, dyeing the entire water basin blood red. Everyone gulped as they saw this happen. They didn't know just what to say. If this person continued vomiting blood like this, it wouldn't take long for him to vomit out all the blood in his body. At this time, Lin Ming became increasingly pale. This blood he spat out was in truth his essence energy. His blood vitality and strength might have weakened, but his body was still incredibly formidable and wouldn't allow his blood vitality to diminish. Once Lin Ming's blood vitality weakened, his body would continuously and spontaneously produce blood to heal him. However, because of the weak fires of life that burned in Lin Ming, he wasn't able to withstand such powerful blood vitality. As a result, Lin Ming coughed up blood. The more blood he vomited, the weaker his body became. No matter how powerful his body was, it couldn't withstand such damage. Eventually he would exhaust all of his essence energy. His soul force passing, his life passing, just how much longer did he have to live? He humorlessly laughed. But at this time, loud footsteps rang through the air. Frigid and deadly killing intent broke into the room. The complexions of Zhu Yan and the others immediately changed. This is bad. The White Guard. The group of people drew their weapons, their faces paler than death. We will stop the White Guard here. Sun Tai, you bring the little princess and the little prince to the rear court and look for a chance to break out. Protect them even if it costs you your life. Old Flame, the youth called Sun Tai, was anxious. Hurry! Zhu Yan shouted. However, a high-pitched voice, not like a man and not like a woman, sounded out. Jejejage. None of you can leave, all of you are staying. Gotcha. Gotcha. The wooden doors of the restaurant suddenly burst apart. A group of swordsmen in white shirts and white capes rushed into the restaurant, completely surrounding the building. This was the White Guard raised by the new royal court. The White Guard was a special unit formed of elites. The most low-level members of this force were at the altering muscle realm, and their core members were at the pulse condensation realm. The guard captains and commanders were also at the peak pulse condensation realm and Hotian realm. As for the one leading this force of the White Guard, he was the High Commander of the White Guard. This person wore a bright yellow robe and had a face caked white with makeup. His voice was confusing. He was the great manager eunuch of the new royal court. A eunuch had no fleshly desires and had locked up their yang essence within themselves. Among mortals, they had some of the fastest increasing cultivations. This White Guard manager eunuch possessed a peak Hotian realm cultivation. This was nearly the limit that a common martial artist could reach on their road of martial artists. After that was the Xiantian realm and beyond. Oftentimes, one needed a sect like the Seven Profound Valleys that had their own inheritances in order to become a Xiantian master, and even then they didn't have many of them. A peak Hotian martial artist. Zhu Yan could hardly believe his eyes. Even when he was at his strongest state in the past, he had only been a half-step into the threshold of the Hotian realm. See this eunuch commander here, he knew that everything was lost. All of them were finished. No one would survive. I was also looking for these two little babies. I never thought that Commander Flame would help me so much. Really, I must thank you. The eunuch's voice was keening and filled with an icy energy. His face was filled with taunting mockery. At this time, the eunuch noticed Lin Ming. With the sudden appearance of the White Guard, Zhu Yan and the others were all stern as they faced their impending deaths, and even the two children were shivering from fear. This was well within his expectations. But in this room, there was also a strange youth wearing a mask. This youth was currently coughing up blood, and the bowl beneath him was dyed red. Even for the eunuch commander who had seen many things before, such a scene left him dumbfounded. I can't believe you would even bring a lung disease patient here. He's so sick and yet you continue on your mission. You all must truly be desperate, ha! Listening to his enemy's taunts, Zhu Yan grit his teeth so hard they nearly broke. Not only did he not manage to rescue the little prince and princess, but he had even pushed them into the fire. The old eunuch cackled as he looked at Zhu Yan. An all-knowing expression crossed his face. Commander Flame, you really are a brain-dead old thing. A wise man knows to submit to the circumstances. The old dynasty is already gone. If you are willing to submit to my sovereign, then you will absolutely be granted 100 acres of fertile land and wives and concubines of your choosing to take care of you for the rest of your remaining life. Go die! Zhu Yan cried out loud and suddenly attacked. He grasped the scarlet flare sword and chopped down at the eunuch's head. The eunuch commander contemptuously sneered. He stretched out a finger. He had absolute confidence in himself that a single finger could kill Zhu Yan. However, the moment that he wanted to kill Zhu Yan, his face froze and his body stiffened. His eyes veered off and looked past Zhu Yan. There, behind Zhu Yan, was a youth wearing a jade mask supporting himself using a wash basin. This youth was coughing up massive mouthfuls of blood as if he were terminally ill and would die at any moment. However, the moment that the eunuch commander was about to attack, the youth propping himself up on the wash basin turned his head and casually glanced at him. The youth's eyes seemed dull and gloomy from being far too weak, but this look seemed as sharp as a sword that instantly pierced through the heart of the eunuch commander. The eunuch commander's divine sense collapsed and his meridians were instantly torn to shreds. An incredible pain directly impacted every sense of his body as he began wildly bleeding from his head. Puff! Zhu Yan's sword pierced through the eunuch's throat. But the truth was that this sword had only added a hole to an already dead man. The eunuch commander completely stiffened. With shocked eyes that looked as if he had seen a ghost, he looked straight forwards. However, these eyes didn't look at Zhu Yan, but were looking at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming had already turned his head back and was continuing to cough blood. Everyone was left speechless. Many people slowly reacted. They saw the eunuch commander's hand covering his neck and another finger pointed at Lin Ming, and were able to somewhat guess the situation from this. The old eunuch opened his mouth as if he was struggling to say something, but no words came out. Then, he plopped to the ground, dead where he lay. For a time, everyone was left bewildered. The numerous white guards had distorted expressions. The eunuch commander had a peak Hotian realm cultivation, and even martial artists from Sex wouldn't be his match. But today, he had died violently and miserably where he stood. As for Zhu Yan and his group, they were all left dazed. The situation had changed so quickly that they couldn't respond. Zhu Yan certainly knew that the reason the old eunuch died just then was nothing to do with him at all. This is... Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming and gulped. Just who was this masked man? The white guard was shaken. Their commander had died a gruesome death, and now they were all left in a dilemma, unsure of what action to take. But escaping like this was also impossible. If it were known that they were all forced back by some person who seemed to be dying from lung disease, then none of them would be forgiven for this crime. 3 people quietly touched their wrist crossbows, wanting to sneak attack Lin Ming. They felt that Lin Ming was on the verge of death with some terminal disease, or perhaps he was some peerless master that had suffered grievous wounds. Although he was fierce, his origin energy was limited, and that move just then absolutely must not have been easy. This man might have even overdrawn his strength to accomplish it. As long as they could kill this person or heavily wound him, then victory was theirs. Of these 3 sneak attackers, 2 were at the peak pulse condensation realm and 1 was at the early Hotian realm. They were all top masters within the White Guard. But, as they prepared to shoot their concealed weapons, their bodies suddenly shook. Then their eyes glazed over and their bodies slumped to the ground as if someone had pulled out their spines. Their breathing stopped, they had died where they stood. And this time, Lin Ming hadn't even bothered to turn his head. He still faced the wash basin, beads of sweat dripping down his face. His expression was pained. This time, an even deeper silence fell over everyone. Even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Withdraw. Several nearby White Guard captains were scared senseless. If they had also attacked with the others just then they would also be corpses by now. The White Guard fled. Whether it was the high-level or middle-level members, they all felt as if they had encountered the devil. Without even moving, he had killed 4 top masters. Moreover, no one knew how he had attacked. It was like he had killed them all with nothing but a thought. To fight such an opponent, even describing it as an egg being smashing against a rock wasn't enough. The group of 100+ White Guard elites began to retreat like a falling tide. Lin Ming didn't pay any attention to this. He could already feel something wrong with him. His spiritual sea was in severe pain, a pain so intense it left him in a trance, almost unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. This agonizing pain continued for a quarter hour before it slowly faded away. Lin Ming picked up a blood-covered towel and slowly wiped his mouth. His entire body was drenched in sweat and his front was dyed deep red with blood. His face was as pale as paper. With this sort of appearance, it was hard for the others to imagine how he was still alive. Seeing Lin Ming wipe away his blood, Zhu Yan and the others were all quiet. At this time, no one knew what to say. Just half an hour ago he had been vomiting blood. Yet as he was coughing up blood, he had used but a thought to kill 2 great commanders and 2 guard captains of the White Guard. Those 4 were butchers that had taken innumerable lives. These were characters that could cause others to pale just from a mention of their names. From the moment the White Guard came to the moment they left, this masked youth had been coughing up blood the entire time, and even now he was still coughing. Chapter 1938a, Live Without Regret. If a mortal were to vomit so much blood, they would have long exhausted themselves of any blood in their body. But this masked person seemed as if he could continue spewing blood. Then, there was only a single explanation for this, and that was that his body was regenerating blood at an unimaginable speed. Zhu Yan could tell from Lin Ming's chin and hands that he was an extremely young person. Yet his strength had reached impossibly high boundaries. Could even a revolving core master accomplish what he did? Are you all right? Zhu Yan reluctantly said after some hesitation. Lin Ming turned to Zhu Yan. He was no longer vomiting blood, however this wasn't because his body had recovered but because of that bout of pain just then. His mortal body was now weak to the extreme and could no longer continue producing blood. Benefactor, you rescued all of our lives. I will carve this graciousness in my mind. Zhu Yan deeply bowed. Behind Zhu Yan, the other people as well as the 2 children also bowed. Lin Ming waved his hand, signaling for everyone to stand. Benefactor, do you plan on resting here, or would you like to travel with us? Zhu Yan said with some difficulty after looking at Lin Ming for some time. He certainly wished for Lin Ming to travel with them. He was well aware that Lin Ming wasn't a person of this world. As for the illness Lin Ming was stricken with, none of them could help and none of them would be able to understand it. Lin Ming looked at Zhu Yan and then at the little prince and princess behind him. As he saw the worry in the eyes of the little princess, he slowly nodded. Perhaps you would like to rest here and then we can continue our journey in the morning? According to Zhu Yan's thoughts, the earlier they left the better. But he feared Lin Ming wouldn't have time to rest. Lin Ming shook his head. Rest is useless to me. Let us go. Well, okay. The group gathered their valuables and disguised themselves as a caravan. Then, they set off towards the northern desert. They didn't know whether it was because Lin Ming had frightened everyone, but even after journeying for hundreds of miles, they hadn't encountered the White Guard again. They met 2 groups of mountain bandits, but this level of opponent was something Zhu Yan and the others could easily handle. The road was bumpy. The little princess was listless and won all day. After suffering malnutrition for such a long time and experiencing constant hunger and cold, her body had become weak. To travel a long-distance journey like this without stopping was unbearable for her. She was extremely tired, but as the carriage jolted about, she wasn't able to fall asleep at all. As for the small prince, he was slightly better. However, as the cold northern winds blew on his face, he was also pale. During a temporary rest on the road, Lin Ming came over to the little prince and little princess side, then handed a sheepskin water bag to them. Big brother, this is... The little girl was a little more familiar with Lin Ming. She opened her wide eyes towards him. It's snow pear water. It's tasty. Lin Ming smiled. The 2 children listened in delight and happily took the sheepskin water bag, each one taking big gulps of it. They were children born and raised in the imperial palace and had drunk luxury snow pear water all their lives. But, the snow pear water that Lin Ming gave them was clearly different. It didn't taste sweet, but it was fragrant, far more fragrant than any top-quality cooking wine in the royal kitchen. Moreover, as soon as they drank it they began to feel a little faint, as if they were drunk. The two children only drank a little before their faces turned ruddy and they managed to fall asleep. Xu Yan watched all of this from the corner of his eyes. "Benefactor, this is..." Xu Yan looked at the sheepskin water bag in the little girl's hand. A little bit of liquid dripped down from it and emitted a light fragrance that warmed the heart. This might be a supreme medicine of the world. This thought flashed through Xu Yan's mind. He had seen Lin Ming take out a pill and then dip it in the water bag before immediately taking it back out. Then the water had become a treasure medicine. If so, then the value of this pill was... Xu Yan felt this was unbelievable. At this time, Lin Ming took the water bag and casually said, "You drink some too?" Xu Yan felt somewhat apologetic. He declined, "I'm already too old, drinking it is a waste." "There's a lot of it," Lin Ming thoughtlessly said. Xu Yan finally couldn't help it and received the water bag. He drank a big gulp and then felt a stream of heat pour into his dantian, causing his entire body to be warmed. Not only was all of his exhaustion swept away, but even his dantian that had remained quiet for so many years began to stir. This sort of feeling was like his injured body being revitalized and coming back to life. He was simultaneously overjoyed but also filled with disbelief. He had fought year after year and injuries had accumulated in his body for far too long. Due to this, he had sought out famed doctors, and even these doctors said his wounds were impossible to cure. Xu Yan was well aware of his bodily situation and felt that this was what his life would be like. He never thought that this masked person would only wet some water with a medicine, and then with a single drink it would have such an effect. It was far too inconceivable. Xu Yan couldn't imagine just what sort of effect there would be if he ate this pill. Lin Ming silently wrapped up the pill and handed it to Xu Yan. "Take it. Dip it in some warm water and you can use it to restore the hidden wounds that have accumulated in your body. It will allow you to live for several dozen more years, and can also help those two children recuperate and lay down their foundation. But remember that you cannot eat it up directly. Otherwise, your body will explode from the energy. Also, do not allow anyone to know about this pill, otherwise you will draw a fatal disaster upon yourself." Out of the countless pills Lin Ming had on his body, this pill had a low value and was one of the most temperate. Xu Yan was flustered as he looked at the pill. This was a medicine that could even stir the heart of a divine sea sovereign. He refused again and again, saying, "This is far too precious, I cannot take it. Moreover, Benefactor is injured, so you will need nourishing medicines." Xu Yan didn't understand. If this masked person has such a wonderful spirit medicine, how come he didn't eat it? Lin Ming sighed. He shook his head. "Even if it was 100 times or 1,000 times more precious, it would still be useless to me." "Take it." Xu Yan was stunned. Even a medicine 100 times more precious was useless to this masked person? He didn't even have time to respond. Lin Ming simply flicked his fingers and this pill flew into Xu Yan's spatial ring, without Xu Yan's involvement at all. To Lin Ming, who was skilled in the space laws, such a low-level spatial ring existed in name only. Xu Yan looked at Lin Ming and was left speechless. He could faintly guess that such a priceless-seeming pill might be nothing to Lin Ming. He couldn't help but ask, "Why does Benefactor bestow such a generous gift on someone like me? If I am not wrong, then Benefactor should be a peak person in this world? However, you somehow ended up in distress here. I fear that to Benefactor, everyone here is nothing more than ants. Why would you meddle in the affairs of mortals?" When a person walked down the road and saw a group of ants fall into a puddle of water, they would rarely go and help them. Thus, Xu Yan couldn't understand just why Lin Ming searched for the little princess and also killed the white guard, sending them running away. Lin Ming even gave him a pill and accompanied their group to the north. This was all inconceivable. Lin Ming spookily said, "This is the circle of cause and effect." Originally, the samsara of a mortal's life and death was a part of the heavenly Tao. Lin Ming didn't want to interfere in it, however, Zhu Yan was different. This was because Zhu Yan had become like he had today because of Lin Ming. At the same time, the trajectory of Lin Ming's life had been greatly influenced by Zhu Yan. If it weren't for Zhu Yan stealing Lan Yunye away, then Lin Ming's current life might be completely different. However, history had no ifs and whats. What happened was what happened. Lin Ming and Zhu Yan. One was a person who once stood at the highest levels of the 33 heavens, and the other was thoroughly immortal. Yet, between these two there was a convoluted karma that bound them. And this karma was planted the moment Lin Ming stepped onto the road of martial arts. Today, Lin Ming had rescued Zhu Yan not to interfere with the natural samsara of the heavenly Tao, but in order to bring their karmic circle to an end. These were things that Lin Ming naturally couldn't explain to Zhu Yan, and as Zhu Yan saw that Lin Ming didn't wish to speak of it, he also gave up asking. The two people were silent for a long time. Chapter 1938b, Live Without Regret. The two people were silent for a long time. Then, Lin Ming looked at Zhu Yan and asked, "The nation has already fallen, so why are you still loyal to the old dynasty? You should know that once the destiny of a dynasty has come to its end, wanting to revive it is an extremely difficult matter." Lin Ming felt sad for Zhu Yan. Ever since ancient times, once an old dynasty was destroyed and replaced, it rarely ever managed to stage a comeback. Even if they somehow managed to establish some semblance of political power, they would last at most 10 to 20 years while lingering around in a pitiful state. Zhu Yan's future was uncertain and perilous. Even if he tried his best until the last beat of his heart, he might not be able to produce any results. Zhu Yan was silent. He looked at the skies. His old eyes seemed to flash with a sense of loss, as if he were recalling days gone by. Slowly, he said, "I am loyal to the previous emperor because of Zhi's graciousness. My surname was originally Zhu. Over 100 years ago, my family was prosperous and my aunt was an imperial consort. My road in life was to help the prince seize the throne, or he would afterwards appoint me to a position high in the court and where I would enjoy great wealth and riches. I could have been called young and talented. But it was because of this that I was stubborn and unruly, frivolous with my actions. And because of who I had been, I made a mistake. I never thought that this minor matter, which was nothing in my mind, would actually turn my life upside down. My life, from the highest peak, fell into the lowest abyss. I was defeated. Under the gaze of everyone, I lost in a fair battle. And my opponent was much younger than I was. My woman left me, but it wasn't because she abandoned me, but because I forced her away. At that time I had no choice but to do that. After that one battle I was severely wounded. But before I could recover, I was expelled from my family and the patriarch publicly severed all relations with me. I could no longer take the name of Zhu, and even the prince thought of me like some living plague, afraid that I would negatively affect his great cause. Alone, with nothing but my injuries, I left my family and lord and started to roam the world. My future was nothing but dark gloominess. I was able to see the fickleness and changes of the human heart, and at that time my life was without any rays of hope. But I was unwilling. The young me had a heart higher than the heavens. I thought, this world is unfair to me. I hardened my resolve to break into the Xiantian realm and have all those people who doubted and betrayed me know that they were mistaken. I wanted to prove to myself that I didn't need to depend on my family or anyone else, that I could fight my way through life on my own. I wanted to make a name for myself and return to my homeland with riches and glory. I wanted my family to know just how stupid they were for abandoning me. As Zhu Yan spoke, he seemed to shiver. He found it hard to maintain his calm. He took out a pot of wine from his waist and began drinking it. He rarely mentioned these past events to anyone. After that, for several decades, I experienced innumerable hardships. I experienced the warmth and coldness of humans. I understood the 100 changes of the human heart. I worked as a stableman, a soldier, an assassin, a warrior, and much more. Without the protection and shelter of my family, I could only rely on myself to cultivate the martial path, and I couldn't afford to use any resources. For resources, I risked my life countless times to obtain them. I wanted to soar to the heavens with a single step, but it was only afterwards I realized the truth. Reality is far too brutal. The young me simply wasn't strong at all. Those people that struggled with me were far, far stronger than I was, and there was a never-ending sea of them. This sort of competition couldn't even be described as tragic. To lose meant death. Several times as I was fighting for lucky chances, I received heavy wounds. However, because I didn't have good medicines to restore my body, the hidden wounds within me began to accumulate. Thus, my injuries became heavier and the condition of my body became increasingly poor. As I aged, my chances of breaking into the Xiantian realm became more and more uncertain. Later, I accidentally learned that my opponent had already reached an incomprehensibly lofty height. He entered the 4 divine kingdoms and even broke through the void with his martial path, ascending to the starry skies. But as for me, let alone the Xiantian realm, even breaking into the Hotian realm was difficult. The difference between us two was greater than the heavens and earth. Your idealistic dreams might seem wonderful, but reality is just brutally cruel. I finally realized that the young me was far too naive. With my heart that was higher than the heavens, I was sure that I would have tremendous success in life. I thought I could return home, famous and renowned, and slap the faces of all those who spoke ill of me. But in truth, I failed to achieve any of that. Later I understood that there were too many people who were just like me. They all thought they were different existences that were unique in this world. Everyone dreams of accomplishing their desires, but we are inevitably nothing more than mortals. I eventually had to accept the path that destiny had arranged for me and wake up from that beautiful dream I had, because I was no longer young. During those days, although I experienced innumerable tribulations, these tribulations slowly grinded away my edges and corners, causing my character to change and become completely different from what I used to be. I began to learn how to restrain myself, learn how to think deeply of my actions and their consequences, learn to accept reality for what it was, learn to be grateful. The reason I am loyal to the old dynasty is because the first emperor, who has already passed away, once saved my life. When I was severely wounded and was on the precipice of death, he didn't give up on me. Rather, he gave his horse to me, and afterwards he even spent an exorbitant amount of money to help cure my wounds, even if I didn't manage to cure my wounds in the end. So, even if the destiny of the old dynasty has been exhausted, I will still fight for it. The reason I do this is not to restore the old dynasty. I no longer desire glory or riches, and only do what I do for peace of mind once I die. As Zhu Yan spoke to hear, his old eyes were already wet with tears. He could no longer speak. He drank deeply and also gave his wine pot to Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt something stirring deep in his heart. He brought the wine pot to his lips and began pouring the wine down his throat. The warm wine, the simple sheepskin covering, the fluttering wind, the boundless desert. As well as 2 people who had once known each other and fought each other. Although their lives had taken completely different paths, at this point they were 2 people with similar moods, seemingly watching the fading horizon. This was a scene that couldn't be described with words. Somewhere, somehow, there seemed to be some inexplicable karmic cycle that brought Lin Ming and Zhu Yan, people of 2 completely different worlds, back together. Men do not cry easily, but that is because they haven't reached the source of sadness. Lin Ming didn't know just what feeling was in his heart. He stood up, silent, welcoming the strong winds. Whether it was mortals or the Empyreans and true divinities that stood above all, everyone had their own suffering, their own bitterness. Zhu Yan's life also had its tumultuous rises and falls. Perhaps his experiences might not be worthy of mentioning to those who came from a higher realm. In comparison, Lin Ming's experiences were great matters that concerned the continued existence of the divine realm. Between these 2, there were certainly differences. But in Lin Ming's eyes, people may be divided into the weak and strong, but when it came to suffering of the self, there was no difference. The pain in Zhu Yan's heart when he faced his tribulations was likely no less than his own. Zhu Yan's life, Lin Ming's life, were both equal. From this meaning, Lin Ming was also a mortal. Zhu Yan had experienced the ups and downs of mortal life. He dreamed and hoped that he would rise in the future and strived for it, doing everything in his power to accomplish it, but in the end, he failed. Although he failed, he clearly recognized himself and recognized his own fate. He found himself and transformed himself, finding a new faith and fighting for it. Then what about Lin Ming? Without seeking riches and glory, only seeking peace of mind after death. Lin Ming quietly mulled over these words. He drank down more wine. Currently, he despaired far more than Zhu Yan of the past. Although Zhu Yan has lost everything, he had still been young and had a life ahead of him to continue struggling for the future. But as for himself, he wouldn't even have his life. He wanted to struggle, but there was no place to struggle. But Lin Ming didn't want to give up. Even if he died, he still wished to be at peace. Without asking to reverse his destiny, he would only ask to live a life without regrets. He could die because he had lost his soul force. But he could not allow himself to be defeated just because he lost his soul force. Chapter 1939, Dispersing Cultivation. After accompanying Zhu Yan to his destination, Lin Ming left. Placed within the vast world, Zhu Yan might be some common and unnoticeable mortal. But because of some unknown and unpredictable karmic cycle, he had appeared twice in Lin Ming's life, and these 2 times were both when Lin Ming had reached his lowest point. Lin Ming's heart had changed. This transformation wasn't solely because of Zhu Yan. During these years, where he had walked, what he had seen, what he had heard, what he had felt, all of these things marked themselves in Lin Ming's mind, changing his mood and his outlook on life. He didn't seek a reversal of fate. Rather, he only wished to live a life without regret. Lin Ming no longer roamed around. He estimated that he only had 30 to 40 years of life left. He didn't want to quietly die. In the last days of his life, he would put forth one final struggle. On this day, Lin Ming arrived at a barren hill that was far off from civilization. He used his fingers as a spear and slashed out. With a loud explosion, a deep cave was cut open into the hill. Lin Ming decided that from now until the end, he would go into deep seclusion training. Perhaps there was a chance. Although this chance approached zero, he would still try his best. If in the end he was still dying, then in the last few years of his life he would leave this barren hill and go to one last place, Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. He would go there and see his parents one final time. Then, he could die. Lin Ming walked into the cave and then sealed up the entrance. After resolving to walk down this final road, his heart was filled with determination. And this road was the only method Lin Ming could think of to cultivate. Moreover, the price of this cultivation was inexorably painful. It would cause Lin Ming's strength to fall to an unprecedented valley, and it would also reduce the little lifespan he had left. The 30 to 40 years of life he had left to live would be reduced to 10 to 20 years. And this could even be called a death road. Still, Lin Ming had to desperately risk his life. Faint traces of the power of divinity fluctuated within Lin Ming's body. Because of his weak fires of the soul, Lin Ming could no longer manipulate the massive amount of energy saved within his inner world. Instead, this energy had become a burden on him. But, if he were to slowly dissipate these energies, then that was something he could accomplish. Each time, Lin Ming could move around 1,000th of the energy in his inner world. He drew this energy into his meridians and let it scatter outwards. In other words, this was dispersing his cultivation. Because of his weak soul, Lin Ming could no longer bear the potency of his own cultivation. If so, then he would simply force his cultivation to drop until it reached a level his soul force could withstand. This was a crazy decision. Dispersing one's cultivation was itself tremendously injurious to one's body, and Lin Ming's fires of life were already fading away like a candle in a storm. All of Lin Ming's pores opened. As the source energy escaped from his body, his eyebrows tightly wrinkled together. Pure agony swelled forth from within his body. Even so, Lin Ming's face revealed a decisiveness and resolution that was harder than metal. His eyes seemed to contain a stubborn unyieldingness, an unwillingness to yield to the fate that the heavens had arranged for him. As his source energy escaped, this affected Lin Ming's essence energy. Although Lin Ming's soul was weak and his fires of life were nearly extinguished, his mortal body was still incredibly powerful. Once his essence energy and blood were affected, the pores throughout his body would begin to release faint streams of blood. This fresh blood transpired from Lin Ming's body, mixed with the power of divinity, condensing into layers of blood mist around him. At the same time, Lin Ming's boundary began to constantly fall. From Divine Lord to Divine Transformation, and then from Divine Transformation to Divine Sea, all the way to life destruction. This speed of falling cultivation was alarming. If a martial artist were to disperse their cultivation like this, then that was no different from suicide. Lin Ming's mortal body was far too formidable. As his blood flowed out, his body constantly produced more. The mist of blood emitting from his pores scattered without end. This blood mist dyed the ground red, dyed the walls red, and dyed the ceiling red. Soon, the entire cave Lin Ming was in was dyed a deep blood red. More and more blood accumulated in layers. Lin Ming's face was pale white, but he grit his teeth and continued. He wanted to disperse everything in a single breath, breaking himself and then standing back up from the rubble. At this time, Lin Ming's cultivation had already fallen to the revolving core realm. His face was distorted beyond recognition and his teeth screeched as he bit down tight. Then, Lin Ming's inner world suddenly shook and began to crack open. A revolving core martial artist did not have an inner world. What they had was a dantian. An inner world was something that began opening when a martial artist reached the Divine Sea, and when they became a Divine Lord, their inner world would turn into a microcosm. But as Lin Ming's cultivation dropped, his inner world wouldn't transform into a dantian. Rather, it began collapsing in on itself. This was an even greater attack on Lin Ming. He slumped forwards and thrust his arms against the ground, his knuckles deeply embedding themselves into the rock. He began to retch, nearly vomiting out his stomach. Almost all of his blood had been drained. This inhuman pain was something Lin Ming had to bear. He clenched his teeth and didn't even mutter a single sound. In his heart, a desperate, unyielding spirit was struggling to survive. And at this time, something worth feeling grateful for suddenly occurred. That was, as his cultivation fell to the revolving core realm, the little bit of soul force left in his spiritual seed began to fuse together with the energy in his inner world. In other words, Lin Ming's cultivation had finally reached parity with his source soul force. He could cultivate like a normal martial artist could. He could train his soul again, train his cultivation again, moving forwards one step at a time, continuing to climb upwards. However, there was just a little something that was different. He was old. The fires of life and fires of the soul of a young revolving core martial artist might be small and weak, but they could be grown. As for Lin Ming's fires of life and fires of the soul, the majority had been taken away by someone else, making Lin Ming the equivalent of a person in the twilight of their years. He had less than 20 years of life remaining. This was the same as an old person at the end of their road. Although Lin Ming's appearance was still young, his eyes were muddy and gloomy, and this was all because his powerful mortal body was continuing to support him. If he hadn't absorbed so much god-beast blood and the Azura blood, then Lin Ming feared he would have completely become like an old man on the verge of death. An old person with his remaining 20-some years of life had to increase his cultivation to at least the Holy Lord realm. Just what was the possibility of this? Lin Ming didn't know, but he would continue to desperately push forwards. Whether or not he could increase his cultivation, he would still try his best to cultivate, not even wasting a single moment. More than once he had affirmed to himself that he would be a moth fluttering towards the fire. He had said to Lan Yunue, had said to Shang Mei, and had even said to himself, "Even if I am a small and weak moth, I will walk into the flames without hesitation." I will fight my destiny for a 1 in a million chance that I will experience my own samsara and be reborn as a flaming phoenix. But that oath had never been tested in such a tragic and brutal manner as today, where he was placed in such a hopeless death trap. Lin Ming knew just how little hope there was on this road, but if he cultivated, there was at least a tiny ray of hope, a chance to turn everything around. If he gave up, that would just be waiting for death. Chapter 1940, Understanding Life and Death. Lin Ming didn't walk the same path of cultivation. In the past, when Lin Ming was at the Revolving Core realm, he had gone to the Holy Demon Continent and the Eternal Demon Abyss to adventure. Then, he returned to the Skyspill Continent to strike down Xian Wuji before making a trip to the 4 Divine Kingdoms. After absorbing all sorts of resources, he managed to break into life destruction. That sort of cultivation method was the best possible given Lin Ming's circumstances at the time. But to the present Lin Ming, all of that was meaningless. All the previous cultivation methods of his past weren't of much value to Lin Ming currently. Lin Ming's only hope for revival was the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra. The Great Tao was boundless and limitless. According to Zhang Baoyan's words, if there was a highest martial arts peak in this world, then it would likely be the fusion of the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra, as well as the triumvirate of essence, energy, and divine. Lin Ming's life source was ruined and conventional cultivation methods had no significance to him. His only possible path out was to search the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra for a turning point to reverse the Heavenly Tao. However, he only had 20-some years left to live. Day after day, year after year. Training continued without sense of time. Soon, 15 years passed. Lin Ming sat motionless in the stone cave. His cultivation had paused at the Revolving Core realm and didn't break into life destruction. This was because he didn't cultivate at all during these past 15 years. Rather, he was enlightening himself. With his return to the mortal realm for so many years, he had seen the myriad changes and moods of mortality, and he used these feelings to become more aware of the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra. The Heavenly Sutra that cultivated the universe of the world was in essence the Heavenly Tao and nature itself. In the past, Lin Ming's understanding of the Heavenly Tao had been confined to perceiving each law, where he was limited in the 33 Great Das. In truth, this was already an incredibly deep level of comprehension. Let alone the martial artists of the lower realms who couldn't even walk down the road of a single law to its extremes. Even a supreme elder of the divine realm would often only cultivate a single law to the peak in their entire life. They simply wouldn't have the good fortune to come into contact with the 33 Great Das. But now, the Heavenly Sutra that Lin Ming was understanding was no longer just becoming enlightened on these things. The laws were a part of the Heavenly Tao, but they weren't everything. There was much, much more. As Lin Ming walked through the world during these years, he had seen the samsara of the Heavenly Tao, he had seen birth and death, all of this was a part of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao was constant, but life was forever changing. Lin Ming now possessed a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Tao. And these understandings were all fused into the Heavenly Sutra, causing the Heavenly Sutra to include many things that it didn't before. It had to be known that when the Asura Roadmaster created the Heavenly Sutra, he had used 3.3 billion years to do so. One life, one empyrean, one life, one divinity. The Heavenly Sutra could be called broad and profound, but if one wished to add to it, wanted to fuse their own feelings and understandings into it, wasn't that easier said than done? But Lin Ming was boldly doing all of this. He didn't know if what he added was right or wrong, but what he did know was that what he added was most perfectly suited to himself. After the Heavenly Sutra was the Holy Scripture. To the current Lin Ming, the Holy Scripture was in truth more important. This was because the Holy Scripture that cultivated the inner universe was in essence cultivating one's existence, cultivating one's life. In these years, Lin Ming's understanding of life had become more deep than it was. He slowly savored the taste of life. It savored not only his own life, but the life of others. Suffering children, a poor auntie who set up a stall, Zhu Yan whose heart was higher than the heavens but was eventually defeated by reality and even then didn't give up, but decided to pursue a new goal in life. And even Jiang Baoyun, who desperately chased after his goals without any hesitation. He had seen 100 ways of life. Now that he looked through the Holy Scripture again, his mentality had become completely different from before. The Holy Scripture that Lin Ming obtained was in truth extremely incomplete. He hadn't seen the pages of death from the Holy Scripture. When Shang Mei had given Lin Ming the duplicate copy jade slip of the golden pages, their content had been that of the pages of life. Moreover, as a mere copy, there was inevitably wrong information in what was recorded. As for the black book that was recorded in the Holy Scripture and was now in the Soul Emperor's hands, Lin Ming hadn't even seen it. The pages of death from the Holy Scripture were even more mysterious. If Lin Ming wished to enlighten himself on the Holy Scripture like this, it was an impossible task. After all, Lin Ming hadn't even lived for 200 years. However, Lin Ming truly did become aware of some things. Of course, the things he comprehended weren't as deep and all-encompassing as what would be written in the pages of death. Still, as long as he could perceive things that were most suited to himself, that was more than enough. This was because currently, Lin Ming was experiencing death. He could watch as his own fires of life faded more and more with each passing day, and could feel death arriving closer with each moment. He could even clearly hear the footsteps of the Grim Reaper coming for him. To understand life and death on the verge of oblivion, there was no situation that was more profound than now. In fact, even the creator of the Holy Scripture didn't manage to thoroughly comprehend death. The art of eternal life that he established also had its flaws. At the very least, the creator of the Holy Scripture didn't manage to obtain immortality. Perhaps, this might have been because the creator of the Holy Scripture hadn't experienced the despair of witnessing his own fires of life dimming down with each day. That creator had never experienced what Lin Ming was feeling now. To understand the heavenly Tao and perceive life and death. Lin Ming sat motionlessly in the cave. Dust fell over his body. Like this, 3 more years passed. Lin Ming's fires of life were now a candle in the wind, seeming as if it could be extinguished at any moment. However, Lin Ming's face was like a rock sculpture, lacking any emotion at all. His heart was calm to the extreme. In this absolute silence, Lin Ming quietly comprehended the Holy Scripture's pages of death. He wanted to thoroughly understand death and then seek out life from death. He had far too many matters left unfinished. His life passed. Lin Ming's eyes became increasingly cloudy with each day. His eyes were like the Soul Emperor's eyes in the past. After opening them, the cataracts were so pronounced that he nearly lost his sight. His mortal body remained as formidable as it was before. But because of his feeble soul, he lost control over his own body. He could no longer move his lower legs. Lin Ming was silent. He had been sitting cross-legged on the ground for all this time, and now he could no longer feel his calves. This sort of feeling, or lack of feeling, slowly spread upwards. As if he were being petrified over time. From his calves, next was his thighs, his waist. Currently, Lin Ming truly was like a statue. If his soul were to completely die away at this time, then his life would have reached its end. But his mortal body would remain behind, not rotting even after 100,000 years. Gradually, Lin Ming lost all feeling in his chest. Even the movement of his arms slowed down. Although his heart was still beating and blood was pumping through his veins, it wasn't something controlled by Lin Ming at all. Death had never been this close. Still, he didn't manage to find a way to live through comprehending the pages of death. All of this was just far too difficult. Even if Lin Ming's foundation was solid to the limit, even if he had experienced the ups and downs of life, had seen the myriad states of humanity, had become thoroughly aware of his own life. Even then, wanting to find a way to live from the threat of certain death was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. How hateful! If only I was given another 100 years to perceive, if only I could use the magic cube. Lin Ming was unwilling. He didn't want to die through the depletion of his soul. If he could use a divine instrument of the soul like the magic cube, then although it wouldn't cause Lin Ming's fires of life to blaze brightly once more, he could still use it to stabilize his spiritual sea and slow down the collapse of his inner world. Lin Ming could feel that his days were numbered. He didn't have much time left remaining. If things continued like this, then he absolutely would not be able to find a turning point in his own fate. However, he didn't want to give up like before. He called upon the tiny bit of soul force left remaining within his body and poured it into his collapsed inner world, where it would flutter towards the magic cube. In Lin Ming's fragmented inner universe that was filled with holes everywhere, the magic cube floated in space. This space was deathly still, with massive spatial cracks spreading out in all directions. A tiny, imperceptible stream of soul fire flew out from the space crack and towards the magic cube. This was nearly all of the little bit of soul force that Lin Ming had left remaining. This tiny trace of soul force was infused with the entirety of the feelings that Lin Ming had realized. He poured in his complete understandings of the heavenly Tao samsara that mortals encountered. He added in everything he had learned about the samsara of life and death. This was the fruit that resulted from Lin Ming's last 20 years of cultivation. The weak bit of soul fire fluttered towards the magic cube and then disappeared into it. Like a tiny stream converging into a lake, there was no change at all. The magic cube continued to revolve in that shattered space, spinning as it did before. Lin Ming quietly waited. What he waited for was death, or perhaps a miracle. His mind was as still as a placid lake. Even though he could sense his source soul force weakening with every day, even when he couldn't operate the magic cube, he still maintained his calm and quiet expression from beginning to end. Lin Ming felt his heart tighten. If he were to fail here, then that was the will of the heavens and the fate of those who live and die. If he died here, then that would be a part of the heavenly Tao samsara. If humanity was on the decline and would eventually be annihilated by the saints and the spiritas, then this was simply the will of the heavens. In the long river of history, there had never been a race that was glorious until the end of time. Time silently passed. Lin Ming's heart reached an unprecedented state of clarity. He recalled his life. In his short several dozen years of life, he had experienced glory, had experienced despair, and had shown nothing but disdain for any rivals who dared to challenge him. In the end, he even made a saint-true divinity unable to remain calm. But in the end, he had come to such a result? As Lin Ming recalled his life, he heard a light sound. This impossibly weak sound seemed to be from his inner world sympathetically resonating with him. This caused Lin Ming's nearly dried-up spiritual sea to slowly tremble. This was a never-before-seen degree of clarity. He could see that in his inner world, the magic cube was lightly trembling. This trembling was weak, but Lin Ming could immediately feel a warm and loving soul force. This soul force was connecting to his own spiritual sea, and was even related to the magic cube. However, Lin Ming's current soul force was far from enough to open the magic cube. Thus, he was surprised to hear an elderly voice echo in his ears. "Lin Ming, it's been a while since we last saw each other." This sound was. Lin Ming was stunned. This was Empyrean Divine Mist. In the past, Lin Ming entered the Azura Road and was forced into Tragic Death Valley by Tian Ningzi. In Tragic Death Valley, he met Empyrean Divine Mist. Empyrean Divine Mist showed Lin Ming graciousness by teaching him. Because Empyrean Divine Mist had been trapped there for so many years, he had consumed a great deal of his soul force and didn't have much time left remaining. Thus, Lin Ming sealed his soul into the magic cube where he could rest deeply. Lin Ming hoped that there would be a day in the future when he could help Empyrean Divine Mist restore his vitality and remold his soul. Although Empyrean Divine Mist might not be restored to his situation from the past, Empyrean Divine Mist hoped he could still live out the rest of his natural lifespan. After that, Lin Ming fell into a slaughter of life and death. Because of humanity's great calamity and the fact that Empyrean Divine Mist had fallen asleep in the magic cube, he had never thought of a day when Empyrean Divine Mist would awaken.